I want to go deep here on the biggest social change I've ever seen in my life, which is that we've gone from predominantly a patriarchy, and I'll define that briefly in a minute, to predominantly what I believe is a matriarchy. That doesn't mean that we're fully out of the patriarchy, but we are closer to a matriarchy now than a patriarchy. In other words, around 65% of college graduates are women, around 65% of new homes are purchased by women, around 65% of new jobs are going to women. To be fair, a lot of those, crappy HR jobs that a woman might get are worse to have and saddle you with college debt compared to a man who might learn about internet marketing the way that we would teach here. But the average person in society does not know about the kind of underground marketing that I would teach you. So as a result of that, we're getting to a place in society where there's been the biggest shift in my lifetime, a bigger shift than I ever could have imagined coming. I never thought that it could get to this point. I never imagined that it could be this different, okay? So what I used to teach back in the day was valuable, hyper valuable, but you had a choice not to learn it, and you could go a more traditional route if you wanted to. Nowadays, if you don't know the things that we've taught over the years, you are totally screwed, okay? You are completely screwed. So much so that I've barely spoken about attraction in 5 years. I've barely spoken about it. And then I had so many people coming up to me on the street saying, Owen, society's changing so much. We need you to talk about this a bit again, because I was the most popular dating coach in the world for about 20 years. And I stopped teaching it because there's so much more opportunity for me in the personal growth field. I have such a bigger destiny than attraction. But I got to the point that I felt guilty and a social obligation to cover this again, despite the fact that it's a very controversial topic that I don't really want to talk about. I take no joy in talking about this. I'm doing this because I believe for you guys, it's borderline life or death. So that's why I'm choosing to talk about this. I believe that we've gone predominantly into a matriarchy. And I think that most of you in this room wouldn't even need this course if we were still under a patriarchy. But because we're under a matriarchy, most of you are operating off the wrong map. You're optimizing for things that were really good in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s. The things that most of you are optimized for were good. Like you're there. You're already there. But most of you in this room and most people watching this don't have the result they want. And I'm going to lead into this by saying, what's your name?
Anna.
Because that would have been my name if I was born a woman, by the way. This is true from my parents. Because I'm going to introduce you to Anna. Is it Anna or Anna? Anna. I'm going to introduce you to Anna. And what you're going to see in Anna is the girl that you think that you're going to meet. She just happened to be here in the room. She's really cool to join us. Can you guys give her a hand for joining us here? She's really cool. I got to know her a little bit. She's so cool. Anna is about a 1 in 100,000 to 1 in a million girl. But the average guy on the street thinks that they're going to meet a girl like her, okay? So let me show you what she's like, just to show you that there's traditional women still out there. And I want to show you, but I'm introducing you to Anna to show you basically how far off you are from meeting a girl like her, is really what I'm trying to show you. So just grab this, you're gonna hold it here, okay? So where are you from?
Are you somebody who lives overseas? Maybe places like London or Amsterdam or Vancouver or Toronto or Montreal or Sydney or Melbourne or South America or Asia or even South Africa. And you say to yourself, wow, I bet you the people at this event are getting amazing results. Wow, I wish that I could get rich. I wish there was a free event that I could attend where I could get rich, or a free event that I could attend where I could learn about attraction and attract somebody better, or learn about social skills and have a better social life, or learn about how to get spiritually tapped in and just feel like life is more beautiful. I get it. I'm always on adventures myself. I'm on an adventure today, and I'm thinking of you. So anyway, as a lot of people said to me, Owen, I want to change my life. I want to get the results that the people at these events get. What are you going to do for me? Because I live overseas. Well, guess what? Basically spent the last 2 years building and putting a lot of money into this, an entire team, an entire methodology, entire system that I'm going to be running these events worldwide. So if you would like to attend, I've got my team coming out to every major city in the world. In the world. And we're starting off with some starter cities like the ones that I just mentioned. And from there, we're going to be taking this everywhere, okay? This is going everywhere. Do you understand? And you remember I did this in the past, and we did okay. 100 million sales and whatnot. Changed the world. Live events in 265 cities, 75 countries around the world, hundreds of thousands of people face-to-face, and millions online. You think I was just going to stop? No, we're not stopping. We're taking this global. So we're going to have people running this all over the world. If you want to attend, click the link below right now, okay? And you are going to be one of the first people to participate in this, but that's you if you like money. That's you if you like building attraction. That's you if you like socials. That's you if you like being spiritually tapped in. And that's you if you want to meet other like-minded individuals. Click the link below, and we're going to be doing this wherever it is that you are in the world.
I'm originally from Sacramento, California, but I live in Bellingham since 2018.
Okay, so she lives in a small town. What's the population of Bellingham? It has a ferry that goes all the way up to Alaska. What's the population of Bellingham?
I don't even know.
Okay, it's probably around 100K. Okay, so then from there, is she wearing like a crazy Instagram model type of outfit right now? No. Is she very revealing right now? No. How much makeup are you wearing right now?
0. I just have lip stain on, and I do lash extensions.
Cool. So she got her lashes in and a tiny amount of lipstick, right? And how many children do you want to have someday?
Like 5.
Cool, right? Are you, I don't know, pro Kamala?
No.
No, not pro Kamala. Okay. Some of you guys here might like Kamala. I'm not just throwing some ideas out there. Okay. Do you believe in the traditional nuclear family?
Yeah, I'm very traditional. My parents are both married. I'm Pentecostal, Christian. I was raised to meet a godly, fearing man and have a family with him someday.
Amazing. Now, is she loud and ego-fueled? Is she a high ego woman?
No.
Okay, do you have by the way, I've got plenty of female friends and dated girls that have OFs. I'm not against it, but do you have an OF?
No.
You sure?
Yeah.
You don't have an OnlyFans?
No, never.
No? Not like, watch me make dinner for my man and some hanky-panky happens later kind of? No? Okay, just checking. Okay. And would it bring you happiness and joy to raise a family?
Yes.
What would that mean to you?
It would mean everything. Like, I was taught to serve God and serve my family one day, and it would just bring me joy to raise God-fearing children one day to serve him.
Amazing. And by the way, how tall are you?
5'8".
Okay. I'm going to say this to make a point, just to make a point, even though it's a bit weird. What do you weigh?
Like 115, 120.
Okay, so what you guys don't realize, I'm making the point, she could be doing modeling right now. She has no makeup on. Most of the girls who's doing modeling are caked in makeup. Look at the jawline, look at the cheekbones on her, right? She's getting shy right now from it. Do you guys see that? No makeup, 180 pounds, 5'8". She's probably, usually modeling starts about 5'9", but 5'8" will do it too. So she could be doing all that. Do you want me to maybe bring you some Coke later and a yacht, and you could maybe start in an OF or anything, or no?
No thanks.
How come?
Just not my vibe.
Not your vibe, okay? So give her a hand, guys. There's one left. There's one left. And she even was so sweet to come up here. And as soon as we took away the attention, did she stay up here lapping up more attention? You guys see that? Give her a hand for that too. So I did that to make a point that you have a girl that potentially could have a modeling contract. Now, look, the joke will be in 2 years. You'll see her on a yacht with Leo DiCaprio with an OF. They got to her, too. But even that joke, she's like, what the fuck, right? So what I'm trying to show you is she is what the average guy, still thinks he's on a trajectory to get. So I brought her up here to show that none of you are going to get that. Okay, sorry to tell you, unless you listen to what I'm going to tell you. And number 2, you're not likely to anyway. And I'm bringing her up to show the absurdity that, like, this girl that could be a runway model who wants to have 5 kids, that goes to church, that's, like, the average guy thinks that if he just keeps on his trajectory of his regular, insurance salesman job, no swagger, just keeps his head down and does the right thing, he thinks that he's going to meet her or a girl like her. But what you're not realizing is she went from being like much more beautiful than average, but her personality, 7 out of 10 women, 8 out of 10 women, maybe 9 out of 10 women, to where a girl that was, a little more different than her would have been an outlier, to where she's now the outlier, to where she's about 1 in 50,000 in the West. That's about 1 in 50,000 in the West. You go to South America, there's pockets where that culture hasn't changed yet, but we're under a matriarchy. Now, in the same way that there's still some people who read the newspaper, how many of you in here actively go spend $2 and get a big, proper, old school newspaper? Who in this room does that? Pretty much anybody still do that? You know, maybe now that I talked about, maybe I'll do that today, right? But something that was completely normal, like I was a paper boy when I was a kid. I delivered the Ottawa Citizen, the Ottawa Penny Saver. I had 400 people I was delivering a newspaper to. That got phased out. Do any of you guys here ever rent a VHS tape or Betamax tape from the Blockbuster? Cool, that's dope. You have a Blockbuster? No, but do you do it now? No? Anyone do it now? No? Where'd the Blockbusters go, right? That's kind of interesting. Look, let me show you something else. Who here even actively looks at, say, GQ magazine regularly? How come none of you even look at GQ? What happened there? I mean, GQ was huge. What happened? You see that? How many of you here watch CNN as a primary news source? So do you guys see that? Now, if this was a decade ago, would most people have watched CNN? Right? We'll kind of look to CNN because CNN shows the voice of the establishment. It's like, what do the powers that be want to propagandize us with? But that's about the extent that we're looking at it, right? So do you guys see how times have changed? Now, remind me your name again? Oh, Anna. That's right, my name. My name of a born woman. So Anna, meeting her proves that there's women out there that are traditional. I'm not trying to tell you, I mean, she literally looks like a famous model if she was like sheltered in Bellingham and in the church, okay? But where if back in the day, half of you in this room would have had a shot to marry her and have her be the mom of your kids, if I put out a video with her in it, there would be an international bidding war to meet her. That's the hilarious part, is you don't know that yet. You're even hearing me saying this and feel like I'm probably fucking with you, right? Do you feel like I'm fucking with you? There would be an international bidding war. Like, okay, do you know how many men in this day and age are like, wait a minute, God-fearing, didn't vote Kamala, small town, wants to have 5 children. Do you know how hard it is to even meet a woman that wants 5 kids right now? That is totally gone. Okay, go onto AI, ChatGPT, Claude, whatever, and look up what our population rate is right now. What's our population rate? Look it up. Pull your phone out. Pull your phone out, look it up. I'd encourage you to look at this, okay? Our population is crashing. They are literally scrambling to make robots, okay? Past clients of mine, are scrambling to build robot armies because we're not gonna have enough labor or the ability for Social Security. We're gonna be on, some kind of universal basic income kind of thing soon, okay, with AI coming. Population is going down. It's very, very weird what's happening. People are not having families anymore. It's just not happening, okay? I can remember back in the day when I was first teaching dating when I was younger. What I would always teach is, here was what I always taught. I said, if you want to meet the woman of your dreams to have a family with, the particular woman of your dreams, get good with women in general, and then if you get good with women in general, you'll meet the woman of your dreams. And what I'd say is, ideally, you wound up hooking up very quickly, because if you hooked up quickly, from the girl's point of view, she wouldn't want to feel like a hoe when you consensually, say the word consent, say the word affirmative yes, exuberant yes. Okay, say ongoing consent. Okay, so anytime I talk about sex here, learn what affirmative yes is. It means basically, just because a girl kissed you doesn't mean she wants to have sex with you. Just because a girl had sex with you once doesn't mean she wants to have sex with you again. Just because a girl shook your hand doesn't mean she wants to kiss you or have sex with you. That's called exuberant yes. That's the standard for consent. Know that, okay? But basically what I would teach back in the day is with consent, back in the day it was no means no, and then it evolved to yes means yes, affirmative consent, okay? Affirmative yes. So with consent, I would teach hook up as quick as you can. And if you hooked up as quick as you can, because back in even as far back as as recently as the 2010s, if a girl hooked up with you, maybe from a bar club, she didn't want to be a hoe. So she'd say, I wanted to be my boyfriend. You'd go home with a girl in 2017, 2016. You'd wake up in bed together, and she'd be like, are you my boyfriend now? In a lot of cases. You guys remember that? You go home with a girl 10 years ago, you become a couple. My favorite way to get a girlfriend back in the day was meet her, have immediate chemistry, passionate sex, have her sleep over, take her for a beautiful breakfast. If I was out here in Seattle, I'd probably take her to the waterfront right out front here, and I'd probably take her to the San Juan Islands. Same day. That's how I'd get a girlfriend. Imagine you met a girl out, maybe you went out in Fremont, you went out in Belltown, you went out in Cap Hill, met a girl, immediate chemistry, go home, hook up, sleep over, cuddle. Next morning, you take her out to the waterfront for breakfast. Maybe you take her hiking in Mount Rainier, 2-hour drive from here. Maybe you take her over. Now, this is after you've had sex, so you're not a simp. Okay, you're not simping at that point. You've had sex. Once you've had sex, you don't look desperate. You don't look like you're a chump for spending money on her because you've already had sex. So you take her. You can open the purse strings a little bit. You take her to a weekend staycation in the San Juan Islands. Maybe you take her to Olympic National Park. You take her hiking. So you meet a girl. You have sex. You have great sex. And then you wind up going on a little trip together, no pressure, very chill. And then you start talking. You get to know each other. If it turns out that she's not the best girl for you, you're not the best guy for her, you had a fun time. And then if it turns out that it's like really good chemistry, you keep seeing each other. Either way, everybody wins. She had a fun experience with you. And that was what I taught. And what I'd say to guys is get good with women in general, because then when you meet the one you like, you can metaphorically wife her up. And it could be somebody to build a family with. Why is it so important to know how to build a family? I'm going to take a bit of a side quest here and show you why this is so important, okay? I'm not an anthropologist. I'm going to flub a lot of this, okay? I'm going to get a lot of this wrong, but I'll get you the general gist, or we can AI it if we want. Human beings, where we come from, is something like this. If anyone here knows the exact information, you can come up and tell me. Who here is like really dialed in on human prehistory? I'm obsessed with it, by the way. I just don't have it perfectly memorized. Anyone here like super dialed in on human prehistory? Anyway, okay, well then I'll tell you because I'm obsessed with it. You're into it? Okay, here's what I remember. Basically, do you guys remember how for hundreds of millions of years the dinosaurs ruled the world? Then we had, I think it was in the Yucatan Peninsula, this meteor blew up the freaking planet. It was like a massive ice age, horrible, the sun was blotted out, and almost everything died. Okay? So that was the era of lizards, right? And then the only mammals that lived were some of the only ones were like these little rodents under the ground. Those little rodents, hundreds of millions of years ago, eventually evolved into monkeys, okay? So they hid under the ground, eventually evolved into a fucking monkey. This is how far back we go. Every one of us in this room evolved from like a fucking rodent. All of us, and we're all related too. Like if we I don't know, like it's like we're literally all brothers, like it's psycho, okay? So from there, I was gonna make a fucked up joke, man. From there, can you see where I was taking? So then from there, okay, it's even crazier than you think. So from there, we became monkeys. Now, we were monkeys, whether chimpanzees, whatever it was, for a long time in the rainforest. But eventually, they think the forest began to retract, and some of those monkeys started becoming bipedal. They went from walking on all fours to bipedal. And they would go out and try to get scraps and carcasses that lions had killed out on the plains. But what do you think would happen when the freaking monkey goes out there and starts eating a bit of meat? Now, their brains were small because they had no access to proteins and fats. So then what starts happening? So they had to eat all day to stay healthy eating plants. So now all of a sudden they're eating a bit of meat because they're watching all these animals killing each other. So they go out there. But what would happen if you go just start eating off a carcass? A lion will come and maybe kill you. So very, very slowly they had to do that. They also didn't have fire initially. Eventually, probably some lightning hit a tree. There was fire. Probably happened a bunch of times. Nothing much came of it. And then one crazy motherfucker, who we're all related to, all of us, and one of our ancestors went and got the fucking fire. Okay? And then slowly but surely, I think it was called Australopithecus? What's the name of the first one? Anyone know? I can't remember the name. Anyway, and then that's what it was? Is it Australopithecus? Very nice. So you could be helping me with this. Okay. Now from there, that guy was around for a while. Massive death rate. Very dangerous. Brain's not really working that well. Totally operating off instinct. Eventually, you had Homo erectus. They're all called homos, by the way. Okay, so any gay guys in here, it's your moment. So it's all homos. So you had it before Homo sapien. So basically, you had Homo erectus, which was the most successful version of humanity that was around for about 2 million years. And you can actually find these it's like Acheulean axes, right? It's like a rock that was super common because they learned how to sharpen a rock and go attack an animal. They got killed like crazy, but there was about 2 million years. So keep in mind that we're in year 2026 right now, BC. Think about 2 million years we're roaming around. Now, eventually what happened, what they believe, is that about 300,000 years ago, you have Homo sapiens. There was 9 different types of human beings on the planet that they know of, including little midget ones that live on a fucking island that would hunt midget elephants on an island, like midgets, like the hobbits. Like there's like a hobbit island, okay, of humans. And there was also Neanderthals, who were very, very strong. And was it Denisovans? Is that what it was? Denisovan? What's that? Yeah, okay, got it. So basically, you had some humans that were up in the mountains, like in Tibet area, and they have incredible oxygen capacity, and you had some that were living in Europe, and that was Neanderthals. They're similar to us, and what happened was Homo sapien went and probably killed most of them, but also interbred with them. They had some interracial hanky-panky, and as a result, a lot of us are like 2% Neanderthal, right? Which you should be proud of that. Part Denisovan, you should be proud of that. Pure Homo sapien, you should be proud of that too. So anyway, point being, we went through that. Then you had 300 years of humanity, and then they believe that about 70,000 years ago, there was a eruption somewhere around Bali, and then that wiped out everyone, or all of the main Homo sapiens. Neanderthals, Denisovans, I think were still there, but the Homo sapiens were wiped down to like 10,000 or 2,000, they're not sure, because we have less genetic diversity than even a tribe of chimpanzees in all of humanity. That's why racism is so dumb. We're literally so related, it's ridiculous, okay? Then from there, those humans eventually spread around the world, and about maybe 10,000 years ago or so, we started getting farming, okay? And then you have a combination of farming and what we went through there. Now, understand, this journey, do you want to hear about the animals that we killed? Okay, one of them was called the short-faced bear. The short-faced bear was a 13-foot tall bear. Now, if you find a short-faced bear skeleton in Alaska, you think you can sell that for a lot of money? No, because they're so common. They're everywhere. They were around until only maybe 11, 12, 13,000 years ago. How recent is 11, 12, 13,000 years ago in like evolution? How recent is that? Like Homo erectus alive for 2 million years. How recent is that? Okay, like this is crazy shit, okay? So that's called the short-faced bear. It was basically about 2.5, 3 times bigger than a grizzly. It could run the speed of a car, and it was smart enough that it had a grudge. So if you fuck with it, if you got to fight with it and you survived, it hated you, would stalk you, okay? And it was so tall, it was like, if it was standing up, it'd be like as tall as those doors right there, probably more, okay? Wolves were called dire wolves. You also had saber-toothed cats. Human beings regularly would have their kids eaten by saber-toothed tigers. Okay? You had, this was like 11,000 years ago, like barely at all, okay? You had the giant sloth, which basically had a coat of armor made of little bone fragments. It's like 30, 40 feet tall. Mostly would leave you alone, but if you fucked with it, it will just swipe you and kill you. We try to hunt these things. Woolly mammoth were everywhere, the way squirrels are, right here in America. Woolly mammoth fucking everywhere. You had cave lions that would go into your cave while you're sleeping that were like 2 times the size of a regular lion, and they'd often be in pairs, and they'd come and they'd fucking kill you, okay? And this is recent. This is very, very, very recent, okay? Also, we were in an ice age. There was this thing called the steppe, which was where like upper Russia is and Alaska, and it was this area where it was like freezing all the fucking time, and you can actually see where human beings would create little needles, and they would have to learn how to sew clothes and things like this, okay? And they'd have to have fire, they'd have to hunt. One little mistake, they're weeded out, they're dead. Tiny mistake, they're dead. I've got a broken leg, for example, and no ACL. If I had that back in the day, I'd probably be dead, okay? And you'd have to go out, you have to hunt these things. If you and your boys would find a cave lion, and then you'd bring a bunch of burning wood that you'd have to create a fire, smoke it out, and as it runs out, you stab it to death. Or you'd surround a woolly mammoth, maybe lead it into a freezing pond, or stab it with rocks that you found, that you sharpened, that you created rope, put it on a stick with this like clothing that you wore, and then you gotta stab a fucking woolly mammoth. Look, I don't even wanna stab a squirrel. I think that squirrel will probably bite me, fuck me up. So, okay, the amount of walking, the amount of cardio. You know why we all kind of stink? It's because we actually don't have body hair, so that we basically run at a light jog longer than most animals can, and we just outpace the animal. We follow it for like half a day or a day till it gets tired and just takes a break, and then we kill it. We actually win by cardio. It's really, 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 really crazy where we came from, okay? Highly violent, highly dangerous, and completely and utterly insane, and yet weirdly maybe less insane than society today. Because at least there's no blue-haired women with nose rings. So, just kidding, I'm just joking. So, it's a Seattle joke for you. So anyway, he's like, I like him. There's a couple guys are like, I like my nose ring, blue-haired girl. She's at home. Don't talk shit, Owen. So you basically have it to where, we come from this incredible past, right? So humanity went to hell and back to keep reproducing, right? Your reproductive line comes from and ours, we're related, comes from like some rodent that survived the Ice Age, became a monkey, became bipedal, learned about fire, 2 million years Homo erectus, learned how to kill things with a sharpened stone, eventually became Homo sapien. Probably what happened, they think, is that when 70,000 years ago, when there was that eruption, the only Homo sapiens that lived were the smartest. So it weeded out the dumb ones that weren't collaborative and couldn't work in teams because that 70,000 year, what was it called, Mount Vesuvius or something? Anyone know? Do you see how do you guys see like how none of us barely even know our history, right? We're just here in this like little world, not even really knowing our history, right? We even think that like, 1,000-year-old history is a big deal. 2,000-year history is a big deal. It's like very recent, right? Humanity's very recent. All of it's very recent. So a couple points about that. First of all, is that if you want to understand attraction, words like hypergamy, guys get mad that women have hypergamy, that women go for the, more resourceful, more popular guy. In an environment like that, when a cave bear's about to kill you, would you think it'd be maybe fair to be in a harem with the top guy? You got look, if you're a woman and you have a 13-foot, like Anna, let me ask you a question, stand up. If you had a bear, okay, and that bear is about 3/4 the size of the ceiling, okay, and it's about to come and bite your head off and eat you, would you like to have a boyfriend who is an alpha male?
Yeah.
To protect you.
Of course.
So you wouldn't want like a soy boy to protect you in that environment?
No, he'd probably hide behind me.
Right, hide behind you? Okay. So thank you. Does that make Anna bad that she'd want that? No. Does that make her bad? No. Look, I'm a straight man that loves women. But if that 13-foot tall bear comes, I'm probably letting the alpha male have his way with me too. I'm just kidding. I'm just trying to make the point, okay? Just trying to make the point. I don't know, maybe I'm not kidding. I just don't know. But it's pretty scary, right? You'd be like, help me. So I guess, look, guys don't even do it in prison, let alone for a bear. So what I'm getting at is this, like they'll become a prison bitch in jail just to prevent another human from getting them, let alone a bear, right? So we wonder why women don't like chumpish guys with approach anxiety and who fail a shit test, right? Like, you're like, why does she just keep shit testing me? Why? Come on, dude. Like, you're talking millions of years of evolution, okay? Millions of years of evolution. So you got to understand that. But in addition to that, I want to say that within the context of what a sin it is, not for everybody, but for a lot of people to never bear children, how ungrateful that is, okay? How utterly delusional and ungrateful that is. And people will say, oh, I don't want to just live for my kids. Kids are like little parasites, blah, blah, blah. Guys, I have 3 kids. They're running around town right now. I'm here with you guys. It's not hard to have children. Children are fun. They add value. People are so weird around the kids thing. I just don't get it. Mostly because a lot of people are broke. But meanwhile, your ancestors were out there fighting the short-faced bear, killing a woolly mammoth, and you can't figure out how to write a sales copy on the internet? You can't figure out how to talk on your phone? You're like, it's just too tiring. What does that say about your ancestors? I'm not trying to give you a hard time, but I'm trying to give you context. Have any of you guys ever seen me up on stage? Maybe you've been to my past events or maybe my boot camps, whatever, and you see me just working like 18 hours a day at the same energy level that I'm at now, and you're like, how the fuck does he have this kind of energy? Who's ever been one of my trainings to kind of see me burn out a lot of energy? Okay, so when you guys see me burn out a lot of energy, does it feel a little bit weird how much energy I have and how much I just like am in non-resistance to being tired and I just keep going? What's it like when you see it?
It's like a self-reinforcing loop. It's almost like you gain more energy just from giving out your passion, how much you work, your voice, the same things that I would think about myself, I'd probably tire out in a few hours.
Yeah.
And you keep going all day, all night, and then the next day, the next night, I mean, I'm having trouble usually at those events keeping up with you, taking notes, and I'm just listening.
Yeah, thank you.
It's
thank
crazy.
You. So here's what's funny about that. Anybody else see me like that in this room? Yeah, what's it like seeing me like that?
It's very impressive. You're only a couple years older than me, and very similarly, like, I'm like, how is he doing this? But you're just reinvesting your own energy, and it's really an upward spiral.
Yeah, no, thank you. And there's a lot of ways that I do it that I can talk about, but a big one is just what I'm sharing with you here. So I view myself as part of a history, and that history is people who basically had unlimited work capacity. You're not actually tired. Do you understand that? I will go get 8 hours of rest a night when I can, and most of the time I can. I believe in sleeping. And I believe in recovering and taking days off. I think you should absolutely take days off. But you're not as tired as you think. You don't have approach anxiety. You're not going to fail a shit test. You're not a fucking pussy, okay? When you understand where our ancestors came from, you understand what you are, okay? And how much they would be ashamed of you if you can't step up. I think we should honestly give men one of those, I think it's called Yachulian acts. I should learn how to pronounce them. I just read about it. But we should go find our axe. Because all of us here are related. All of us. And that axe would be our ancestors' axe, our shared ancestors' axe. We should be reconnected with that. But we don't get reconnected with our history. You know, if you were to get an axe like that, you'd probably be brought to tears because you know that was your axe. But not having children, in some ways, partially is like committing suicide. Partially. Now look, we reproduce in many ways. You make a YouTube channel, you make an Instagram. That's reproducing, right? Because you're putting your energy out there. You could argue that me teaching courses like this am multiplying myself more than just having some kids. So there's many ways that you can multiply yourself. Don't get me wrong. The energy that you move through you, legacies that you leave. The world has a pretty big population. It's not like we need a ton more people. But that being said, in life, there's copers and thrivers. Say coping. Thriving. Some people live their whole life in a cope, barely, hanging on to a life raft, paying their basic bills, not really thriving. And then there's what I strive to be, Like right now, by the way, guys, I'm up here in Seattle with you. I just drove up the coast through Big Sur. Do you guys know what Big Sur is? Yeah, I spent time there with my family. Did an event in San Fran. Drove up the northern part from San Francisco, up the coast of the Redwood Forest, spent a week in the Redwoods with my family, hiking around, then drove through the Oregon coast, spent a few days in the Oregon coast with my children. Look this stuff up, guys. It's so beautiful. How many people in this room have driven the Oregon coast? Put your hands up. That's beautiful. That's really good. In most cities, that's about half the room. In most cities, I'll say who here's been to the cool local thing, and it's like 5%, 1%. It's just crazy. Here in Seattle, there's a bit more prosperity. But most of the world, it's less than half, okay? I want to point something out. For those of you who didn't put your hand up, if you live here, it's not that you need to see the Oregon coast or that it's life or death, but it's illustrative that you're in a cope. And I know you might say, well, I'm just not that into nature. I'm more into video games, whatever. I get it. But guys, at a certain point, if you're not into nature, you've kind of just got to make yourself get into nature. Do you see what I'm saying here? Say that you're not into reading books, like classic books. I get it. Look, we'd all like to just jack off to fucking porn and, eat Cheetos and smoke weed. I get that. That's not a taste preference, guys. Okay? If you're no, I just like to look at TikTok, not go in nature, that's my preference. That's not a preference. Do you guys see that? That's not a preference. It kind of reminds me of how in the 5 love languages, there's gifters, gifter love language. That's not a preference. Or how guys, that their love language is physical touch. What's your love language? When they fuck me. The girls, what's your love language, girls? When they buy me a car. I'm not sure if that's a love language. That's my love language. That's not fucking love language, okay? So, it kind of is. He has certain points in the book. It kind of is, but you know my point, right? Is wanting a guy to give you a bunch of free shit a love language, right? Is liking TikTok over nature a preference? Or is it a failure? Why is it people don't like nature that much? Because you can just click your phone like a fucking retard while you're high on drugs and flip the fucking thing. To go to nature, you'd have to save up some money. You'd have to take time off work. You'd have to drive there. The drive would be a bit monotonous. You'd have to get a hotel. That's not called, it's not, I'm not that into nature, okay? It's called I'm addicted to the dumbass grind that I'm in and I'm a fucking retard. Okay? So if you're not into nature, make yourself get into nature. If you haven't read some of the classical world literature or you don't know about art, that's not a preference. I'm not into art. That's just called you're dumb. So right? Like you've got to train you've got to train your own palate to whatever extent. You got to train your palate. You can't just go I'm not into nature. There's no human on earth who's not into nature, but there are retards. So when you haven't gone like there's this big beautiful world, right? But most people, sadly, will literally just get a bullshit job that they hate, commute there back and forth, and slowly have their soul sucked out of their body. That's most people. And not having kids, this recent trend, is the extension of that. It's an extension of it, okay? So now what you're seeing is, you guys have heard of like the manosphere, right? And the manosphere in the mainstream gets ripped to shreds. A lot of good reasons for that. Definitely a lot of poisonous, divisive attitudes in the manosphere. But have you guys ever seen the pink pill? Do yourself a favor. How come there's no inside the pink pill documentary? Inside the femosphere or whatever documentary? Okay, here's what you do. Well, many of you probably don't even have female friends yet. You're working on that. But as you get female friends, there's a little button on Instagram that if you click will show you what your friends are looking at. It doesn't let you pick everything that the person liked, but it shows you an aggregate of what a bunch of your different friends liked, okay? And you will see female friends that are liking and following some of the most divisive, hateful, black goop, tar, shit, trash profiles of absolute hatred towards men you've ever seen, and this is now mainstream.
When did men all of a sudden start wanting kids? Because their whole shtick for so long was that they didn't want to settle down and they didn't want to have kids.
This is actually a really good question. It's about power dynamics, control, consent, and wanting things that you can or cannot have. Because you're right, back in the day, women were perceived as like the old ball and chain. There's a lot more negative connotations around it because women, you could say, benefited more from marriages, or at least it was a necessity for us. And therefore, men had the upper hand, as we know. Men could do whatever they wanted with their lives technically, so it didn't really matter to them. Women's place was supposed to be in a home that they couldn't afford because they couldn't have jobs, bank accounts, etc. You know the whole thing. But nowadays, the roles are switching. Women have more freedom, have more rights. Marriage, there's no incentive really for us anymore there unless we want to have children. And so it's getting harder and harder for men to get married. It's now harder for men to get women altogether. And I don't really even think they want kids in a family at the end of the day. I think it's just a way for them to finally trap a girl if they manage to get one. But regardless, it's now seen as more prize-worthy or coveted for them because of the fact that it's getting more difficult. The power dynamic is very clearly starting to shift. Still doesn't favor women, of course, but that doesn't stop men from freaking out about it.
It is absolute mainstream. And it is encouraging women to fleece guys. So in other words, if you're a guy who's actually a sweetheart and you believe that you should actually get the door for a woman, get the chair for a woman, pay for dinner for a woman, provide for a woman, they target guys like this, the nicest guys, to bilk them dry. Notice there's no prison sentence for this. And I'm not saying that there should be. I think guys should just not be dumb. But, someone from the inner city goes and steals a chocolate bar from 7-Eleven, they go to jail. Someone scams someone, like literally scams them, they go to jail, right? If they con them. White collar crime, for example. But you can target someone, make them believe that they're courting you, make them believe that they're engaging in a traditional courtship, bilk them for $30,000 and piece the fuck out. And they're telling them to do that in these channels. And these channels are wildly popular. Not only that, but some of the other basic premises is that having kids sucks, and they laugh at men for wanting to continue their bloodline. And they actually say this like, I want to continue my bloodline. Oh, my bloodline. As if there's not enough humans on the earth already. But it's your bloodline, your legacy. And they laugh at it. Literally laughing at it. Laughing at it. Calling you dumb for feeling that way. This is not every woman. Anna came up. I brought up Anna to show the point that, do you have a desire to have a legacy of children and a family? Say that louder, please. Yes. Right? And if I were to ask you, that's why I'm so happy that it's God's will to me that Anna's here to show you that there's women out there that think differently. Not every girl thinks this way, but stand up. What is that, if you were with a husband who said, I want us to continue our bloodline or legacy, how do you feel about that?
I feel like that's, he's a God-fearing man, and he wants to keep our legacy because we're on this earth to serve one another and to grow and continue God's word and to just to serve others.
Oh my God, you're brainwashed, Anna. You've been brainwashed to be some incubator for a man. Or is what she said completely healthy? What do you think?
Healthy?
You guys see that? And what do you think when she's, okay, let me put it this way. I'll borrow that back. Okay, thank you. So, let me tell you something, okay? I've seen this with the mother of my kids. As a woman gets older, she's getting older. If she's a beautiful woman, she's invited onto yachts, onto private planes. Everyone just wants her there. She's getting paid to exist. As she gets older, those invitations will begin to thin out to whatever extent. But you know who's still going to view her as a 10? Her son will, or daughter. My sons, okay, I don't want to use the word like gaming in a creepy way that it might sound like, but by the word game, what I just mean is like playing with and having fun with and elevating the state of and being just cheeky a bit, you know what I'm saying, right? Like in that way. My sons, their mother is their version of a 10 as far as like someone who they respect. So when we're all at the beach, you know, my son Dylan is like taking them on my kids and he's like throwing her over his shoulder and dumping her in the ocean. Right? Now that might sound bad. You're like, I don't want to get dumped in the ocean. But you know, in a fun way when everybody's playing around, right? So when the lineup of men who are, you know, chasing her around and flirting with her, when that's wrapped up, that family that somebody's built is still going to be there. And that's who's going to view you as a 10 as you get older. But you know what these accounts even say about that, by the way? They say there's no guarantee that your children will still like you or respect you. A lot of people's kids hate them. So you could raise this stupid little kid, and by the end of it, they don't even talk to you anymore. You think I'll have that problem? I don't think I will. Because, want to know the magic formula for your kids liking you? I can teach it to you. It's really advanced. Don't beat them up. Don't scream at them. Don't disrespect them. Be in a good mood. Help to guide them. Collaborate with them in their own upbringing as a leader. It's not rocket science for your kids not to fucking hate you. Okay? It's not rocket science, guys. I get along with my kids great. Let me tell you something. I'm not proud that I love my kids. That doesn't make me proud at all. Who gives a shit that I love my kids? Everybody loves their kids. That's nothing to be proud of. Every healthy human loves their kids. You know what I'm proud of? I like my kids. That's what I'm proud of. What I mean by I like my kids is I would hang out with my kids and kick it with them even if they weren't my kids. My kids are fucking hilarious. They're smart. They're funny. They're good people. They got good morals. That's what I like about my kids. I don't know how they'll turn out. A parent does not have direct control. We have maybe a third of control. You know, we have influence. But a human's a human. They'll do what they're going to do. I can't control what they do with their lives, right? Probably a lot of pressure my kids have me as their dad, too. It's not easy. The point that I'm getting at, though, is that I like my kids. They're fucking hilarious. Like, my guy friends hang out with my kids, and they think they're funny. People will say, oh, it's just harder having kids. When I go hiking in the Redwood Forest, am I like, yeah, I'll just go me and my buddy? How much better do you think that hike is when my kids are with me? 100 times better. How much better energy is there in the home when you have children? So, also, by the way, there's better energy when old people are there too. So you're not supposed to just be isolated alone. Family is a very natural thing to have. But what's happening is that the conditioning is now, they say that men want to use the woman as an incubator. A very common propaganda is that marriage helps men to live longer, but in a marriage, women live shorter. Let that land what I'm telling you. If you're just hearing this now for the first time, this is common knowledge. Go to any girl who follows followers on Instagram, they're all hearing this. It's like, you know, like words like hypergamy that all you've heard? This is what the women are hearing. That marriage is for men, and men live longer with a wife, but women live shorter. There's another meme called, what are you safer with a man, to be within the forest, a man or a bear? And they say a bear is safer than a man because statistically, men will harm their wives in some cases statistically, but bears don't do that much. So a man's more dangerous than a bear. The biggest one that they complain about that I think is fair, by the way, because that stuff is bullshit, but what I do think is fair is to say that men lack emotional intelligence and social awareness. And that is true, but I'll talk to you about why. That is a fair compliment, or a compliment. That's a fair criticism, but I'll talk to you about why that is. So basically you have the man versus bear meme, women living shorter in marriage meme, the incubator, men wanting to continue their bloodline incubator meme, men are creepy meme, all sorts of, some guy actually works up the nerve to go say hi to a girl, and they video him and put him on blast. Maybe a guy says hi to a girl in a DM, they screenshot it, call him a loser. You see what I'm saying, right? So that's the kind of stuff that's happening, okay? And it goes way deeper than that, okay? It goes, this is scratching the surface. Find a couple of these accounts and just start watching them through, and it'll start to come up in your feed. And the things that you'll see in this is insane. The most common ones, they all want to go to Bali. For some reason, is that in the book Eat, Pray, Love? Who's ever read Eat, Pray, Love? Anyone here? Does the main character go to Bali? Yeah. I knew it. That's how I met my wife. In Bali? Yeah, through the Eat, Pray, Love. Well, shit, there you go. That's hilarious. She did that. She met you, so hey, it worked. Maybe they should go to Bali. So, Anna, Bali. But you guys see, look, I'm going to show you the light here. I hope I'm not scaring you. I'm going to show you the light, so don't worry, okay? This will be a positive, uplifting speech. But what I'm getting at is that's what they're being conditioned with is, and why do you think they like Bali, by the way? It's cheap, it's super beautiful, it's fun, and fuckboys go there, right? They can meet a spiritual fuckboy that they can do ayahuasca with, and, he's like, he has tattoos and he's ripped and he fucked half the girls there. So, but that's how they find themselves, right? So they do self-work and find themselves. Another common one is girls will get divorced and they talk about how the marriage was killing them. But they'll be like, I feel so weird about it because the guy, he was never mean, he was never bad, he was really perfect, but it was just sucking the life out of me. It's a very, very common one. You can tell what is popular among women by what they post on social media. Got it? So how often do you guys see women flexing on them hoes by posting them doing laundry, cooking muffins, and having 6 kids, and it's like a beautiful sunny day. There's some white sheets outside. They're drying them, and they're making a beautiful breakfast for their family. Do you guys see that in stories on social media? They get dogpiled. Okay? The only place that you're seeing that is a niche. What was normal 15 years ago is now viewed as a freaky niche. Like, you know how we see someone in Papua New Guinea who lives on the land, it's like cavemen, cave women still alive? That's Anna is basically, to most women, like someone living in an isolated island without the internet. She was average 30 years ago. Maybe you're a higher quality woman than average. I mean, to be fair, you could probably be a runway model. But the point is that her values and her ways of thinking were the norm 20, 30 years ago. Okay? Also, the church, you'll notice that the Bible is not by every woman, but frequently held in contempt because it's viewed as an instrument of the patriarchy. Now, not every woman hates the Bible, by the way, but it's more of a niche. Okay? By the way, this is kind of fucked up to say, but you can kind of tell who's doing a better job of propagandizing when what the hottest women follow. So basically, Taylor Swift will be, pro Kamala, etc. But girls that are a bit less attractive will kind of niche themselves as a conservative frequently. Do you guys see that? That are less physically attractive. But even those girls that are conservative often are just LARPing and cosplaying, trying to be a pick-me, rather than them even embracing the principles of it. There's even videos showing conservative women that are like, oh, what do I say? And they don't even know or believe any of it, and they just show it because they're being pick-me. So you're now at a point where old school values are still out there, but most of them are just pick-me's. And then the women call them out on it. They go, you're a pick-me. Do you guys know what a pick-me is? Okay, so Anna, you're the real fucking deal. I can tell. I know people, you're the real deal. You're not a pick-me at all. You're just old school. But again, Anna is what, and again, we haven't known each other a long time, we've known each other a couple hours, but I'm just saying that Anna, from my impression of you, and I read people well, but it's my impression of you, the average guy believes that he is on a trajectory to meet Anna. That's what he thinks is coming. And a common feedback that I'll get is, Owen, you say these things, but you live in LA. You live in Los Angeles. You hang out in Miami. You hang out in New York. You hang out in Vegas, Scottsdale. What do you know? Here's what they don't get. Where did I tell you I just spent the last month? Arcata, Northern California. I spent time in Jackson Hole, Whitefish, Montana, Boise, Idaho. I'm in more small, the same people that are saying, oh, you're from LA, hang out in small towns less often than I do. I spent a week in Savannah, Georgia. Who here in this room has even been to Savannah, Georgia? How awesome is it, by the way?
It's beautiful.
Oh, it's fucking beautiful. How beautiful is Savannah? It's stunning. It's so fucking beautiful. I try to go every year. So fucking beautiful. Look, I've built my business, right? You go to big cities like Seattle, LA, New York, Miami to get rich. Once you have a matured business and you don't need to make money anymore, you go hang out in Savannah. You go hang out in Whitefish. You go hang out in Jackson Hole. Where do you think the most number of billionaires in the country is? Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Not New York, Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Part of that is the tax structure. Write that down for if you ever become a billionaire or go to Puerto Rico. But understand this. I like that you wrote that down, Signeet. But he's got confidence, cocky. I'll be a billionaire. I'm moving to Wyoming. Okay? Some of them don't ultimately live there. They use a tax shelter. But you see my point, right? Like many of these, look up the ultra famous wealthy people that live in fucking Jackson Hole, Wyoming. So I spent a lot of time in small towns, guys, okay? Spokane, Washington. You think that if I use the kind of swagger that allows me to walk up to Leo DiCaprio's table, talk to the girl that's talking to Leo DiCaprio, and leave with her, but you think that's not going to be effective in Spokane, Washington? No. My church girl would never go for that. She wants a mid guy. You see the cope? Why do guys throw this, even though I spend more time in small towns than they do, and I date women in small towns, why do you guys think guys throw this LA thing at me as their constant feedback all the time? It'll never stop. Why do you think they do that? It's a way to not ever approach a woman. No, I don't need that. I'm gonna live in Bellingham, Washington, and get married to Anna. My problems are solved. The thing is, Anna doesn't know. Anna basically is like a person from 2010 with a Bitcoin USB that bought it at like a penny per Bitcoin and has hundreds of them and has been walking around with it. And then someone comes up and goes, yeah, that's worth 60K. Right now it's worth 60K, right? And you're like, but I got it at a penny. She doesn't know. What happens when Anna realizes that, yeah, she wants a Christian man with traditional values, but she can get Tim Tebow? You guys don't know who that is, do you? Okay, that's a very, very funny, it's the Christian football quarterback, okay? So it was really funny because he'd win all these games and they called it Tebow time, and it was like Jesus was like making him win, and it was really, really wild time. Anyway, point being is that's what guys think they're gonna get. I'm just gonna go to church and I'm gonna meet a good church girl, so I don't need to learn swagger. This stuff that Owen teaches is degeneracy. It's not built to build a family. I'm not gonna get a family if I just learn to be a degenerate. Even though what I always say is not that, I say learn to be great with women in general so that you can meet the specific woman you want. I have helped more guys to build families than you can imagine. You're married now?
Yeah, you helped me. I did it. Yeah. Okay. I'll just be a testimonial right now. So when I first started out, I got sober and completely couldn't talk to women, was so stifled. This was 10 years ago. I watched you on YouTube, and it changed my life. Then what I did is I went to Vegas, and I went to one of your boot camps. I went all in on cold approach. I did day game. I became a club promoter. I promoted for Hakkasan and Omnia and all the big clubs there. I did probably around anywhere from like 50 to 100 approaches a day on the strip because I walked past 2,000 people. From there, that took me on a huge journey. I started getting laid a lot and started sleeping with a lot of women. And then from there, I went on an inner journey because I realized, actually, I'm ready for something deeper. I'm ready for the depth of life because that was the breadth of life. And then still following your content, what I did is I went deeper within myself. And then from that point, I went from a hot yoga session in Vegas, I got a vision to go to Bali. And then that's when I went to Bali. And in 3 days, I met the love of my life. And we've been together since. I'm married now 2 years. We've been together for 7 years. And I've got a kid coming in September. And that's thanks to you. One last thing.
Eddie's a public speaker.
Yeah, I am a public speaker. But one last thing, I grew up without a father. So this means a lot.
Thank you, bro. Thank you so much. Man.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. And you know what's cool about him? Have a seat, my man. I appreciate it. What a lot of guys do is they go do that, but some of them go do that, and then they go, I'm just going to vent right now. Can I vent? I'm going to vent. Some of them go on his journey. They get the wife, and then at the end they go, you know, what Owen taught me was just degeneracy. Now I realize that having a family is the main thing. I'm like, I taught you that, fucker. I taught you that. And they want to imply like they could have got a wife the whole time and skipped all that going out. But in reality, how much did learning about women in general help you to relate to your wife now? What would you say?
Okay, I'm going to be vulnerable right now. Right now, I could, just so you know, that one of my ex-clients was Miss Hungry. So I can get around very good-looking women. The funny thing is you're gassing Anna over there, and Anna, you're a lot like my wife. Yeah. I know you're saying I got the Bitcoin.
You did it.
Yeah, I got the Bitcoin. And so one of the things is by learning all the skills and going on this journey, I think that every man is different in what they want, but when you're ready for it, it's amazing to have a deep connection with a woman. And one of the things is my wife kind of second guesses herself sometimes because of her insecurities. But what she doesn't know is that I love her more than anything, and I've been with as many women as I could have dreamed with, had as many scenarios and things that I did, and I ate those meals, and now I'm ready to connect deeper with God. And one of the ways that I feel for me personally to connect deeper with God is with my wife, and then the next iteration is now to have a kid. And so I could have women around me, I could have the validation that I want, but I don't need that anymore because I'm looking for something so much deeper, something that I feel you're connected to, and I'm committed to my wife, and I'm happy, and she and her have an amazing relationship, and it's the most successful area of my life.
Awesome. Thank you. That's fucking awesome. Now, by the way, here's what I also want to hammer, and this is very inspiring. I don't want to scare you, but I want to tell you this. Half the stories that I hear from guys that follow my stuff and have a family start like this and end like this. I've got guys that are with a girl for 25, 30 years to study my stuff. But, in the decades, let's say that. That being said, I also have guys like you that'll come up, give a beautiful speech, and 2 years later they go, all the things I learned from going out, like holding frame, I dropped. She started to look at me like a stranger, divorced me, and took half my cash. And that also happens. So you have to understand that we are not under the things that you learn that he learned from going out, those things don't stop. They never end.
Yeah, can I say that? Yep. Because this will help. Yeah, I game my wife like all the time. I'm always gaming my wife. I'm always trolling her. We're always having fun. I always flirt with her. I'm always flirting with her. Like all the time, I'm always flirting with my wife. I don't stop. And our relationship is deeper than it's ever been before. And I flirt with her almost more now than I did when I first met her. Because you cannot lose frame. You cannot lose frame. And I did it once. I lost frame, and I saw what happened. And then I doubled down on my frame, and I haven't lost it since. So it's important that you flirt with your wife. Don't stop this stuff.
Now give me another hand. All right. So guys, what I'm getting at here is that the things that he learned from interacting with women in general will allow him to hold a relationship, okay? Now, here's the next piece that I need to show you. This is very, very, very important. When you hear him say, I continue to flirt with my wife, part of you is like, that's beautiful. Is there another part of you, be honest, is there another part of you that feels like, well, shit, man, if I have to keep flirting with her, and if I have to keep generating attraction, why even be with her? Shouldn't she just be with me? It's okay to feel that way, by the way. That's completely okay. Does anybody here ever have 5% of a thought like that? Put your hand up. I would have thought like that. I get it. Let me explain to you the difference, okay? So, back in the day, as long as you just were a gentleman and you had a good middle-class job, you didn't beat her up. But to be fair, back then, under a patriarchy, some guys, ever seen that old Sean Connery video? He talks about, he's like, sometimes it is a good smacking, right? I would never agree with that. Disgusting. But the point is, that was the culture back then. So what was going on was, as long as you had a good job, maybe you lived in Detroit, you worked at a car factory, there was nothing much going on there, but you had a cute little house, a picket fence, a dog, you had 2 kids with your wife, she'd be cleaning up the house, preparing you dinner while you're gone, you come back, and as long as you paid the bills, you were a good man, and she felt lucky to have you. That is also gone. So try to understand. Now, here's the thing with me, okay? I'm someone, have you guys ever heard of the John Rawls, the political philosopher John Rawls? He has a social experiment in political philosophy called the veil of ignorance. You ever heard of that? It's a liberal ideology. He has a counterpart called Robert Nozick. Anyway, look, the point is, John Rawls, he had an experiment called the veil of ignorance. Now, my recollection, if I remember this, it's been a couple of decades, but if I remember this somewhat correctly, as a social experiment, you imagine that you're under a veil and you don't know if you're going to be born disabled, black, white, Asians, Latino, whatever, guy, girl, gay, straight, disabled, not disabled, rich, poor. You imagine that you don't know how you'd be born, and then you want a society that would at least to some extent take that in consideration. Now, he had a counterpart called Robert Nozick with a different point of view, but generally speaking, look, I'm not someone who believes in communism, but generally speaking, I can see that you want society to reflect that, if you have a daughter, your daughter is the continuation of you. Now, do you want your daughter to be in a situation where her husband can smack her in the face if she talks shit? I personally don't. Maybe some of you guys feel like you do. I don't, okay? Do you want your daughter to be able to have a vote? Do you want your daughter to be able to vote? Do you want your daughter to be able to get a job? Do you want your daughter to be able to get a car? Or do you want your daughter to live in, I don't know, maybe a Middle Eastern country where she's under a full gown only showing her eyes? Women even have things in some patriarchies called genital mutilation where they cut her you-know-what open and they sew it shut. It's sickening. So when women don't like the patriarchy, they're looking at shit like that and going, fuck that, okay? And theoretically, you could have been born as a woman. My firstborn son, Vincent, is autistic. And any time that my son, Dylan, says anything that he complains about Vincent, I say, that could have been you, bud. That could have been you, bud. Yeah, he's getting a little crazy. That could have been you, bud. You could have been born with autism, so treat him well. You could have been born as a woman, so treat women well. Take that in consideration. You'll probably have daughters. Take that in consideration. You have female friends, a mom, etc., right? So the patriarchy was largely pretty fucked up in many ways. But there was pros and cons, and I want to show you how to think about it and then show you how to think about life now. Is everybody following this, by the way? You guys are all following this? Okay, there's pros and cons. But would you have liked being a woman, not able to vote, not able to get a car, not able to get equal pay for equal work, etc.? It's bullshit, right? So I get it, but it served a function at the time, okay? But society's changing. We're moving through history, through progress. But it did serve a function at the time, okay? So under the patriarchy, I think that women, one of the good things about it, but there's bad things too, was that a lot of women are born to be feminine, traditionally feminine. A lot of women do very well being traditionally feminine. They do well with it. Now, what a lot of girls don't understand is that as a man, when you get punched in the face, it feels good. I've been punched in the face, it literally feels good. When you do a brutal, vicious hike and your lungs are burning out of your chest, your body's on fire, it feels good. When you're behind $500K on payroll and you don't know where to get it, it feels good. When you're competing in life and death, it feels good. That's because you have this thing called what? A dick. Just kidding. Testosterone. Okay? Competition feels good to you. Fighting feels good to you. So if you're working 16 hours a day under extremely high stress, you actually just feel alive. You feel happy. When I'm up here thinking about seminars, yelling to a group, by the way, this mic here, this is not connected to speakers. How loud is my voice? Yeah, see, what's funny is these mics, they mute it. So like, Right now I'm talking like 2% of what I was, but it adjusts, it sounds loud. My voice in here is like fucking Thor, right? That's painful on my throat, and it's shocking to my nervous system, but it feels good, okay? Conflict feels good when you have testosterone. You're fearless. You have no fear. You fantasize about fighting to death, about all the cool ways you might die in battle. You like to conquer. It feels good. So it's normal that a woman who does not have testosterone might not feel that way in a lane of business. That's reality. So a lot of women do well in a feminine type of role. They do well in it. That being said, who here is a fan of Malcolm X? I don't agree with everything Malcolm X said. I don't think anybody does. He was a product of his time, but he's a genius, fucking genius. One of my heroes, Malcolm X. You guys see Malcolm X? So there's videos of Malcolm X. And again, like, people can have, people are products of the time, of the era they came from. There'll be things that I said that in 100 years people look at it and be like, can you believe he said that? What a piece of shit. I'm like, I don't know, like, it's the time I was in, bro. It's what we knew, right? So I think it's very dumb to rip down a hero who was he was a fish in the fishbowl that he was in. He didn't know, as long as he was trying, doing the best he could. Malcolm did say some things that were wrong, but overall, he's one of my big heroes. Let me tell you why Malcolm X is a hero of mine. Malcolm X is one of my heroes because he paid a social penalty to say what he was saying and eventually got shot. If your cause that you're behind gains you popularity when you say it, I'm not impressed by you. Okay? If you gain popularity points by being behind a cause, you've paid no price. I'm not impressed by you. Here's a question I think would be a great question to ask anybody. Imagine this is a question. Imagine every time you met someone and every time you did an interview, you asked this question. Okay, you guys want to hear the question? Yeah. You guys want to hear the question? Yeah. Want to hear it? Yeah. Do you want to hear it? Yeah. Want to hear it? Yeah. Okay, so make sure you're paying attention. The question would be this. What is an opinion that you have that you feel, if the world knew, would move the world forward, but you'd pay a social penalty to say? But you even admit you might be wrong, but you honestly feel the world to be a better place if you said it, even though there'd be a social penalty. Imagine if everybody said that. Now imagine you go to Kim Kardashian and you said, Kim, what is your opinion that you'd lose social clout for? You know what she'd probably say? What kind of things would she say? She'd probably say, I think sexism is bad. But that's what most of us think at this point. So she would be pretending that she's ahead of her time and avant-garde. It's a LARP. She's like the rebel, right? She's the rebel. She's like in Star Wars, you have Luke Skywalker and the rebels fighting the Empire. But that battle has mostly been won to the point that we're basically under a matriarchy now. But they'll LARP that they're still fighting the patriarchy. They'll LARP about that. And they still are to an extent. There is still battles to be won. But if you've got 65% of women having the jobs, the college degrees, the homes, etc., you're not under a patriarchy anymore. There's still some pockets of it left. There definitely are. There's still some pockets of sexism left. The fight's not finished, and I'm behind women in that. But the point is that to not say that it's mostly been done is disingenuous, okay? That's not in good faith. And they know it, but they can LARP. They get social brownie points for it. So back in the day, the patriarchy, there's a lot of bad stuff about it that I hate, and I'm glad it's gone. But one of the things that I liked about it was that if a woman wanted to be traditional, she just liked it, she could do it. But sometimes there was women who, frankly, were better entrepreneurs than men. There's women like Ronda Rousey that would beat the shit out of all of us. And what if you're, again, veil of ignorance, right? What if you're born as Ronda Rousey? Now you can't fight? Imagine Ronda Rousey has to be a housewife and no choice, and is pressured into it. How annoying would that be? Imagine some little dipshit man, not as strong as you, telling you that you can't fight. Malcolm X, he has interviews where he's talking to white dudes in talk shows, and these white guys are fucking retards. They're just certifiably fucking retards, and they're looking at him like a fucking zoo animal. They're like, hey there, Malcolm. Oh, what do you think of this? And Malcolm is articulate, hundreds of times higher IQ than them, way smarter than them, risking his life, eventually died, eventually paid the ultimate price for it. But he's got to hear these fucking losers talk shit to him because they have power over him because of the way society was created. Women had that same vibe. Women had that too. Look, it's the same thing as when a counterculture social media creator goes on mainstream news and some dipshit reporter who's accomplished nothing gets to chastise them. You ever seen videos like that? They're like, what do you think of this? You know who does that? Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan will go to men that don't have the support of the establishment, don't have the backup that he has, and he'll look more confident. Yeah, because he has protection. Imagine you have a fucking army behind you, and you're like, nah, nanny boo-boo, talking to someone who doesn't have a corporate army behind him. You see what I'm saying? How popular was Don Lemon or Chris Cuomo when they got fired from CNN? Did anyone choose to watch them? Did anybody watch Don Lemon when he wasn't part of CNN? No. But when Don Lemon had CNN, he could be like, nah, nanny boo-boo. The real strength is the person that didn't have the backup, that tried to be confident but knew that they could get screwed for what they're saying. Piers Morgan plays off of that. That's not real confidence. Not real confidence. And all he does all day is just shit talk people and twist their words out of context and try to destroy their fucking lives. But he gets away with it. So probably does good things too. I don't want to, people are generally a mixed bag. You ever seen Game of Thrones? Jaime Lannister is good, he's bad. Piers probably does some good things too. He actually does do some good things. I should be fair. He does some good things. But I wonder if he realizes the advantage he has, or maybe he doesn't know. Maybe he thinks he's doing good. Who knows what he thinks in his own mind? But I've been on the side of the person who doesn't have the corporate backing. Could I have sold out and just climbed the corporate ladder and run around flogging people? Could I have done that? I could have made the choice to do that. I chose to play the video game on hard mode. Okay? You know another common one that they do? By the side point, another common one they do? Some people who sell, whether it's coaching or vitamins online, they'll critique the independent creator for selling vitamins. Oh, you just do that to hawk your vitamins. Yeah, you know why they sell vitamins? Does a pro-establishment creator usually sell vitamins? Why not? Because they get Google ads sponsored. Who does that mean they're working for? Google. What is Google anti-establishment or establishment at this point? Who controls Google? Is it just Sundar Pichai or whatever his name is? Who controls it? What was that?
Epstein class.
Huh. I didn't say it. Okay, you don't sell vitamins. Oh, I would never sell those vitamins. Yeah, because your boss is what he said. That's your boss. That guy that sells vitamins doesn't get sponsorships, so sells vitamins. If the guy sells vitamins, who's their boss? The viewers. Whose interests are they looking out for? The viewers. But mainstream shills, mouthpieces, will shit talk that. Oh, the vitamin empire, stuff like that. And people believe it. They go, yeah, he's just in it to sell his vitamins. Not realizing that person actually has your fucking back. Doesn't mean that person's perfect either, by the way. No one's perfect at all. Okay? All right, so let's keep going here. I'm trying to give you a bigger picture society. I try to, by the way, make content that nobody else could make. I'm trying to give you the lay of the land here to understand the fishbowl that you're in. So if you're a woman and you're smarter than a man, should you be allowed to have a business? Do you guys think that I could introduce you to women that are better at business than you and smarter than you? I absolutely can. So they should absolutely run a business. But with feminism, are women being given the freedom to run a business, or are they being pressured to run a business? If Anna right now makes a Tradwife channel, will she be getting mostly compliments on the Tradwife channel, or will she be getting mostly insults and people insulting her for it? Insults. So if that's the case, so she would do a basic thing like, yeah, I want to be someone's wife. You're taking us back to the Stone Age. You're some man's incubator. He's more dangerous than a bear. You'll be left with nothing. So feminism is good. The OG feminism is super beautiful, super empowering. I think if I were to ask this room, is there anyone in this room who doesn't like the original version of feminism that means equality? Not forced equality, but equal opportunity. Anybody here against that? Not a single person. Now, by the way, people who don't like my content, what would they have thought you guys would have said? They'd think the whole room would be a bunch of cavemen going, yeah, fuck that. Oh, we don't like feminism. But yet, does every one of you in here support equal rights for everybody? Does every one of you in here believe in the importance of consent when having sex? Is there anybody who doesn't? But how would you be perceived by the people that are kind of LARPing that they're fighting the empire? You see that? That's how you'd be perceived at a men's coaching thing. That's the framing they do. Okay? So, understand this, okay? There's very high importance in feminism and in equal rights. Super important that we have that, we preserve that. I don't want my girlfriend under some gown with just an eye slit. I don't want my daughter like that. It's not happening. I'd rather die than have that. I don't want that. All that said, while I do believe in that, I also believe that under modern day feminism, many women do feel pressured not to have a family. And there's no, again, you can tell what gets you clout by what people flex about on Instagram. Can any of you even find me an account of a girl or woman that you know doing the laundry, doing the dishes, and making breakfast for her kids?
Yeah, I do want to say something. My wife is like Anna, and she watches mom's channels, and there are them. She does do this.
Yeah, so they're out there.
They're out there, yeah. Because my wife's going to be a mom for the first time, so she shows me all the channels she looks at, and there are women doing that I've seen.
But notice this. Have a seat. Notice this. The one guy who did that, what did he do? Went to Vegas. The one guy who got that went to Vegas, approached a lot of people, met a lot of people, found the diamond in the rough, found the needle in the haystack. That's what I'm trying to show you, is that what I teach you here, in my view, for most of you, is the only way you're going to have a family. You remember earlier I talked about the prehistory, Homo erectus, the fact that every single one of your ancestors had children. You're at a point now where you're under such a depopulation agenda in terms of social conditioning that to just get a basic family, to do what would have been completely natural for millions of years, would have been very likely would happen. Now, it's unlikely. Okay? So, for most of you, look, let me put it to you this way. I once had a student that was 57. And he said to me, Owen, if I learn from you, could I date a 25-year-old? And he's 57. Now, this 57-year-old guy was not a swagged out 57-year-old guy. This guy was 57 going on 80. Okay, couldn't look older if he tried. I said to him, bro, if you went out for 3-4 years, you'd probably have no problem learning how to do that. As a guy coming from where he's starting, he's coming from a very low point. That night, I kid you not, he went out and went home with the most stunning 25-year-old you've ever seen. Comes to the boot camp the next day and says, I should have done this thing years ago. He thought it was me that helped him do it. And then he said, you know what? I think I'm going to dump her and go get another one tonight. I said, no, don't do that. Because what happened was that guy had a needle in a haystack. He basically met a girl who likes grandpas. And I'm not talking a swagged out grandpa. I'm talking a grandpa, okay? And he just happened to meet that by luck. Anna, you can meet by luck. His girl, you can meet by luck. There's always going to be some guy, 1 in 1,000, that meets a girl like Anna and then disproves all my little theories. Goes, well, look at this. Look what I got. Now, have her meet me out. He may wish he would have learned a bit of swag real quick. But the point is, we'll pretend that that's not an issue, I guess. So there's always a needle in a haystack. There's always the exception to the rule. But notice that the way that he beat the odds was he went out, chatted to a gazillion people, got great social skills, got great at attraction in general, and then he found the one he wanted. And for a lot of you guys too, it won't be the traditional one that you find out kids with. It might even be one who's been brainwashed by modern society. But you want to know something? When she meets you, she might see it a little bit differently. She might see it a little bit differently. She really might. So, have any of you guys ever had it where you met a girl who really liked you and she never wanted a boyfriend, but after she met you, she suddenly was like breaking out the apron and the cooking. Any of you guys ever had an experience like that? One of my female friends, Mercy, one of my great female friends over here, gorgeous girl, stunning, like I was gonna say like a model. She does modeling. She actually does modeling on the front of romance novels. So she's classically beautiful. One of my great friends. Mercy used to say to me, Owen, I don't want to get married. I don't want to have a family. You know what I said? I said, Mercy, when you meet the right guy, that might change. She said, no, it'll never change. She met her man, who's a great guy, and that guy's got mad swagger. Mercy's like, I want to get married. I want to have his babies, all that stuff. She just had a kid. Mercy was saying, I don't want a family for years until she met an alpha guy. Now, to be clear though, so now she's the most traditional woman you've ever seen. Okay, hyper traditional. But here's the thing. When he met her, I remember she came to me and she said, this motherfucker, he won't even let me follow him on Instagram. Let me say that again. He won't even let me follow him on Instagram. And then you know what he said? He won't be monogamous with me. He's seeing other girls. And then you know what she said? I'm going to get him all for me. Now, she's the most traditional woman you've ever seen. So, okay, there was another girl I knew who was my ex-girlfriend CJ. If any of you guys remember CJ, she's a great girl. CJ had this one friend who would cheat on her boyfriend profusely, okay? It was nonstop cheating. She would fuck an average of 5 to 10 guys every time they did a girls' trip. Later, she met her boyfriend, JR. After she met JR, if you even look at this girl, she hisses at you like a snake. She's like, you even look at her, she's like, don't fucking look at me. I'm a JR. So how did a girl go from cheating 5 or 10 times a weekend, like 5, 10 dicks up in her, to 0 dicks, and basically, like, her name's Holly. Holly would probably put herself under a Muslim garb if she could get away with it. She'd put it on herself. Why is it that she went from cheating to being like Susie Homemaker, I want your babies, fuck every other guy, all of you sickening little beta males, fuck off? Why did that happen? Because that guy was not gonna wife her up initially. He was seeing other women. He had swagger and has swagger. And she views it like any guy that looks at her might impregnate her with his beta male seed. She doesn't want little beta males to look at her. She doesn't even want you to look at her in case there's little spermies might come out of your eyeballs and get her pregnant. She wants just JR. Okay? Any guy other than JR makes her want to vomit. So you know these guys that are like, I'm gonna make sure my girlfriend doesn't have male friends and I'm not gonna let her talk to her exes. That's trying too hard. It shouldn't even be at that point. That's a sign that you're coming from behind. It shouldn't even be, you're compensating for a problem. It shouldn't even be at that point. So she doesn't want to go out. She just wants to play Susie Homemaker and have JR's babies. Now this girl went from cheating, probably slept with like 1,000 dudes, to viewing men as repulsive except for JR. Look, I'm not saying that's your thing or that's what you're looking for, okay? But what I'm getting at is that the behavior shifted. Why? Because she got the guy she wanted. So if you're seeing so many cases of girls who are anti-family, don't want a man, and hate all that shit, going from extremely like that to then when they meet the right guy, not want to fuck anybody else, want to be a homemaker, want to be a mom, want to be traditional. And yes, in some cases that happens as they're getting older and they're looking for support. They do the rebrand, right? By the way, side quest here. Sad truth about young Christian men. A lot of Christian men who have no swag, a girl hits her 30s, realize that she wants free support, and does the rebrand. Say the word, the rebrand. They start going to church, and the same girl who would have sex with guys within 5 minutes, like a DJ within 5 minutes, or be given a blowjob under the DJ booth, meets her Christian guy, makes him wait for 2 years, and then they get married as a rebrand. Look, I'm not saying that if someone changes their ways or sees the world differently that they should not be allowed to change. So I'm not against that. I actually think that's healthy for them to do. But I do think that a lot of young Christian men are being exploited. because I don't necessarily think that those girls are attracted to those guys. I think they're using them for finance in many cases. In some cases, they're not, but in some cases, they are. So they're actually getting a bad deal. So that means that Christianity at this point, look at that. How is the Christian church ever going to be successful if it's basically, in some cases, for losers? Like, do you want to be associated to a culture like that? Where you're like enabling the rebrand? Like you're the rebrand supporter? The mess cleaner upper? You see what I'm saying? But a lot of that's happening, by the way. It's very, very common. Okay? It's very, very, very common. Also, notice that there's a huge resurgence in men going to church now. Have you guys seen this? Massive resurgence of going to church. Beautiful. The Bible is my favorite book. I read the Bible very regularly. My favorite is I listen to David Suchet, the audiobook by David Suchet. I recommend you read it. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, my 4 favorite books of all time. But what makes me sad is men are finally going back to the church. But why? Because they're going, where's my wife? Maybe Anna will be there. And Anna is there. But the problem is, for every one Anna, there's 20,000 men. Okay? It's like how back in the day you could get like a cool, like if you had $1 million in LA, you get a house. What do you think a house will get you now in LA for $1 million? Nothing. Get you something. There was a girl I was dating who lived in South Central Los Angeles. I thought if she lived in South Central, like near Compton, that the price of rent would be good. It was still like $4,000 a month to live in fucking South Central. It's crazy for a small place. So what I'm trying to show, whatever it was, some crazy price, whatever it was. So the point that I'm getting at is this. Yeah, Anna's there. She's waiting for her God-fearing man. She's out there, but there's been a change in the marketplace, guys. So, you know, a lot of guys are going back to God because they go, where's my wife? They don't realize they're under a matriarchy. They're legitimately confused.
What the heck is dating in your mid to late 20s? Coming out of like a long-term relationship, getting back into like the dating scene. Yeah, things have changed since I have last been in it. This sucks. I had this girl slide up on one of my stories. You know who this girl was? Slides up, like makes a little comment. Look on her profile and I'm like, oh dude, this girl looks amazing. She's so pretty. Seems like very kind, sweet, gentle. Seems to love the Lord. The type of girl that I would be interested in, right? Like totally my type. So we're going back and forth in the DMs. I asked for her number. We start texting and like all throughout the night, you know, just one thing after another, boom, boom, like conversations moving. Make a blended Spotify playlist after we're talking about music. I'm like, yo, this is going really well. And so I live in Atlanta. She actually lives in like the LA area. I thought I was going to be coming out to LA next week, but things shifted around and I actually was coming out to LA this week. So I was like, God, I see what you're doing. Like we just happened to start talking and now all of a sudden like I'm actually going to LA where she lives. I was like, I want to ask this girl out. Like I want to ask her on a date. And I always try to ask a girl out on a date in the way that if I had a daughter, I would hope that she would be asked out on a date. Totally straight up, full gentleman, like, hey, I would love to get to know you and I'd love to take you to dinner if you would want to go with me. So I was like, yo, I'm going to be in LA. I would love to take you on a date. And then nothing. Bro, totally like ghost. And I was like, okay, maybe it's like the 4th of July. You know, like we're busy. I'm busy too. I had a lot going on that weekend. Fast forward, I fly out to LA, like posting on my story that I'm here. She's viewing my story, no text back. I'm like trying to build out my schedule for this week because all of my coworkers and friends want to grab dinner and nothing from her. I text her on like Wednesday, little gif, and I'm like, it was like a kid just like waiting, and I was like waiting to see if I'm gonna see blah 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 while I'm in LA. She replies at nighttime, like 6 hours later, and is like, oh, so sorry, I don't know if I can go spend the whole day, but maybe we could grab coffee. I'd love to see you. And I was like, okay, you know, let's do it. Like reply and say, yeah, you just let me know. Like if Thursday, Friday, Saturday is best for you, you let me know. I can make anything work. I'll move stuff around. Ghost. Like, what is happening? I get fed up at this point because I've had to learn the hard way. Like, Matt, you have to have a no tolerance policy because your future wife would not ever do that. I try to set that standard for myself to have this no tolerance policy. So last night I was like, I'm done, bro. Like, so I just texted her. I was like, hey, I think actually I'm just going to move on and like unfollowed her. And I'm like, I'm going my separate ways. But like, what is that, bro? Like, You started this. You set up on my stuff. Did this. You put us here. We are here because you took the first step in action. So explain to me. You start the process and then you fumble the bag? What is that? I am not excited about entering back into dating because of stuff like this. What the heck? Somebody explain.
Guys believe they're still under a patriarchy. So what they do is they don't learn swagger. They don't learn social intelligence. They don't have emotional awareness. They don't learn about attraction. They have a basic job. They try to get a wife. There's no one there for most of them. The odd one gets Anna, who then serves to make other guys think there's hope. There's hope. My friend did it. He did it. There's hope. But it's not there. So I was in Gatlinburg recently. You guys know Gatlinburg, Tennessee? Gatlinburg, Tennessee. I spend a lot of time in small towns, guys. I see what's happening in small towns. So there was a guy there, he works at the rib store. Great guy. Talks like a classic, like Texas, Tennessee kind of guy. I said, hey, what's up, brother? I said, how old are you? He said, I'm 30. I'm going to try to imitate him. I'm 32 years old. I said, cool, man. You married? You're going to have kids? He said, nah, I haven't found my wife yet. I said, how come? How come you haven't found your wife? I'm like, do you want to get a wife? He's like, oh, I'd love to get a wife. I'd love to have family. I said, well, are you meeting women anywhere? He said, I go to the pool hall sometime. I'd love to meet some ladies, but there's not a lot of ladies down at the pool hall. I said, you traveled anywhere? He said, I've traveled to, I don't know, somewhere like in Oregon. I traveled to Oregon. I did some lumber work there. I'd love to meet some ladies, but I didn't meet one yet. I'm like, is there any trajectory at which you'd meet a wife? I don't know. I mean, I think God will bring me my wife when the time is right. Now, with that kind of condition, again, the Bible being my favorite book, how do you think I feel hearing Christian ideology being exploited to ruin that guy's life? He thinks God is bringing him a wife. That's going to ruin his fucking life. Christianity is meant to build your life, not to fucking ruin it. So that's where it's going, is like a bunch of like rebrand enabling and guys being passive and thinking it's going to sort itself out. Then I come in here, try to show some guys the skills to help you to meet your wife. I come in here and they go, oh, I ain't part of that. He's from LA. Even though I spend time in Gatlinburg. You see what's going on here? Okay, now I'm taking you down the rabbit hole because it's going to go deeper. You guys ready to go deeper? Yeah. All right, I'm going to show you what's happening, okay? I'm going to show you what's happening. There is a lot going on here. It's really fucking crazy, okay? There is so much going on here. So, I'm getting videos of my kids right now. There's my kids out exploring. Wouldn't you guys like to have a family? Wouldn't that be fun? So, I just want you guys to have the same adventure, okay? Doesn't mean you have to have a family today, but I hope you get there someday if you want to. Do you want to be the first one in lineage of millions of years that couldn't even have kids? Let me show you what's going on here, okay? This is something that only I can explain. Nobody else gets what I'm going to tell you here. Now, by the way, before I say this, I'm one of the best wealth building coaches on the internet. Might even be the best. I'll teach you a lot of that tomorrow. If I teach wealth, I'm in the clear. If I put this out, does this help my brand or hurt it? Helps within a small, narrow niche, but hurts my capacity to go mainstream. I'm the most experienced public speaker alive my age right now. Tony Robbins has more experience, but I'm the most experienced alive. I don't need to teach this. A lot of the time when I teach this content, I look angry because I'm fucking up my shit to try to help you guys. So I always have this very angry look when I teach this because I don't want to teach this. I stopped teaching this. I thought that I put out enough content, but apparently it was not enough. Okay? So let's keep going. Makes me angry that I have to teach this. I don't want to teach this, but you have to learn it. It's life or death for you guys. Life or death. All right. So that girl who says, I don't want a man and to be an incubator, I'm going to go to Bali. This is my view of it. For some women, if that's the right choice for them, that's fine. For some women, it's the right choice. That is a niche, all good. I like niches. I have no problem with niches. But that mentality is becoming mainstreamed, okay? So do you guys see there should be any kind of niche. There should be people that like to drink their own fucking piss, okay? There's piss drinkers. They feel it like cleanses them. All good. Drink your piss. All good. But the point is that there's things that should be a niche because the world's fun, has different flavors, and then there's when things go mainstream, okay? When radical views go mainstream. So, in effect, if a girl says, I'm gonna just go to Bali, et cetera, look, if you take your credit card and you just go on this massive shopping spree and swipe, would that be fun in the moment? Okay, but is that really you moving the ball down the field for yourself? Okay, so how do human beings, we die, let's say you live to 100, that's on a high end right now, could be higher later, lower later, who knows? You live to be 100. How do we, quote, live forever? How do we continue our life? Why are we not sad for the Homo erectus that died a million years ago? Why are we not too worried about it? Because we're here. We're the continuation. What's your continuation? Part of it is your children. Again, you can reproduce yourself in other ways. Vibes, energies, legacy. There's other ways to do it. But think about the fact that when a woman says, I'm just gonna go to Bali, have sex with fuckboys, and not have a family, that's like if I say I'm gonna take a mortgage out, spend the entire mortgage on a shopping spree on Rodeo Drive, and then just commit suicide. Okay, so you didn't raise children and have the, quote, work of raising children. Okay, cool. You saved that work. You got to get on the yacht. You got to be, you got on the yacht. You got invited to the parties. But that all ends by 40 or 50. There's still another half century left. So, and then that stops. So it's literally a deal with the devil. It's a Faustian deal. Then from there, they had no kids. So, okay, you didn't have to raise kids, but you're not continuing. So they think they're getting a deal, but is that really a deal? Look, I'm here working, having a career. I can go travel around, have fun. The mother of my kids has a better life than probably any of you in this room. The mother of my kids probably has a better life than any of you in this room, maybe combined. So you don't have to have a bad life raising children. That's fucking ridiculous. You think the mother of my kid right now running around Seattle is like, oh, I wish the kids weren't here so that I could get dragged home and pussy pumped by a fuckboy? Oh, it's so bad to have children. And even if she thought that now, is she gonna think that in her 50s, 60s, when that's not available anymore? She's got a half century left to sit around. Guys, go get socks now in wine, knitting, and cats. Do you guys understand how many women are gonna be so pissed at the condition they've been sold? Now, here's what's going on. It's one of two things. I can't quite tell. Do you guys remember the Georgia Guidestones? What did it say on the Georgia Guidestones before somebody blew it up? It was a depopulationist Guidestones of the elites, basically saying, don't let the world go over 500,000. So what's happening right now is population is going down. That may be, now people like Mike Benz, talk about different institutions that are behind a lot of the propagandizing, okay? So it may be that it was population lowering propaganda, okay? It might be that. Or, and that may be what's happening, to where most women don't want to have a family. And by the way, most women don't want to have a family because it's proven in the numbers, by the way. It's in the numbers. Look up the stats. Or, do you guys know that like Japan or Italy may not even exist in a few years? South Korea. Now, let's go from there. Social Security is going to fall apart. But let's go. Also, if there was a war, most men would never fight for the country because they have no stake in it. It's a national security risk. How many of you in this room, we're sitting here talking on July 4th. This is the most patriotic day of the fucking year. How many of you in this room would die for your country the way that your grandparents would have in World War II if you had to die for your country? One person, two people, three people. What do you think it would have been during World War II? 99%? That's a national security threat. We are living under a massive national security threat. Why do guys not want to die for the country? They got no stake in it. They don't have kids. They don't have a wife. Why? What, you're going to die so a girl with like a blue hair and a nose ring can tell you suck? Right? So you're under a national security threat right now. There's not as much patriotism. I made a patriotic video out front, and right after I saw it, the man there started screaming at me. That's called a NPC. That's an agent of the matrix, so to speak, right? He's programmed. Like, wouldn't you think that if you're talking good about your country that he'd be like, oh, that's awesome? But he started screaming like a demon, like a fucking demon. demon-possessed, screaming at me. Why do you think that is? Because here in Seattle, there's a lot of people under that propaganda. Write this down, and do it like your life depends on it. Look up Yuri Bezmenov. Yuri Bezmenov basically explains that the real KGB, when they were against America, were not like James Bond characters having a gunfight, jumping off a train. They just propagandized the disenfranchised to hate their own country until it rots from within. So think about it this way, okay? If you're an animal in the forest, what are the different ways you can die? Let's repeat this after me. One is say predators, competitors, rot from within. Right? So, if you're an animal and you eat a certain kind of food, another competing animal might come compete for your food. Okay? Or another animal might come and eat you and kill you. Or you might get a disease and rot from within. So something like the Blitzkrieg in World War II, was that using rot? Was that using competition? Or was that being a predator? That was a predator, right? A upfront war, could the Nazis have looked any more evil? It's like they're like dressed like out of a Star Wars bad guy thing or something. They just look like that. They dress themselves that way. It's bizarre. So they were up front going to war. What people realize over time is you don't have to do what's called a hot war. Hot war is hard. So what they do instead is they produce rot. Look, if I have a competing company, okay, say I have a competing company, right? And then I go to that company and I start poisoning the minds of the employees by telling them that I would pay them more, they're being taken advantage of, they're not getting what they deserve. What's gonna happen to that company? One bad employee, okay, if you're paying that employee $100,000 a year, but they're putting rot in your business, they're creating lowering of morale, okay, say the word lowering of morale. That one employee that you pay $100,000 to will probably cost you $1 million in losses. That's called rot. Would you say that in America right now, in the West, there's a psychology of ascension and we got next, or a depressed psychology that's very despondent? Okay, so repeat this after me, okay? Say, we got next. We are ascending. We are going to the promised land. We are on a shared journey. That is a great psychology. Would that characterize the West now? What do people in the West think of themselves right now? They hate themselves, demoralized, etc. So a lot of people, even on July 4th, will comment about the negative history of America. And there's a lot of really bad stuff. It's disgustingly bad. Disgusting things the founding fathers did, discussing heritage of the way Native Americans were treated. You look up the way Native Americans were treated, it's sickening. There's a special place in hell for these fuckers. It's disgusting. It's all real. So by that way of looking at it, maybe we should can July 4th. Get rid of the fucking thing. Why would you be proud of that? Here's the thing. I was out last night here in Seattle, and there was a dude, it was actually an African-American guy, and he had fake tits. And his fake tits were hanging out. And his buddy had a tail and was dressed as a furry. You ask them if they like America or hate America, what do you think they'd say? Okay. But other than Western countries, where would they go and walk down the street shirtless with fake tits, fake tits out, dress a furry? So even though America has a horrible history, they moved the ball as far as society allowed at the time, and then eventually it paved a way for a better society. Because you know what? As much as I defend my right to think that those fake tits on a man are kind of weird, and I don't know if I'll ever look at fake tits the same after that, if I'm being honest with you. Seriously, I'm scarred. I'll defend his right to have those fake tits, because I believe in freedom. So it's pretty fucked up, but he has the right to do that. I will defend his right to do that, to the death. He has the right to put those fake tits, okay? That's his choice, his body. So what I'm trying to say here is I want him to be him. If that's who he is, I want him to be him. If that's his bliss, go find your bliss, boy. Do it over there, but find your bliss. One of them did come up and hit on Kevin, too. It was pretty hilarious. But anyway, so try to get Kevin's number. Kevin got his dick sucked in the alley after, too. So anyway, just kidding, Kevin. Okay, so anyway, it's a joke, guys. It's a joke. Don't worry. Might be a joke. Who knows? Well, who knows? We'll leave it a mystery. So the people who say, no, fuck July 4th, etc., what happens if we as a society just go, yeah, fuck July 4th. Fuck July 4th. Say that we say that, okay? All right, so then America rots from within. Who then takes over? China. Who's going to get China, okay? Who takes over if America rots from within? If the West rots and falls apart, who takes over? Probably China. Okay, so are those guys, is the dude with the fake tits and the furry outfit going to be allowed to do that under Chinese communist rule? Well, then why do you hate your fucking country, bro? Okay? Like, keep the dirt. Look, what I do like about that commentary is that it's self-correcting. I like that part. You're self-correcting. You're acknowledging the bad stuff that happened. Self-correcting. That's good. But if you take the self-correction to the point that you hate yourself, then you better start learning Mandarin, boy. Okay, get out your Mandarin Bible, and you better get those fucking fake titties out. Okay, take off that furry outfit, learn your Mandarin, and go get your Karl Marx manifesto, okay? Get ready, boy. Go get your Mao manual. The president of China told Biden that they plan to own America in 15 years. Is that a joke? That's 1.5 billion people. Why does Xi Jinping, why does he think that they're going to own America? Because they know that no one will defend it. So for all those guys, all the criticism, almost all of it's true. It's good to self-correct. But, man, look, you better cut out those fake titties. You better put away your furry outfit. You better go get your Communist Manifesto, because that same country that you hate was fighting for your right to do that. So if you look up Yuri Bezmenov, here's what you're going to see. The way that propagandizing is done is that you create the country to fall apart from within. What you're seeing here, okay, the conditioning that you're seeing is probably put in there to where when I see a woman saying, oh, I want to go to Bali, not have kids, I believe that for some of those women, I believe that is the right choice as a niche. If that's really what speaks their soul. But for most of them, the way that I'm hearing it is, I got propagandized to commit genetic suicide. That's really what you're hearing. Okay? Now, here's what you're feeling as a man. You're saying, if I've got to decondition my wife, I don't even want to deal with women. Didn't you guys feel that way? You're like, if I've got to teach her that committing genetic suicide is bad, I want nothing to do with it. Do any of you guys feel that way? Okay, I understand that. I get you. I'm not dumb. I know how to understand that. I got news for you. It's your fault. She's doing that because of you. Let me ask you a question. When any of the top men's influencers that were trying to help that situation were roasted over the coal, I wonder who that might be. Did any of you do anything meaningful to help the situation? I was the guy that was helping that situation. And no offense, I'm not trying to pick a fight with you guys, but not a single one of you did anything for me. And then what people will do is they'll say, well, tell us what we could do. I can't. Because if I do, you follow what I'm saying? I can't. I just need you to figure it out. But did any of you care? Have any of you ever done anything for people whose lives were ruined for being truth speakers? No. We don't protect our truth speakers. Not that everyone has perfect truth. So, in effect, when the Overton window was moving, y'all didn't do anything. So if I'm teaching you that you're going to have to deprogram someone to believe in having a family, and you go, I'm not doing that, you're the one that let it happen. I'm just telling you where you are. It's like when you get a lawyer, the first thing the lawyer says is we got to figure out where we are. Where are we? You got to figure out where we are. I'm just trying to tell you where you are. So I'm just trying to show you where you are, okay? Like, look, if you go eat a bunch of processed food and smoke cigarettes and you have cancer, and I say, look, you're going to have to do a fucking cleanse, and you go, I'm not doing a fucking cleanse, I'm not eating vegetables. It's like, you did this to yourself. Here's what you got to understand. The conditioning, I don't think everything about the patriarchy was good at all, but there was some pros. Let me show you what's actually happening, okay? Who here has ever heard of G.K. Chesterton? Anyone here ever heard of him? Okay, there's an analogy called the Chesterton's fence. The Chesterton fence analogy, roughly, is that you go by a farm, okay? And on the farm, you find this fence in the back area of the farm. And you go, what's this dumbass fence here for? Some old fogey put in the fence. Let's get rid of the fence. Someone 400 years ago put a fence here. We don't need that anymore. What happened was the person 400 years ago never told you why the fence was there. You see that? You didn't know why. So you're fucking smart. You go take down the fence. You kick down the fence. You kick it down. Next thing you know, wolves are coming in your cattle. There's a flood of your crop, and you lose everything. Why? Because 400 years ago, people figured out some shit, but they didn't write a manual, and you didn't know why it was there. That's what's happening now as we dismantle society. Some things are getting better. I don't agree with everything classical patriarchy at all. I think a lot of it's disgusting. Salem witch trials, some of this shit was just disgusting. And it was a reckoning that needed to happen. But I can tell you that there were some things that were also making it to where if I would ask a room of guys, would you die for your country? How come it's 98% say no, but back in the day, 98% said yes? It's a national security risk. You're under a national security risk. You're sitting here like, I'm concerned about making money. I'm concerned about this. I'm concerned about that. Your whole rug might get pulled on you. You remember the movie Game of Thrones? How there's the White Walkers and all these different people are infighting, but the White Walkers are coming and they should band together? The furry guy and the fake tits guy should actually band together with more conservative people. They should all be in it together to keep the freedom they have instead of infighting. So it's okay to recognize the shitty history of your country. And a lot of it is shit. Okay, sickening. Some of them are burning in hell. But also understand that if you hate where you're from, you're fucked. And in the same way for women, if they get to the point that they hate men, they're fucked. And they don't know that. They think it's just going to continue like it is. Everything will continue as normal. But what are some of the things? If we get to the point where A, there's a national security risk, that's the first problem. You know another problem that may be coming? Warning, I don't agree with this. I don't want this. I'm trying to prevent this. But what do you think happens if you leave a third of men, third of these beta males, to where they can't have a fucking family or children?
They're gonna chip out.
I'm gonna just leave that to your imagination. I don't even want to say it. But go in your imagination right now. If a third of guys know that they're not going to reproduce, a lot of them will start smoking weed, looking at porn, et cetera, right? Give up, opt out. A lot of them will just give up. But eventually, if that situation keeps going, I don't know what's going to happen. But if you use your imagination, look in some countries like in India at what some of these little beta male roving gangs do. It's disgusting. So keep that as an inside thought. But it's disgusting. And that kind of thing can happen if you're not careful. So people think everything's going to stay the same, like you could just shove a problem in the corner and let it rot. That's not going to happen. You got national security risks. You've got beta male uprisings that are going to be worse than anything you imagine. You might also, if you push the pendulum that far, you might get it to where the West takes on, the burqa and stuff like that later. It's not good. It's bad. It's not good at all. It's really, really, really fucking bad. Okay? So you don't want that to happen. So here's what I think is the solution. I'm someone who's able to synthesize. I'm able to be like, yeah, I'm a guy, but I can project my mind into the idea that I'd be a woman and think what would be fair. Do you guys have that ability, or are you just like, I'm a man, ooga booga, I'm a man, pro man, go man? Like, are you able to get out of the fact that you're a man and think about a woman what might be experiencing? Like, do you want Anna to have a good life? Or do you want her life to be shit so you can feel like you're winning? So a lot of guys, whatever I say that I don't like a lot of parts of the patriarchy, guys will frame me like I'm the pick-me. Like I'm the pick-me. I ain't the fucking pick-me. I'm the guy that was defending everybody while people sat back and didn't protect me. I'm the one who did the most. I'm literally the one who did the most. But what I'm trying to say to you guys is that the things I've been through, you don't even imagine. You don't get to the point you carry yourself the way I do without being through some shit. You wouldn't imagine. I can't even talk about what I've been through, because if I do, they might do it again. So I can't even talk about it. I can put that out after I'm dead because I want to encourage it. So I've been to hell and back. I tried to look out for you guys. But here's the point I'm trying to make. Between beta male uprising and national security risk, I think a middle ground is you teach men social skills. Believe it or not, okay, let me show you where Red Pill and Manosphere gets it wrong. Let me teach you something, okay? Here's their premise. They are my perverted, fucked up, bastard children. This is real. You can look up the history on this. I don't even know if many of you in this room even know who's at the front of the room right now. Like, for those of you who know my history, imagine if you're someone that found me on like Instagram like a month ago. Who here knows my deep, deep story in history? Put your hand up. How deep does my story go? What would you say quickly to people that don't know me, to put them up to speed? How deep this goes?
You're asking me.
Do I have some lore?
Oh, yeah.
For the people who know me, do I have some lore? Yeah. Deep lore. Let's just say that. I've got some deep lore. Look, you know the word Mog? Yeah. Where'd that come? How'd that get popularized? The word frame, which has been around since NLP and whatnot, who popularized that? Yeah. Guys, you have no idea how much in the mainstream culture I'm at this point. People that study my stuff came through, major figures that study my stuff. You can't even imagine, okay? The influence we've had is crazy. It's in the White House. It's everywhere. I got people everywhere. You ever seen Tyler Durden in the movie Fight Club? He has people everywhere. That's who's in front of you right now. You don't know the deep lore here, okay? This is a deep, deep lore. So I know this topic like nobody else knows it. And what I'm telling you is we don't need a beta male uprising. We don't need to go back to fucking patriarchy. We don't need to put a woman under fucking burqa. We don't need to remove a woman's rights. We can be pro-women's rights. All that men need to do is learn a bit of emotional and social intelligence. Here's where the modern men's coaches get it wrong. So they took our idea of hypergamy and our idea that women go for the top guy. They took that and they lied about what it meant. And they popularized the lie to infinity. They popularized the lie. Here's the lie here's what it was. What I said and what I taught and proved again and again and again and again is that if you go into, say, a party or a social gathering, bar, club, daytime, whatever, you go into social gathering, and you're the most popular person there, that would generate attraction. And if you ever saw the blueprint decoded, what I said was, even in a Denny's, if you've got 5 women working as waitresses at a Denny's restaurant and the manager's a guy, in that little pocket, because he's the manager, women will be attracted to him. So the message to that was, on any given night, any regular guy could learn social intelligence, go out into a venue, rapidly become a super cool guy, and meet a great girl. Which means anyone can do it if you just learn to be yourself. That's what I taught. They distorted that in a very vile way. And here's why they did it. There's a few different reasons why they did it. They basically said that what hypergamy meant wasn't that a regular guy could go into an environment and use social intelligence to be a top guy. They said that because of social media, you had to have a yacht, a supercar, you had to be 6'2", jacked, and a billionaire, and a celebrity. And that other guys don't have a chance. Later of these influencers, they said, you need plastic surgery. You need plastic surgery. So basically, you need to be a billionaire guy with plastic surgery. Now, here's what you don't know. I work hard for y'all. I've met many of these guys out. They'll have a girl with them. Very frequently, that girl will jump on me. And these are the biggest guys. And I look at them and I go, wake up. Also, any major men's coach, listen to me carefully, listen very carefully what I'm gonna tell you, has an invite to come out with me. They all have invites to come out with me. If anyone who has a couple 100,000 followers and is a coach for men, even though to get a one-on-one training with me is 6 figures, minimum, I would do that for them and never tell anybody that I coach them. I'd keep it quiet. I'd never tell anyone. I wouldn't rat them out and say they sucked and it's all because of me. I wouldn't do that shit. And I've literally reached out to almost every major men's coach, almost all of them. and especially the ones that do this like looks money thing. And I said, bro, what you're saying is fucking crazy. Come out with me and I'll show you how it's done. How many? Now, I've done 100 million in sales of this stuff. Wouldn't you think that any business owner who coaches for men would want to meet the guy that did 100 million sales, created the whole damn, or popularized the whole damn industry, and come and learn from them and build a friendship? How many of you think have ever taken me up on it and come out for a night with me? Ever? Basically none. Basically fucking none. You want to know why? Let me explain to you how this works and where this fucking trash comes from. Okay? I went out almost every single day for about a quarter of a century. I did that because if I'm going to receive $100 million in coaching, I want to have the best content that I can. It's an obligation. So people say, why do you go out so much? You're crazy. Oh, I can't believe you still go out. I don't want to be like you still going out when you're older. No, I still go out because if I'm going to receive money for something, I should have something that's proven. It's just basic business. Look, if you get paid to play basketball, do you go out and play basketball? Yes or no? Okay, that's the only reason I'm doing it. It's just fun, and I go and I do it, and I enjoy my life. I got a fun job, but I do it for you to make sure the content's good. Okay, look, I've had times with my physique, I've been 6.4% body fat. Is that me now? No, I got in a horrible accident. I was in a wheelchair for about 8 months. I gained about 50, 60 pounds. My beard turned gray as shit during that time, and I look like I'm fucking Santa. Right now, when I go out, my results are better than they've ever been. Fish in a barrel type shit. Easy as ever been. And I did it in a wheelchair. I dated incredibly attractive women in a wheelchair. So what winds up happening is this. I invite guys out, they won't go out, and here's why they won't. How much of a time, what do you guys think my life is like going out every night? Well, let me say something to you, okay? I have Home Depot thick, giant industrial-sized garbage bags with tape on the windows of everywhere I go. Because I'm awake till 7 a.m. and I wake up at 2 or 3 p.m. Do you guys know that? I haven't been to bed at a normal hour in decades. It's probably gonna kill me. I'll probably die of cancer because of it, even though I've not been sick in 15 years. Night workers die, guys. People that work at Denny's hospital, they die. So I'm in it to the death for this shit. That's how bad I want good content, okay? There's levels, guys, to coaching. So given that I'll probably die of cancer, now maybe God has a will, the same reason God protected me from getting sick for 15 years, maybe I won't die of cancer. I don't know. We'll see. But I've always known that what I'm doing will kill me. I've always known that. I've always known it would ruin my life. But I stayed out every night. How much earning potential do I lose being out for all those hours every night doing social experiments to give you the best content?
Probably significant.
Well, it's 4 or 5 hours a night, but in reality, you probably leave by 9 p.m. So at 9 p.m., I'm already going out. I'm not going to bed till 5 or 6. So if that's the case, I'm doing social experiments every single day. Then I'm running around the country doing free tours, jacking my adrenaline, missing sleep, adds to cortisol, you get cortisol belly, you get fat face, you get inflammation. Do you think most teachers that just want to get out of a 9 to 5 are going to take it to that level? I had free programs running all over the world by an army of instructors. You think most teachers are going to take it to that level? That's why their information sucks. So here's what happens to most coaches. Let me break down to you what most coaches look like. They have a 9 to 5 job. Then what they do is they do a couple of YouTube videos giving some opinions. And then they go, oh shit, I got a bit of traction. Then they don't really know how to make money. So what happens is because they don't know how to make money, look, I'm a money-making machine. I understand money as well as I understand dating. I understand money as well as I understand, and I teach this stuff, by the way. I teach how to make money. I know money like you wouldn't even understand. So look, guys, I've been banking cash since I'm 10 or 11. I've just always known money really well. So as a result of that, I've always been rich. And for that reason, I'm not like, oh, I got to get out of my 9 to 5 and just work around the clock. I don't have to work. I can make money even without working because I understand money. I'll teach this stuff to you probably tonight or tomorrow, probably tomorrow. I'm like really good on money. So because of that, I never had to sell out. I never had to sell out. So because of that, I look at the other coaches. Here's what they do. They'll make a panel show where they bring women on and they chat them. Try to follow the logic here, okay? Follow me closely. If you're talking to girls and interviewing them about their opinions, if you talk about like the Denny's worker and the response to who's the most popular, do they even know what that is? Okay, so say that's a layer away of their understanding. Say that. Okay, so if you're gonna do a panel show, do you want to have to explain to the girls that you're interviewing every single time what attraction really is? Or do you just want to say, you know, the tall guy, the rich guy? How do you want to do the panel show? Easy way. If you're doing a panel show, okay, and you've got 10 women there, and you want to ask their opinion about dating, are you going to be like, well, there's all these abstract theories about attraction. I'm going to educate you for 5 hours, and then I'm going to ask you questions? Or do you want to say, well, you know, if you met a good-looking guy, or you met a rich guy, how are you going to do the show?
Well, it's kind of a captive audience, so they're probably just going to be conditioned to say whatever you want to.
It's definitely that, a captive audience and what they're conditioned, but also follow me here. If you're doing a panel show, and the girls there don't understand attraction the way that we teach here, and you just want to ask them their opinion, look, even if I was doing a panel show, how would you have conversations about social value and attraction? You'd say, if the guy's jacked, if the guy's rich, if the guy's famous, that's how you do it. Do you guys see that? So what happens, these guys that don't even have swag and don't even have results, they build a panel show. Then here's the best part. They become famous from the panel show. Do you guys see that? Yeah. Then as they become famous from the panel show, women hit them up for sex because they're famous, which then further skews their beliefs that it's looks, money, fame, etc. Then they spew to now here's the main rub. If guys are frustrated, follow this, follow really closely, because I'm giving you a full breakdown of where we are, okay? No one else is gonna give you this, so pay attention. I do Instagram. If I were to do 2 reels right now, let's say I do 2 reels, okay? And as an experiment, the first reel, I say, hey, what's up, it's Owen. Women have hypergamy. Women will only go for celebrity guys. You have no hope. You're fucked, and women are bitches and hoes. If I do that, how many views that reel get?
It's going to get hundreds of millions.
Millions and millions of views. If I say it's your fault, you could learn attraction, it's completely under your control. Women are actually not even that bad. Women and men should love each other. The country's not bad. Even though the country has problems, it's fucking awesome. We should all come together. We should all get on the same team. We should unify. We should come together. We should have an awesome society. How many views that get? Boring. It's shit. If I say men suck, men are shit, men are fucking scumbags, you're hurt, go into your pain, men traumatize you, men are bad, and don't trust these fucking men. They're shit, they're disgusting, and they're more dangerous than a bear. Does that get views or no? Okay, what if I say men and women should love each other, come together, we actually are better together, we're the world's most ancient team, we're an ancient team for a reason because we're powerful together, children are beautiful, and let's have family. How many views does that get? So here's the thing, a lot of those podcasters, they now believe what they're saying. They could probably go under a lie detector test and say, no, they're all fucking hoes and they're all bad, just like the women, the pink pill and the feminosphere or whatever believe the shit they believe. They believe what they're saying. They could probably pass a polygraph. Because the fact that they have incentive to believe that, they will come to believe it. And yet, both the men and the women, these coaches, are basically just people that were fucking broke, worked a 9 to 5, got out of it by creating content, but never actually went out. They didn't have the bandwidth to. See, usually when you become a content creator, you're gonna have to go study internet marketing. I've studied under the best internet marketers in the world. When they hear that I went out as much as I do, when they hear that I do free events, when they hear that I make programs even for low ticket programs for broke people, when they hear that, do they encourage me to keep going out? Or do they say, Owen, stop going out so much. You're over optimizing for product quality, and instead you should just build a good sales funnel. What do you think they're telling me? Okay, my company that did 100 million sales was the biggest of the real dating companies. We were the biggest of the real ones. But we were not the biggest historically. The biggest historically was Pandora's Box and Dow Badass. Pandora's Box was a sale. Okay, this is very abstract. Guys, I'm just dropping gem after gem after gem after gem after gem after gem. You're not gonna get this anywhere. Please, I'm not making this video for any reason than fucking history. Please pay attention, okay? Programs like Pandora's Box. Here's what's funny. The guy that created it actually did have some swagger. Funny note, he actually came from the community. He actually knows things. But he realized that there was no point in teaching the real stuff because it doesn't get sales. So what he would do is those 5-6 hours a night that I would spend on going out and getting better content, he spent that on building a VSL. What's a VSL? A video sales letter. The video sales letter had a program, it was called the Pandora's Box, and it was called the Dick Magnet. The Dick Magnet is, you put a magnet on your dick, and then women come and jump on the Dick Magnet. And there's 7 different types of women, so pick the type of woman who you like, put on your Dick Magnet, and a woman will slide down it. That's what he would say. Why does he do that? Because the average guy's a fucking loser. Do you think the average guy wants to learn to get the girl you want, get good with women in general? Do you think the average guy is gonna go through what he went through to get his wife? No, he wants a dick magnet to pick the 1 of 7 types of women that he wants, put on his dick magnet, and it works. And that's how it was sold. It was sold as a metaphorical dick magnet. help nobody, et cetera, et cetera. Dow Badass is the same. Why? How come they didn't go out as well? Like, why not work on the sales ad and go out? Why not do both? Let me show you why. 1, no incentive. No incentive. 2, 90-something% of buyers never even look at the damn product. How many of you guys buy a book, you never even read it? Yeah. You go to Barnes & Noble, buy a book, you read the first chapter at most. From there, here's another thing too. This goes real deep. This is so fucking deep. You need to fucking listen to me. I'm giving you, because even though this is like some history, if you extrapolate this, this leads to millions. This leads to your awakening. This leads to ascension. Listen to me. Listen to me fucking good. Because I look mad because I'm never saying this shit again. So fucking listen, okay? Fucking listen. The reason why the product sells so well is because it doesn't work. I used to have footage that showed exactly how to do it online. Do you guys remember that? Who remembers when I showed the infield footage of exactly how to do it? When you would send that to your friends, would they go, oh my God, wow, this is exactly how to do it? How would your friends react when you send that to them? Here's why. Pay attention. Pay attention. Here's what's happening, okay? We have success barriers. We are afraid of raising in status because historically, in the era of Homo erectus, if you didn't have a social backup and you raised in status, you started getting laid, for example, what would happen to you? You'd get killed. So we have status anxiety. We have trauma, where we just want to reenact our trauma addiction. Some people might say we have demonic entities. So when we're confronted with the actual solution, we get angry. It's like when you finally get rich and you're a super positive guy, you can't get a girlfriend because all these girls that said they wanted some super positive rich guy to take care of them, they finally meet that guy and it's not feeding their trauma, so they just start exploding at random. Do you guys, who here's ever had it where you're like fairly successful and you date a girl who you love so dearly, you remove all her problems, but she just starts exploding at random because she's removed from trauma, so she's just re-traumatizing herself. You ever have that? Very common. I thought, oh, when I get rich and I'm super positive, I'll meet a great positive girl who likes that I'm rich. Didn't work like that. You remove all her problems, you can take the trailer park out, you can take the girl to the trailer park, can't take the trailer park out of the girl. If she's traumatized, she'll just keep re-traumatizing herself. The more that you take away the trauma, the more she'll create problems. So the reason why programs like Pandora's Box sell so well is because they don't work. So there's no incentive to make a program that works. There's no incentive. Can you guys tell that if you work with me, it's gonna work? Yes. Do you guys want to hear what my guarantee is on my programs? I say this has to be the best thing you did in your life, or you get a fucking refund as long as you tell me during the program and not 5 years later when you got a crack habit. Okay? But if someone tells me during the program, this is the third best thing I ever did, I will refund them. It has to be the best thing they ever did. Now you hear me say that, oh, best thing they ever did? Well, look at his life. Was that the best thing you ever did?
Yeah, can I say?
Let's go.
I keep gassing. Man, you've done so much.
This is anyone in here who's taking my programs will talk how he's talking, but in their own story of it. That's everybody. Go for it.
You've done so much for my life. Like, he's done so much. It's incredible. But the thing is this. Not only did I meet a wife, not only does she love me, I love her, not only do we have literally like the best sex, we're so connected. But I've now taken this skill and done social media, and I've turned it into a business. So now I'm doing this as a business as well, and that's because of you.
Thank you. Give me a hand again. Let's go. So, thank you. It's great. Guys, I can pass the mic around to everyone here who's done my trainings, and they'll have very similar stories. Okay? And it might not just be attributed to me. Maybe it's also their own efforts as well, of course. But you see the point, okay?
I was right.
You're ready for it. But I'll tell you, very commonly, I say, put your hand up, you take my trainings, and I'm just like, tell the result, and the whole room has similar stories. Why? Because everything I do is to get the fucking result. I will bleed and die for your result, okay? I will bleed and die and get metaphorically raped in the ass for your fucking result. That's how far I took it. That's why I go out. That's why I did all this shit. The reason why the information is so bad is literally because people are not committed enough. It's just too hard. It's just too damn hard. And the other thing is this, they also think, well, this probably looks and money, right? Because, I don't know, it's just common sense. It's like a sort of mating. The 10 gets the 10, stuff like that. That's what they're thinking. But notice that none of them will come out with me. They don't want to get educated. So let me show you here the solution to this problem. If you just spent 3-4 days learning emotional and social intelligence, your problems with getting a wife would go away.
They wouldn't go away instantly. Oh, for some guys, it would. If you're pretty far along, parents raised you well, you're pretty confident already, you're pretty funny already, you'd fix it in a weekend. But if you are not at that point and you have a couple obstacles, then it might take more time. You've done this stuff. Like, what was your trajectory like getting on top of this area? What was that like for you? Really loud too.
Yeah, so I came into Owen's program at the Free in December of 2024. And, I'm not going to say the exact number, but I'd only been with a certain amount of women before taking Owen's program. I've more than doubled that in the year and a half since I've taken Owen's program. It used to be such a sticking point for me because the first girl that I thought was just a little bit too hot for me just tore me to pieces. You know the song, the Louis Capaldi song, what's that, Somebody You Love or whatever?
Someone used to know?
Yeah. I listened to that over and over, and I didn't understand why, it has billions of plays on Spotify. I didn't understand that song until I had my heart broken. Like, oh, this is what everybody feels. This is the experience that everybody is having, and I knew I never wanted to have that experience again. I've never come close to it since because I know I have a choice now. I didn't know that I had a choice before.
Yeah, so would you say that your trajectory was probably similar for a lot of guys where you took it, you got a big insight to what it's like, maybe you got that amazing girlfriend, got dumped, had to go back out, have more successes, but you see a clear trajectory based on what you learned where it's like, oh, I get this now.
I mean, it was instant. It was like taking a rocket ship straight to the moon. I had never been off the ground. Like literally, going out with Owen, getting a say for the first time, having the kinds of interactions that I have completely changed how I look at myself and what I think is possible for my life. It's insane, and I see it everywhere now too because I can't stop thinking about it when I meet guys and they have no light in their eyes. And I'm like, holy shit, it's everywhere.
Yeah. That's it, give me a hand for that. That's exactly, the light in the eyes is exactly it. So, the thing is, what I'm showing is, look, here's what I want. I don't want to be the main teacher of this. I'm the best ever to do it. But I don't want to be the main teacher of this. I want the world to know this. I have other mountains to climb. I stopped teaching it for years. I have other mountains to climb. But I'm not saying that public schools should teach, hardcore attraction to, that's like a niche thing. But the basics of social intelligence and the basics of emotional awareness, of getting in state, of confidence, of getting comfortable with yourself, and of attraction are going to have to be taught in schools. I want someone who denies they know me, never admits they looked at myself in their life, like studied on myself, denies it. They can admit it in 100 years, 200 years when I'm long dead. Even a bit after I'm dead, they can maybe admit it. But probably can take another 100 years. I don't care. But I want someone to take it and show it to young men how to read people, because I can read people like a fucking psychic, how to know what people want, how to relate to people, how to have emotional intelligence, how to be confident, basic level attraction. And it can be taught in like a non-niche, more mainstream way. But if we don't teach this, here's what's happening, okay? Let me show you exactly what's happening. You've got men killing themselves over divorces. You've got male suicide is through the fucking roof. You've got a third of the population called NEETs, okay? It's NEET, which is no education, employment, or training, or entrepreneurship. It's like needs, right? So you got a third of the men who just dropped out. They've just dropped out. It's insane. It's fucking insane. But you've also got great guys that have success that don't have the person they want. They feel frustrated. I can't even get the exact kind of quality person I want. That's frustrating too. It's all frustrating. So you've also got it to where many women actually do want to be traditional. It's not every woman that doesn't want to, but they can't meet a guy that attracts them because most of the guys are losers now. Well, what happened? Why are most of the guys losers? And in saying this, don't point the finger at every other guy saying they're all losers. Point the finger at yourself. If you don't know how to see a woman at an art gallery and walk up and say hi, and in 90% of cases attract her consistently, and then 10% you don't, just politely say nice to meet you and do it comfortably, you're in that category. It's a basic skill that men need to have to go say hi to somebody. And the women are getting frustrated
that men are either scared to approach, the ones they want are scared to approach, the good guys, and then the ones that do approach are fucking creeps. The only ones that approach her now are mostly fucking creeps who have no social skills and are just weird as fuck, so that's why they approach. It's like some fucking weirdo just creeping on you. So the women are frustrated as hell. And I get it. And it's not good for women either. So what's happening? Why is this happening? I'll explain it to you, okay? Let me explain to you the phenomenon of why exactly this is occurring and how to fix it. So I grew up with light level autism. That meant that I could not read social cues barely at all, okay? I could not read social cues barely at all. As a result of this, because I couldn't read social cues, I felt completely blind, totally frustrated, didn't fit in, super depressed, and suicidal. I know what those NEET guys are feeling. I was one of them, so I get it. I was the most hard case, lightly autistic person you've ever seen. You ever see that guy at the back of your class who you can tell is just not gonna make it? They're just not gonna make it. And you wanna even help them, but you don't even know how. You try to go hang out with them at lunch, you can't even help them. They're beyond help. That was me. That was me, that was me, that was me. So one time when I was 17 years old, I was with my buddy Will and this girl named Natalie at a New Year's Eve party. And because we were in a captive environment of a small group of friends, Natalie, who was real smoking hot too, by the way, started dancing with me, probably because she was bored. And here's what's weird. I felt myself get in state. I felt my brain turn on for the first time in my whole life. I suddenly became funny. I suddenly knew how to dance. I knew how to sing. I could never dance. I could never sing. I was never funny. And suddenly I could do all that. Her and I went to the bed together. We never had sex, but I remember we went to the bed. I'm like, wow, I'm on the bed with this gorgeous girl. And we were talking, and I was chatting up a storm the way I could do here. And I felt so confident, so good. Now that girl later flaked me. But the point is, for that moment, I felt what it was like. Here's what's funny. Me now, at my peak, I don't really behave that different than I did for that hour when I was 17. But me at 47 versus 17, 30 years later, I'm basically doing the same stuff I did at age 17 in that brief little encounter. Didn't lead to sex or anything. But now I'm like that all the time. That's really what it is. So in a weird way, be yourself is the worst and best advice ever. If you're not in state and you feel like shit and you're shut down, being yourself is the worst advice ever. If you just got into the zone and into a flow, it's the best advice ever. Depends on what it is. But I'm not that different now than I was then. I remember I was in, I can't remember if it was the 6th grade or 9th grade or something. I think it was the 9th grade. And I had to do a speech. I did a speech about some history in Britain. And I actually got in state. And I went up and I did a speech as good as what I'm doing now. I felt my brain turn on. And I'm like, do the speech. And it was like just happening through me. It was freaky. It was happening through me. You ever feel when something's happening through you? Yes. Okay, so it was happening through me. And I crushed the speech. It was so good. I was like the biggest loser in the school that I got carried around, like people cheering for me, carrying me around. It's like something out of a movie. People were giving me props on that speech for like months after. It was crazy. Because I got in state for half an hour. Crushed it. Weird, huh? But I could never so I basically got to state one time when I was like 14, one time when I was like 17, and then later, when I read on the internet about chatting up women, I got in state a couple times here and there as well. And I felt what it was like to be in state. And here's what I found. Say the word depression lifted. Bliss ensued. Social awareness increased. Emotional intelligence increased. And I existed in a flow. So that's what I felt. And again, when I was learning how to talk to girls, I felt it. Here's what would happen. I would go out and maybe I would chat 5 girls in a row. And on most nights, all 5 girls would blow me off. But just by nothing to do with anything I was doing, like I was not affecting this, but by the law of averages, you think even the most nerdy loser guy eventually would have a few girls in a row be nice if he went out for 6 months? Do you guys see how that works, just by laws of averages? So I go out for like 6 months, and one night, like 5, 6 girls in a row were nice to me. And I'm like, whoa, this is weird. And I felt like I felt with Natalie, and I felt like I felt when I did the speech. Here's what I realized. Our brains, follow this, please follow this. Our brains stifle us when we're not sure of our status. Repeat this after me. Our brains stifle us when we're not sure of our status. So here's in effect what's happening, okay? This is extremely subtle. Almost nobody gets this. In a tribe, typically it would be the alpha male who's getting most of the girls. What would happen if the beta male suddenly started having sex with the girls in the tribe and there's no police code, there's no one to stop him from killing someone? What would the alpha or the small pack of alphas do if a beta male started having sex with one of the girls in the tribe? Kill them, like in nature, how nature works, right? So what would be a protective mechanism if you're a beta male to ensure that you don't get killed in the tribe? Okay, lowers your status. Okay. Now watch this. This is super, super, if you begin to understand this, like you will become a pro. Like you will become such a pro, you can't even imagine how pro you could get. It's crazy. So what the brain does, okay, watch this, okay? Repeat this after me. The environment is always changing. Different genetics work for different situations. In one situation, the short guy could be low status. 1,000 years later, the short guy could be high status. Okay, so for example, why are a lot of men below 6 feet? Why did we evolve after all these millions of years that most of us are not over 6 feet?
It saves energy.
Saves energy, what else?
Just in case.
Heat regulation. It's heat regulation. It's true. Why do some people have pale skin versus dark skin? Vitamin D intake. So we have different amount of body hair, height, types of muscles. We have all sorts of variation. At whatever genetic type you have, at one point, served a purpose. Okay? So if you're a little short dude, you might be the runt of the group. But if you're a little short dude, and the main food source becomes honey, and you have to climb a tree, you became the alpha male. If you live on the beach and you take a little log out and dive down to get a fish and spearhunt a fish, the short guy is the alpha male. The tall guy, like Victor Wemby, he's the loser. Do you see that? If you're having to hunt beneath a tree canopy, the short guy is the alpha. The short guy goes and gets all the food. He has leverage. Say leverage. Can you guys sense when you have leverage and when you don't? So the little short dude is like, man, I'm getting all this fucking food. I got the leverage now, right? Remember Captain Phillips? I'm the captain now. So a little short dude, a little shrimp, suddenly he's the captain now. That's why, by the way, we have genetic variation. Because different genes were adaptive to different situations. Okay? So if you had genes that didn't give you leverage at the time, what was best for society was that you had maybe 1 or 2 kids. The alpha has 30, 50 kids. You have 1 or 2. That preserves the genetic variety a little bit, but the alpha has more kids. That is adaptive to whatever environmental situations in the world at that time. Later, when your type of genes became the right thing for the environment, then you started reproducing. And that's why there's all these different variations of people. Because whatever configuration we had served its purpose at the time. So have you guys ever noticed that when you walk down the street, everyone's a fucking derper? They're spaced out? There's a few different reasons why that is. One is marijuana. One is alcohol. One is modern TV. One is social conditioning. But part of it is this. That spaced out mechanism is actually there to prevent them from having too much sex so they don't get killed. That's why they look spaced out. Now, guys, what I just told you there, almost nobody gets. Almost nobody understands this, okay? But there is one person who understands it, Robert Sapolsky from Stanford, Dr. Robert Sapolsky. Dr. Robert Sapolsky did experiments on baboons. And in the baboon experiment, the high status baboon would have more brain chemistry. They would never get sick, almost ever. When's the last time I got sick? 2012. No COVID. I'm unvaccinated. I'm not promoting no vaccine, but I'm unvaccinated. I cannot get sick. I wanted COVID so bad, try to get it, could never get it. Every time a girl I'm dating had COVID, I'd try making out, could never get it, couldn't get it, can't get sick. I can miss sleep, I can eat bad, can't get sick. I'm not giving medical advice. I don't know. I didn't do a double-blind study. I'm an anecdote, not a trend. Not giving advice. I'm an anecdote, not a trend. So I'm not giving advice, but I've been sick of it in years. Dr. Robert Sapolsky proved that the high-status baboon wouldn't get sick. Likewise, the high-status baboon had more access to their brain. It was working better. You dig? Have you ever noticed that if you go to a girl who you're scared of, then what happens is your brain shuts down? If you were to be around a bunch of famous billionaires, would you feel your brain shut down a bit? What happens if you're around a bunch of people who are looking up to you? Then what happens to your brain? It starts working, okay? So by the way, the way that I'm doing this here, if you want to know the secret trick to what it is that I'm doing, here's what I'm doing. When I come in here and you guys go, Owen, you clap for me, you know what you're actually doing when you clap? You know what that convention is? It's saying, Owen, wake your brain up, lead us. It's actually what it's saying. Owen, if I were to come into a car repair shop and I'm going to fix your car, would you be going, Owen? Would you want my brain to go, I'm the man, if I'm trying to fix your car? Yeah. No, you wouldn't, okay? If I was going to give a washboard abs seminar, would you guys be going, Owen? Or do you go, sit the fuck down, Owen? It's not your fucking turn, right? So that mechanism is built, so like for example, right? That mechanism is built like if we crash land in Alaska in an airplane and I'm not a tracker and I don't know my way around Alaska, but you are, my brain will shut down and your brain will turn on because now you have the value. You'll go in state and I won't. Now here's what's funny. In that environment, let's say there's 10 women, 10 men. Who will the 10 women gravitate towards if in that environment he's the tracker who knows the way out? I could be Drake. Like Drake crash lands with him, but who's the woman gonna hook up with when you're lost? The tracker. So now Drake will not be in state and you'll go in state. Now, when you guys see me up here doing this much, have any of you paused to marvel at the fact that I'm threading together a highly advanced speech and this mic is not connected to speakers? Pause and think about what you're seeing, what you're witnessing. Witness it. I'm threading together the speech free associatively, and this mic is not connected to speakers. How loud is my voice when you're in the room? Tell the audience at home how loud my voice is in this room. Super loud. Do you guys just watch me threading ideas like this and go, how the fuck is he doing this? Yeah. Have any of you been out with me out at the club and just watching me, never running out of things to say, getting consistent attraction? You're like, how the fuck does someone just never run out of things to say? What's it like seeing me just never running out of things to say, just coming to me all the time?
Unbelievable. I mean, I remember one time you started talking to some girls in the corner and you went like 2 blocks talking to everybody. They were like waiting for a burrito, you know? And he was like, pa, 2 blocks in a row. Everybody was laughing, having fun. It was incredible.
Yeah, thank you. And do you ever find it weird, like when you see me just talking and like I just don't run out of things to say, and you're like, why does he just never run out of things to say? You ever see me do that? It's like, this guy just doesn't shut up. Like, what's it like seeing that when you see it?
I mean, it's awe-inspiring. I try to swagger jack Owen. Like, I went to Toastmasters and like, oh, can you do a 1.5 minute impromptu speech? I'm like, I think I got it. But I mean, even when I've heard everything that he's had to say, I've been to like 7, 8 seminars with you, 4 boot camps, a bunch of free tours, and I still get things out of it every time.
This is gonna go out all the time, so I'm here to have expanded epiphanies. But I can tell you, and thank you for saying that, when I would see people who are really good with social skills and going out and meeting women, and when I'm young, and like Mystery, for example, and they just go talk and talk, that was what would piss me off. I'm like, how are they doing this? Like, why does he always have something to say? Do any of you guys ever just feel like if you just had something to say, like a good way to open and a good thing to say, that you'd feel more confident? But you guys see the trap there. Because you don't have it, you stall out. But the only way to get it would be if you'd feel confident. But you feel unconfident. Follow this. It's like a Chinese finger trap. It's like what came first, the chicken or the egg? If you had stuff to say, you'd feel confident. But the only way that you would have stuff to say is if you were confident. You see how that works? The art form that we teach here is to get your winner effect. They call it the winner effect, basically what Robert Sapolsky would call your brain chemistry turning on, to get in state, as we sometimes call it. The art that we teach here is how to turn that on without the girls liking you. Say the word self-supply. Yeah, that's really what we're teaching you. That's actually how I teach. That's actually what I'm teaching you, okay? I'm teaching you how to make your brain turn on via shifts in inner beliefs, by shifts in the way you conduct your night, by shifts in the way that you live in life, by habits that you have, by ways of going about it. I've taught this in many courses, okay? Takes a long time to teach all of it, but it's all beautiful art form. I've studied for years. I love it. So when I'm up here speaking indefinitely, I freak out. Okay, look, let me be real with you. When I was in my hotel room before I came down here, I had this same thought I have every fucking time, and it was this. How in the fuck am I about to go down there, make a speech from scratch for hours, my voice is gonna boom, am I really, like, when's this gonna end? Because someday it will end, right? There'll be a day, you remember Kobe at the end? He had like ice packs over his whole fucking body. That'll be me someday. Someday I'll come down for a seminar and I'll sit there and I won't got it. I don't got it no more. You know, that day will come. That'll be a sad day, right? But everybody's gonna have that day. Maybe I'll die young, it'll never happen. I don't know. Crazy to think about. But I sit there in my room going, can I really just go thread together a masterpiece historical legacy speech again? Can I do it again? Will my brain do this for me again? Because in my hotel room, I can't do it. I come here and I can do it. Here's why. Because in a group, here's what happens. I come and I yell at you guys, blah, 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 blah. And I'm yelling at you, and you're receptive and nodding and looking at me and appreciative. What does that tell my brain to do? Keep going and share the knowledge. But what would happen to my brain if all of a sudden you guys all thought I was shit? It would start shutting down. Now, here's what's funny. Actually, I'm so swagged up, I have ways of preventing it from shutting down. And I can teach you that. Actually, I have like layers of that too. I love this shit. I fucking live and love and breathe this shit. But the point is that we all struggle, right? I remember I did the Sam Hyde interview. I hadn't done a podcast like in forever. I was like, man, how am I gonna do? And I just went on there. Anybody see me do that? I just went on there and smoked it. It was fucking dope. By the way, Sam's team, I love these guys, by the way. I became great friends with them. I love Sam, I love all these guys. Sam's team, they're like, hey, could you take our guys out and show them how to talk to people tonight? And I said, sure. Now, by the way, what if I'd had a bad night and they filmed that? That would be a permanent record of a bad night. And I take them out, and they were so nice about it, because they got it. They know I might have a bad night. So they said, hey, you can coach them from the van. They said, you can coach them from the van. Who here would take it and say, I'll coach from the van? Because what if you have a bad night and they film it? Now, forever, the internet's forever. What if I have a 1 out of 100 bad night and destroy my brand forever? Could happen, right? Yeah, a little part of me was like, you know, maybe I should stay in the van. But did I stay in the van? I marched the fuck out there and smoked it. I took over the venue, and they were so great. I love those guys. So that's why I do this. I do this so that even under pressure, I can do it. It's an art form. I said, fuck it, roll the dice. Let's go. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's go. I love that shit. And I do that every weekend when I do trainings. I say, let's go. People fly in to see me do this shit. I say, let's go. People come to seminars to see me do this shit. I say, let's go. It's part of the art form. You got to put yourself in the fire again and again. And you know what? If I had a bad night, fuck it. Because I have so much footage of me having good nights out, people can make up their own mind. You know, do you guys remember back in the day I would put compilations of rejections? My biggest fear back in the day was that someone would see me out and video me having like 1 rejection a night. So you know what I did? I made rejection compilations, released my own rejections. Can you guys see that's also why a lot of the other teachers don't want to go out? Can you see that? Because what if they have a bad rejection? But what I'd say to teachers in the future, film your own rejection, put it out, own it. You have rejections, so what? Who fucking cares? I'd put out videos of me getting rejected 5-6 times and then eventually crushing the night. Show how to flip a night. Beautiful, great. It's relatable. People loved it. Some people's favorite content. Sometimes people would say I selectively pick my clips. I'm like, you mean the hundreds of rejections I put out? I used to put rejections in almost every video. What do you mean selectively put out? I'm selectively putting out the rejections. What the fuck are you talking about? If I did a video about a certain concept, I would pick out the parts of my night that had that concept and put it out with the rejections even. How much more can a man do? How much more can a man do? What else do you want? You want to see up my fucking asshole? Like, what do you want? You know, right? I'm showing you everything. I'm giving you everything, motherfucker. So, let's go. Watch me take a shit too, I guess. I don't know, like, I didn't get to see you take a shit. Selectively cut, okay. So, all right, I put out rejection compilations. What more do you want? So anyway, so look, I put out clips of me and Julian, with Julian like demolishing me. Just occasionally I demolishing. Remember that? Funny shit. So anyway, look, I learned to get in state because what happened was I was suicidally depressed, and I would have wound up as one of those NEETs, no income, employment, education, train your kids. But what happened was I went out regularly and learned to get in state. And from years of going out, I learned exactly how to get in state. And because I learned to get in state consistently, here's what I found. And I will make myself look pretty dumb when I say this, but I'll just give you data. I might be the smartest person I ever met in my fucking life. And I'm not saying that. Now, to be fair, my accountants know more about numbers than me. So there's, well, I don't have a gym trainer, but if I did, he knows more about fitness. So I'm not saying I'm smartest at everything. But my capacity to break down problems and in the moment to be adaptive, to think for myself, to be a pioneer, to find solutions is astronomical. How the fuck does someone go from being a failing student to suddenly waking my brain up a bit and getting in at Queens in Canada? It's like a Harvard or Yale, but in Canada, you never heard of it. And how the fuck does someone that was the worst kid out of his whole fucking school become the top income earner out of my whole high school, probably one of the top income earners, if not the top income earner in my entire fucking college, and then go on and become a pioneer and change an industry? How the fuck does that happen? Here's how. Here's how. I woke my brain up. I just woke my fucking brain up. How did I not get sick? I don't know, but it might be that I woke my brain up. I'm not sure. I don't know. But something happened to me, okay? This is like Spider-Man comes and says, here's how I was Peter Parker and I became this thing. That's what happened. So let's review now what's going on with men to try to understand this and the conditioning. Here's what's happening. Have you ever noticed how most women will say, I dated 10 narcissists? All the men I date are narcissists. What percentage of the population has actual NPD, a real mental illness that's devastating, by the way, devastating to the victims of narcissists, also devastating the narcissists. They get fucked. Everyone gets fucked in that shit. Super low. Some people say as high as 4%, could be 2%, whatever, right? So how's it possible that every girl you know, I dated a narcissist, I dated 5 narcissists, I dated 300 narcissists? Part of it is just that any guy that wouldn't wife him up, they call a narcissist who's popular. It's kind of a compliment at this point. But the other, they throw around psychiatry jargon like it's real. But the other thing is, here's what's actually happening, okay? If you're a nice person, if you're a nice guy, then you want to listen to the social conditioning. Okay, say the word social contract. Okay, so the social contract, I mean, there's probably different ways you could define it, but one of the ways that you could define the social contract is that if you don't keep track of okay, here's the kind of social contract. I'll work my ass off, go to work, and I'll leave it to the different institutions to make sure that we have a good education system, a good medical system, a good, social conditioning. And if I work my butt off and I'm a good person, I don't break the law, I'm a good guy, then I can anticipate I'll have a wife, I'll have some money, I'll have some medical insurance, I'll have a retirement, right? Like, wouldn't it be nice if you could trust that, where you put your money for retirement will have value and you don't have to store gold in your basement? Right? And yet, how many of you here, even as I say that, you're like, fuck, I don't trust modern society to stay together. I might need to store some gold or something. And you guys feel that way? The modern medical system was exposed as breaking the social contract in 2020. Good people thought that they were being given good advice by Fauci, etc. That fucking guy and his friends, little band, put backwards the average person's faith in institutions by century. Nobody trusts them anymore. It's to the point that people would probably rather ingest some random influencer on Instagram who's like, you should eat rat shit, and people would trust that more than the modern medical system at this point. Between some guy in a turban saying, eat the rat shit, and Fauci, whose advice did you take? I don't know. You'd also think that if you went to grade school, went to high school, went to college, you wouldn't just be left with debt while the institutions get rich and you'd have a job waiting, right? What happened there? You go to high school, get good grades, go to college, you become a millionaire? The social contract broke. You think if I go fight in a war, it's a just cause. So you go to Vietnam, you go to Iraq, you go to Afghanistan. What do you find out? Bunch of rich guys just exploiting your life. You see that? So the social contract's broken. You trust that if you give your tax money, it's going somewhere you believe in. It goes in some war you don't give a fuck about. Control, with some other government running shit. You see that? So the social contract breaks down. But end of the day, what did you personally do to fix it? Do you see that? Every generation, people need to step up and actually take some action. So you see what I'm saying? So if there's no pushback, then that's what happens. So let me show you basically how it works, okay? Generally speaking, what will happen is that the masses will be pushed into massive discontent until they say, fuck this, and then they'll eventually fix it. So women were under patriarchy for thousands of years. And eventually, after having their rights not given to them, getting fucked over, assaulted, scared, not able to have a job even, like fucked up, they eventually got their shit together. But it took a long time. You know why? Because who's going to go first? As far as I know, maybe I'm wrong, most people in Iran don't like the Ayatollah. But who's going to go get shot first to try to stop him? Pretty much at this point, nobody's going to stop him. But the people who like the Ayatollah are willing to die for it. I don't know if I know those stats right. Let's say I'm wrong, then just go with the general idea, right? So in other words, even if you don't like the Ayatollah, you're like, well, I don't want to die for it. I don't care that much, right? So it's only when people are so pissed that they'll do anything to stop something that any real change usually happens. Right now, here's what's happening to guys. The average guy's fucking screwed. But he has, repeat this after me, porn, weed, video games, welfare. You get what I'm getting at here? Say the word coping tools. So the more that you give the weed, and again, I'm not even anti-porn. I don't have a problem with fucking porn because I could barely find a porn good enough for me to want to jack off to. Frankly, like, you got something that good to be addictive, send it over. Find me a porn where I'm just going to sit in my basement all day. I mean, it's like a great fucking porn. But the problem is that for most guys, like, find me a video game that I'll sit in my basement all day playing a video game. I'm not going to go to Alaska and play a video game. Find me that game, I'd love to play it. It doesn't exist for me. But for most guys, it's good enough. Okay? A 3 out of 10 is good enough. So what you're doing is, you ever say the word bread and circuses? Say it louder. Say it louder. Yeah, so basically, say opiates of the masses. Yeah, so as long as guys keep kind of living in a space where it's not that bad, they're kind of like women where they're like, I don't know, it's not that bad. I mean, I guess, whatever. That's why guys don't stick up for people who stick up for them. They don't do shit. So you need to understand, in your mind, some of you in this room are probably like, maybe we'll put back the patriarchy. It's not coming back. Because there's opiates for the masses, because no guys actually care enough to do anything about it, it's not coming back. But here's the other thing. It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to. It's not a zero-sum game. It doesn't have to be like that. So here's what's actually happening. Let me show you what's actually happening, okay? Any decent guy who's like a good, nice guy observes the social contract and to some extent believes it, usually. Okay, so he's willing to absorb the social conditioning. Say, willing to absorb the social conditioning. So if you look at it, most guys that are relatively agreeable are okay to, like, adopt society's values. Say, adopt society's values. Right now, as a man, do you feel that because you're a man, proud of yourself, part of a larger tradition, and that you have value to offer? Or do you just kind of feel like this excess male and a fucking parasite in the eyes of a lot of society? What do you feel? Not how you feel about yourself, but how you feel in the eyes of society. Like, if you go out to a bar or club, are you like, I'm here, I'm the man? Or are you like, fuck, a lot of people might not even want to talk to me? You see what I'm getting at here? Do you guys relate? Yeah. So, right, only those of you who study this stuff extensively are past it, probably. So, because the conditioning tells you your shit, your winner effect goes down. Got it? Your brain goes asleep. What this means is two things. First of all, the only way that you can turn your brain back on is to say fuck groupthink and not trust social contract anymore. That's the only actual way. You can't be in groupthink anymore. If you in any way, shape, or form adopt groupthink, you're fucked. Remind me to tell you how I unplugged from it, by the way. It's quite a story. Now, the other thing it means is that women will no longer be attracted to the average man. Now, the manosphere will tell you that. And from an angle of looking at it, they're not wrong. But what does the manosphere tell you, the modern day men's coaches? They tell you it's because you need to be a billionaire who's jacked with plastic surgery. That's why they're not attracted to the average man. Now, here's what's funny. You ask women about this. You go, in the men's coaching space, they say that you'll only date a super rich millionaire with plastic surgery. And a lot of the women are like, dude, that's not true. That's not why I won't date those guys. That's not true. What do you think women's biggest complaint with men is amongst themselves? Is it that a man is not a celebrity with a private jet? What do you think is the biggest reason that women are frustrated? I don't feel anything. Adam, do you have a specific reason you might feel frustrated, or you don't know? Okay, just share for a second.
If a man is kind of a beta male and not providing for me, not taking care of me, I think that would be the main one.
Now here's what gets interesting though. So Anna, the reality is, thank you so much. The reality is, 98% of guys actually would take care of you. You're probably not aware of that. Let me ask the guys in this room. In this room, if you knew that you could find the perfect woman, or not even perfect woman, if you could find a great woman, I don't know, say a 5'8", runway model looking, modest girl with traditional values to have a family with, would you be willing to take great care of her and have a family? Put your hands up if that's you. Okay, so here's what's happening. It's not that Anna can't, look, I can't speak for you, so I'm just gonna guess. But if I'm guessing, I'd say it's not that Anna can't meet a guy that would take care of her. It's that she can't meet a guy who she feels attracted to that would take care of her. And here's what's and let me show you what's actually happening here, okay? And by the way, guys, what you don't know, you're not gonna know this until later. You're in a landmark speech right now. There's history being made in this room, but you don't even know where you are. You're like, I don't know, it's like some talking thing, like free tour. You don't even know where you are. Nobody gets this. I am breaking down the problem here at a level that no one else is gonna give you, so pay attention, okay? I used to not admit that. Back in the day, I'd be like, man, we're making history here, and I'd be like, oh, whatever, it's kind of arrogant to say it. I like to call it out now so people can like be aware of where they are. We're breaking down the whole fucking problem in society. We're gonna break it down here, okay? Here's what's going on. If you go out and you're, quote, in state, for you guys that have ever been in state, who here in this room has gone out and been in state and just tore it up on a night out to where you can make out with a bunch of girls, women love you, and it's fucking fun? Put your hand up if you've had that experience. Put your hand way up. Okay. So how consistently, when you're in state, can you get attraction? What would you say? Yell it out, just yell it out.
Pretty consistently.
Okay.
It's automatic.
Yell loud.
Yeah, it's automatic.
Who else?
Every time. Consistent, every time.
Yeah, what else?
You don't have to think about it.
What else? Easy. Yeah, what else? Anybody else? What's that?
Just do it.
It's easy. And would you guys say it's consistent? Yeah, on a great night, it's very consistent. How about for you same guys that said yes, on a bad night when you're not in state? What happens?
Oh, now nothing works.
It sucks. It's terrible.
Polar opposite.
Yeah, it's just awful.
Awful.
But wait a minute. I thought there's an SMV, a sexual market value. If you're tall and rich, then all the girls like you. And if you're short and a loser and broke, then the girls don't like you. And yet what you're hearing here, pay attention. What you're hearing here is that the same exact men get a completely different result on a different night based on their brain chemistry. And what's called, say the word subcommunication. Okay, so here's what's happening, and I'm gonna try to explain it to you. What's happening is that the guys who are good guys that actually try to adopt society's values are out of state. They're in this weird, derpy haze because the social conditioning has poisoned them. Maybe that is a depopulationist social conditioning like the Georgia Geisons from the elites. Maybe it's an accident. Maybe it's a coincidence. I don't know, but some weird timing. Maybe we as humans recognize that we're moving into AI and overpopulation, and this is just our genetic destiny that we did it to ourselves without anyone twisting their mustache. It's not a conspiracy, and we just did it because the world is getting overpopulated, and we just did it because that's how our genes regulate ourselves to increase quality and decrease quantity. I don't know why this is happening. It's fucking weird. Why do the men's coaches get attacked? What's going on? And you can say, well, the men's coaches get attacked because you said bad stuff. But if we go into the women's stuff, they say crazy ass stuff too. Everybody has bad stuff they say. But why do we particularly target a men's coach? Given that everyone says fucked up shit that they get canceled for. It's not that I have, look, I've said stupid shit that I regret and that I've changed, but everybody has. Why does the men's coach get targeted in particular? It's weird. Meanwhile, these guys are not able to reproduce, population's crashing, what's happening? So, okay, imagine being me and being through some of the things I've been through, how bizarre it is. Here's what's going on. The guys that would want to be good dads and adopt society's values are mentally suppressed, so you cannot feel attraction for them. It's impossible. And the only guys who don't feel it are mostly narcissists. How come a narcissist doesn't feel out of state? Basically, guys with mental illness, psychopaths, narcissists, bad fucking guys, just bad guys. How come they're never out of state? Why are they always still so confident despite all the haterade? Why don't they care? Because they're mentally fucking ill. They're so mentally ill that they can't adopt society's values. They're delusional. They're fucked in the head. So then women are all like, every girl you know, date a fucking narcissist. They date bad guys. Or it could be like that one guy that is 6'4" and has the mega yacht or whatever. And then he's like, well, I fit society's ideal, so then he's in state. But in reality, you got to put in context. Pound for pound, you put me beside a guy with a mega yacht who's 6'4", I'll smoke him. So you got to understand that if I'm more in the zone than him, if I have a stronger frame than him, I'm more insane, I'm funnier, I'm more confident, I have a stronger frame, I'm smoke him. So there's no set SMV. Repeat this after me. There's no set SMV. That's what the men's coaches are not getting. They think that you just get rich, you're taller, and that's it. But notice that even those tall ones won't call me back. Now, we can say that it's because I'm a dipshit and I'm not worth calling back. But guys, be real. If a guy who did 100 mil plus in sales in your industry calls you to give you help and is super nice, and I don't have any videos shit-talking anyone by name, and they called you saying, let's go hang out, how bad would your skills have to be to say no? Why do you think they don't call me? Why are they so afraid to go out? Because they have no skill. They're liars. They're charlatans. They have decent advice. Like, some of them have actually pretty badass good advice, but they're not precise. They're not scientists, okay? I do this shit for science. So understand this. They're not precise. They don't know what they're talking about. They're liars. They don't even know they're lying, though. They think they're telling the truth. Here's what they don't understand. Say the word, there's levels to this. They just don't get it. Look, they're not out doing free events. Like, I'm out here doing free events, meeting you guys, shaking your hands, getting to know you, going out with guys, interacting with clients. Do you ever see most of those coaches doing free events or taking clients out and digging in their lives? Getting to know them over years? How many guys here, all the way out here in Seattle, I don't even know most of you, I've literally know, like, fucking everything about you and have dug in your life if you work with me. Put your hands up if that's you. I think I know you pretty fucking well. I think I know you pretty, come on guys. I think I know you pretty fucking well, okay? Put your hand up if you've done trainings with me and like, did I not reach out to you to be here because I fucking know you and been on the phone with you for hours? So put your fucking hand up then, okay? Okay, how about this? If I have spent over an hour in a private conversation getting to know you, put your hand up. And if any of you, I brought you camping with me. You put your hand, I've hiked Ruby Beach in Olympic with you. You stayed in my home. You gave a fucking Nintendo to my child. Put your hand up, okay? Put your hand up if I got to know you, okay? Fuck me, you fuckers, man. You motherfuckers. Okay, you fuckers, man. Okay, so I got to know you, okay? He literally accepts mail for the mother of my kids. You want to put his hand? Okay, anyway, so look, all right, so what I'm getting at is, I know it's a long seminar. Guys, I get to, like, I actually know you pretty decent, by the way. I don't even know where I know you from, but I just know you well. Okay, so the point is, I get to know my clients. What's that? What is it? Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do, right? So look, I want to get to know you. Okay, so the point is, I get to, and this is mostly new room people that are coming meeting for the first time. But of the people I like Evan, how many of the guys that you came through trainings with, like, have I had sleep in my home and got to know over a long period of time?
Most of them, I think. I mean, the guys that I've seen over and over the programs, like we've been to the mansion, we've hung out with you one-on-one, seen you in multiple cities. I don't know. It's like this guy's part of my life now. I can't escape it.
That's right. What's true, you never get out, okay? So, I mean, where's Herman in here? He's not here? Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Guys, like Herman's sleeping on my fucking couch this month, okay? I have many clients that I let sleep on my couch in my kid's house, okay? If I've got a client who's about to get married, I will make them hang out with my family and meet the mother of my kids so they can see what a good woman is like. So I befriend guys that I literally build friendships. Like, you're probably surprised I called you after a couple of years, right? Isn't that kind of random? Because I remember you, bro. You know? I fucking remember you. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. It's like I call you out of fucking nowhere. But that's how I roll, bro. Yeah, like, I fucking get to know people. I mean, I do what I can. As I grow, I might not be able to do that forever, but I'm trying. So what I'm saying is, like, I track my students so I can learn from them. I do it for friendship and my ethics, and I do it for science. I want to see what's happening. I know what your guys' problems are. For those of you guys who got a partial result but didn't get a full result, I know. I can break down your sticking points. I follow this shit. The guys that are doing the podcast are giving this advice that there's a set SMV are not getting to know their clients like that. They're just not. And I don't like having to call this out and make videos about it, and I'm not gonna make this every video, but there should be a record of this. There should be a public record of this, okay? And I'm not against them, and I wish them the best, and I want them to crush it, but and I'm not perfect myself, but what I'm saying is they are running the narrative right now. And the narrative they run is that there's a set, clearly defined SMV, and there's not. And there's just not. So if we wanna solve this problem of where society is at, how do we solve it? We've got to turn guys' brains back on. But frankly, look, you guys ever see these old videos of women in the 50s? And they look like they're kind of subservient. They're like, oh, hi there. Oh, yes, sir. Do you see that vibe? Women had their brain turned off for years. So they're kind of pissed. So I don't think it should just be guys' brains turned off. I think everybody's brain should be fucking turned on. Okay? Have I gone hiking with you?
Hell yeah, it was really fun.
Have you sat on my couch?
Yep.
Okay. So, have you fucked my girlfriend? Just kidding. So, yes, not. So, yeah, I have a girlfriend. But the point is, like, okay, but what I'm trying to get at here is this, okay? So, okay, what I'm showing you guys would be this. I want women's brain switch on, and I want men's brain switch on. Now, here's the way that attraction works. So I'm gonna go a little bit deeper here and show you how attraction is functioning, okay? Humans should never replicate this. Don't ever replicate this. This would be bad. But in the animal kingdom, let's say that you look at a Tasmanian devil, okay? So Tasmanian devil, don't ever do this in real life. This is bad and wrong, and don't do it. I'm not joking. A Tasmanian devil, the female will grow fat on the back of her neck. The male will go up and bite the fat on the back of the neck, and if he's able to drag her into the lair and keep her in the lair, they have children, and she'll actually fight back against him until she gets out, and then she actually tries to find another man to impregnate her. Okay? As a human, if you do that, you're a piece of shit. Never do that. I'm not saying that. People will misquote me. Our version of that, that's a lot more civil, is called frame. Frame. So notice that, look this up, the Tasmanian devil woman screams at the male, bites on him, until eventually he gets the fat. He has to be able to drag her to the cave and then hold her there. Again, human never do this. You scumbag, piece of shit. Don't ever do that as a human. As a human, we don't do that. Only loser beta males do that. Discussing losers who have no choice, like horrible people that are psychos and should die and go to jail. Our version of that, so again, never do that. You're not Tasmanian devil, you're human. But as a human, our version of that is frame. So what happens is you talk to the girl, and whoever's frame of reality is stronger, if your frame of reality is stronger, you get attraction. But let me put a caveat on that. It has to be a strong frame that you're the fucking man. Follow me here. You could have a strong frame that you're the man. What else could you have a strong frame of? That you're a piece of shit. A lot of guys have a strong frame that they're a piece of shit. So you've got to have a strong frame that you're the best. So if you can simply build your frame to where you feel like the top guy, you now are the top guy. Height doesn't matter. Balding doesn't matter. Being a bit fat doesn't matter. You know, getting into like morbid obese, like you could maybe have more of a challenge. But look, even some of these fucking morbidly obese guys have girls. So try to understand. Okay, Rick Ross and, you know, Jelly Rolling back in the, et cetera, right? So there's ways to do it, but they're famous, but I'm trying to give an example. But I knew regular guys did it too, like Luke. My buddy Matt, 380. Luke was in the 400, crushed it. As fat guys. Morbidly obese, still crushed it, guys. They have frame. So actually, no, even morbidly obese. Me in a wheelchair, crush it. How come I crush it in a wheelchair? Oh, I thought SMV said I'm in a wheelchair. It's hopeless. Why did I still crush it in a wheelchair? I had frame. I'd meet a girl, go home with her, and she would have to grab my wheelchair, and it was heavy, and put it in the trunk of her car to go home together. She'd have to wheel me in, and then I would go down the stairs at my crib on hands and knees, pull myself over, pull myself up, and then I'd have to piss by the time I got home. I'd piss in the piss bottle, she'd empty it, and then we'd have sex. Well, how's that possible? There's a set SMV. Imagine getting a girl to empty your piss bottle. And you know what girls would always say when we'd hook up when I was in a wheelchair? I never thought I'd date a guy in a wheelchair. I go, why'd you do it? They say, you know what? Because you don't make it a big deal. You can be bald if you don't make it a big deal. Now, when a girl sleeps with you before she does, she'll call you out on it. You're bald. I don't like bald guys. You're short. I don't like short guys. You have back hair. I don't like guys with hair on their back. Every little thing that you could be insecure about, they're going to test. That's a good thing. It means they like you. In most cases. Some cases, they're actually mean. But in most cases. So, attraction, if you have a guy and a girl here, like, let me just show you like a basic of it, okay? Here, like, I don't know, stand up. What's your name? How you doing?
I'm doing good.
How do you feel right now?
Very awkward.
In what way?
You're like blank or something. I don't know.
I'm completely present to the moment. Do you feel like I'm taking over your brain a little bit?
Yeah, cannot be escaped.
You guys see why I'm good at sales? You know where the 100 million sales comes from? We'll get back to that later. So look, that's day 2. So you're my frame right now, okay? Have a seat. Okay, that's, when you have frame, what happens is that your beliefs goes into their mind. Repeat this after me. Human beings live in a hive mind. There's the leader of the hive mind and the recipients of the hive mind. So believe it or not, you guys are actually in my emotions right now. You guys are, for those of you receptive, you're in my emotions. You're in my frame. All of us are synchronizing to each other's thought patterns, and we're synchronizing to each other's emotions. It's all happening, by the way. Right now. Kind of weird, right? You're in it. Weird being here, isn't it? Being present to this. Hearing my words echoing in your brain. That's attraction with a woman. Now do you guys see how, look, all of you here are so incredibly polite. I come in here, you cheer for me, you pedestalize me. Are you guys that nice to your regular friends? I won't ask. Take the point. I'm not here to shame you. Take the point. You guys don't even know me that well. Some of you guys know me very well. But for those of you guys who don't know me, you're treating me better than you treat your regular friends. That's because you're in frame. Another element is boundaries. Do you guys have this feeling like, if you're not receptive, I'll just walk off or kick you out? If you get in, do you feel like if you start bringing in food in here, start eating it, making noise, taking phone calls, what do you think is going to happen? Either I kick you out or I'll just fucking leave. Do I look like I'd care if I left that much? Isn't it a weird feeling to see that I'm completely engaged here, and yet could you imagine me just walking out and just going to Montana, getting all my day? Do I need anything from you? So repeat this after me. Fully engage, needing nothing. It's a paradox. It's a paradox. You're fully engaged, say fully engaged, needing nothing, ready to walk anytime, happy to engage if they're nice. That has to be maintained. Has to be, okay? Now, that's what attraction is when you don't have society structuring it for you. So here's the next big epiphany, and this is super deep, and you need to understand this, okay? Super fucking deep. Nobody gets this, as I've said 20 million times. I'm a big believer not self-qualifying, but I find that if I don't self-qualify a little bit, like, wake the fuck up, okay? Wake the fuck up. So I'm saying this for you. Wake up. Okay, so I want to show you how attraction works when you have frame, and then I want to show you what society was doing for regular men back in the day that it's not doing anymore. Because the Chesterton fence kicked it down. The Chesterton fence got kicked down. Okay, watch. So when you have frame, the girl will typically become agreeable, highly agreeable, okay? Have you guys ever heard of the ick? So the ick is what girls joke about the thousands of things that turn them off. Here's what you need to understand. There's no way you can dodge the ick manually. Okay? Repeat this after me. There's no way you can dodge the ick manually. Okay. So the only way to dodge that mechanism that ejects you is to get it where she's the one chasing your approval and you're screening her. So say the word buyer-seller dynamic. You're not chasing. You are screening. You ever seen the videos I put out as a joke with interviews where I say, are you a vibe? Are you stuck up? You ever seen that? Okay. So you've got to get it to where she's always thinking of how to get you. If you don't do that, she's going to see that weird zit you have. She's going to see that annoying tendency you have. No amount of effort to remove annoying tendencies or to remove things that would turn her off will work. The only way to do it is if you're screening her and she's chasing you. Did you guys ever remember the old school stories of instructors from my team that would say, like, I didn't change my shirt for a month and I still went out and met somebody? Do you guys remember those stories? I didn't shower for a month, I still met somebody. Everyone's like, are you making this up? No. What they were trying to say is that if you shut off their screening mechanism and you're screening them, you don't notice, right? Like watches like this are literally, like this is like a 70K watch, depending on the price of gold. Gold's up right now a little bit. So this is my cheapest watch. This watch right here is filled with problems. You got to spend $2K to repair it every once in a while. If I drop it, it breaks. It doesn't have a timer. It's worse than a Timex. So why do people want the expensive watch? Well, part of it's because you can resell it, but how come you can resell it? Companies like Rolex or art dealers, they take an old school watch from like 50 years ago. Like this would have actually been a pretty pragmatic watch in the 50s. It's like a racing watch from the 50s. They take an obsolete watch, they make it in a precious metal, although some of these stainless steel ones sell for 100 grand, by the way, like a Patek Nautilus. And they tell you, say the word, you can't have it. So basically, look, back in the day, if there was an alpha male and that guy had a harem, women would be fighting to get in the harem of the alpha male. So he would never self-qualify, he would never chase, because he had the leverage, he had the food, he could protect, he had the social alliances. So the alpha would never chase. Got it? So anytime that you self-qualify, anytime that you look like a beta male, anytime you look nervous, anytime you chase, it turns on their ick detection radar. Say ick detection radar. And they come out of frame. Say come out of frame. And they eject you. And then they look at you like a stranger. And they do a hard drive reset. Say the word again, hard drive reset. So who here has ever had it where you had a girl who loved you like no other, but eventually you lost frame and she looked at you like she didn't even know who you were, and she had a hard drive reboot, and it was super weird? Put your hand up that avenue. You see that? That's, for a guy, the weirdest part of a breakup is this person, you had all these conversations with them, it was all good, you were best friends, and then, and by the way, of those girls that you had the breakup with who hard drive rebooted you, hard drive resetted you, say the word factory reset, did they wipe out all the good memories of what you did together? Crazy, right? And did they exaggerate anything slightly negative? Okay, that's them ejecting you. That's like the Tasmanian devil who bit the fat, but he wasn't strong enough, and then she ejects him. Now, why is a man's dick shaped like a mushroom? It's to plunge out other men's cum. 99.9% of men's sperm is fighter sperm. So if you lose frame, what does the girl biologically as an imperative have to do if you lose frame? She has to plunge out your seed and disinfect it rapidly. Who here's ever had it where you lost frame and the girl slept with the guy real quick and it shocked you? You probably didn't know. How much did that shock you?
It was fucking crazy.
Crazy shit you've ever seen. That's how you know, because if you're really good at attraction, you'll find that girls will lose frame for their guys and they just want to have sex with you right away. You're like, whoa, like that's really fast. It's kind of crazy. That's because the guy lost frame. So you have to understand that, okay, my ex, one of my best exes, I have a deep friendship with her. Now that we're friends, when I broke my leg, she was my biggest supporter. Do you guys follow that? She was my biggest supporter. And I could go to her, and unlike the girls I dated, where I just had swagger and I never showed vulnerability, with my ex, I could cry with her with the pain. I didn't literally cry, but you know my point. I could be like, oh, it's fucking brutal, you know, all that. Fuck, what am I gonna do? And she'd be supportive. Why was she willing to be supportive and didn't eject me when we were exes, hadn't had sex in half a decade, and we're friends? Why was she supportive? Guys, good, you're close, and partially right. Guys, how come I could go to my ex who I hadn't slept with in 5 years, it's actually my ex CJ, I could go to CJ, say, babe, I didn't call her babe anymore, I just used to call her babe. CJ, I'm hurting right now, this is hard, this is tough. She didn't RES flip me, she didn't eject me, she didn't like hate me, she was there for me, she was supportive. How come? Because at that time I'm not having sex with her. Women are very loyal as friends to a weak man if you're not injecting them with semen. Okay? But when I talk about Homo erectus and the short-faced bear, what would happen if that guy broke his leg and then the girl stays there and keeps supporting him? She dies. It's a death sentence. Do you guys understand that? So when you lose frame in front of your girl, you know what you're doing to her? You're scaring her. You're making her feel like she's gonna die when you lose frame. You're scaring her, making her feel like she's gonna die. And that's why I show hard drive reset. But when you have frame, here's what happens. She will begin to create a new personality just for you. It actually is a more extreme version. This is borderline personality disorder. But even without that, she will begin to create a personality custom fit for you. Have you ever seen where Bruno or Borat will get, or when he did This Is America, he could get people to agree to all this fucked up stuff? You remember he got this guy to think he's eating a communist Chinese dissident sausage, human sausage? You remember that? You remember when he got people to say like we should nuke the Middle East and he got people to cheer for it? Do you guys remember that? Who here saw Bruno and Borat with Sacha Baron Cohen? Who here saw it? Do you guys remember how he could get people to say fucked up things? You think I could do that? Yes, I can. So the thing is that if you hold frame, people become agreeable. Say agreeable. They take on your beliefs. Say that. Say these two things, Milgram experiment, Osh experiments. Okay, so Milgram experiment, basically you can literally just like, if you're wearing a white lab coat, get some guy to think he's committing a murder just because you have a white lab coat, you just tell him to do it. They've done experiments on this. Look it up. Look up Milgram experiment. Osh experiments, they get people to think that the color red is yellow because everybody else says it's yellow, even though it's red in front of their face. You dig? Yeah. Look those up. Osh experiment, Milgram experiments. You can see all this in action, okay? Now here's what's up. So if you have frame, not only will men begin to change their opinions to be agreeable with you, but in addition, women will begin to form an entirely new personality. So here's what will happen. Let me give an example. A recent ex that I had, we were together for like 3 months, super fun. I'm not into psychedelics. A lot of you guys are. Do your thing. I'm not. She liked to drink and occasionally would do psychedelics. I said, look, if you're gonna be my proper girlfriend and stay with me for a couple months or forever, we'll see. I don't wanna come home and see you like tripping out on acid on the bed. Sorry. Not my jam. So for those 3 months, she was like, you know what I realized? Fuck psychedelics. Fuck alcohol. That was dumb. You take me on beautiful vacations. That's the real life. I don't need to be tripping out in my basement. I want to be in real life. Now, when we broke up, and I gave her beautiful gifts. When we broke up, how do you think she perceived the beautiful gifts I gave her? How did she perceive it when I gave her the gifts when she was in frame? Romantic, beautiful, giving her safety, etc. How did she perceive the gifts after we broke up? Manipulative, trying to control and trap, etc. Right? Now we're cool, but you know my point, right? When they eject you, they get like that for a bit. Likewise, this is why people weaponize the divorce system is so bad. So then from there, okay, When her and I broke up, you know what she said? She said, Owen, I actually really agree with you. Try to follow this. This is very powerful. Owen, I really agree with you that alcohol is poison. And I want to thank you because I'm never going to drink again. But if I'm being honest, I actually found psychedelics to be part of my spiritual development, and I don't know why I turned against them. I actually think they're really good. So I'm going to do psychedelics again. But I want to thank you for getting me to stop drinking. Here's what was happening. Pay attention. Pay attention. Here's what was happening. Whatever that girl would have agreed to, not in frame, if she hadn't been in my frame, she will reset specifically to that, but she won't maintain the beliefs that she had with the personality that she spun up for the specific relationship. So that girl in particular, let's say that I met her and I told her don't do psychedelics, she never would have agreed to that without being in frame. But if I'd said don't drink alcohol, the real, like the core, like the baseline version of her would have been amenable to that. So then she stuck with that after the breakup. Did you guys follow that? So the things that she changed because she's in your frame will unspool. Say the word unspool. But the things that she would have probably changed even not being in your frame, sustain. Say sustain. Okay? Did you guys follow that? So she won't disagree with everything, okay? She won't say fuck all of it. She'll only erase and hard drive reset the stuff that she never would have been into unless she's in love with you, okay? So a girl will create an entirely new personality when she's in love with you. But what is in love with you a friendly thing of saying? Say the word in frame. The Rosetta Stone of what's happening is this. Okay. There's very specific indicators that a man is an alpha male, okay? And what the patriarchy did was it downplayed those as being a little boy. And there's things that a beta male does, and the patriarchy frame controlled that, and the church frame controlled that as being alpha. Okay? So for example, if a guy is an alpha in real life, say it's Leo DiCaprio, and he's not even really alpha, he's corporate built alpha, but let's just call him that, right? Do you guys think that Leo is like, when he's dating 50 women, or Drake is dating 50 women, is he really consistent and calling them all the time? Or is he a little bit distant and occasionally forgets to call back, or just kind of does what his emotions tell him to in the moment? That is an indicator that he's pre-selected. Say indicator pre-selection. If he's super on time, consistent, loving, in nature, would that indicate he's a beta male or an alpha male? So being loving and consistent in nature would indicate that the guy is a beta male, because if he was, try to follow guys, because if he's out hunting and he's getting all the meat and he has all the leverage and he has 20 cave women girlfriends, if a guy has 20 women he's sleeping with, is he super consistent? Is he needy? Is he like, I'm in love with you? So what the patriarchy and the church did, and romantic conditioning did, was it took beta male neediness and it caused it to where when we felt that feeling of neediness, we would not attribute that or label it in our mind as needy, we would label it as love. Got it, guys? And when women would see it, they would say, the man's in love with me, he's an alpha male. So under patriarchy, the church, etc., if a guy was inconsistent, what do they call that? Say the word little boy. He's too dumb to call you. He's too dumb to get the door. He's too dumb to take you for a nice dinner. He's too dumb to be consistent. He's too dumb to pay the bill. Got it? For you guys in this day and age, when you're a gentleman, get the door, take them for a nice dinner, and court them, are you on like this like sex rampage doing that? What happens when you do traditional courtship now? Is there one man in this room? This room pretty cool guys. Is there one man in this room who consistently uses traditional courtship today as a way of getting pussy? Not even fucking one. How about if you are just dating many women and not needy at all. Does that help you to find a girlfriend? Yes. So what's happened is that as we've gone from the patriarchy to the matriarchy, they've switched the game up on you. Okay, let me read you some notes that I took just to show you the difference, okay? Of what's happening. And then I'll show you how to cope with this personally as an individual, and then I'll talk collectively about where I think we should go to be pro-social for society. But I'll show you first where we are now, what you have to do now, and then I'll show you where I'd like to get us, okay? Because I don't think where we are now is great. But we still have to adapt to it, okay? So I took some notes. Okay, under the patriarchy, here were some attraction triggers. Repeat this after me. Consistency. Reliability. Investment. Devotion. Paying the bill. Putting her first. Building a nest. So I talk about this because I'm born in 1979. I rant and rail about this because when I pay money for a woman, because I'm born in 1979, I feel masculine. When I get the door, I feel masculine. When I pay the bill at dinner, I feel masculine. When I'm at dinner with a girl and she wants to split it, I feel insulted. Okay? 50-50 insults me. When I don't have weird fetishes. You want to know my weirdest fetish? To meet a girl who I'm in love with and take her on a trip somewhere beautiful and to burn like 30 grand on her in a week. That's my fetish. That makes my dick hard. Okay? I get a testosterone surge when I blow money on women and when I'm a gentleman to them. It makes me feel powerful, masculine, high integrity, and I think it's beautiful. But here's what's hilarious. When women complain that they can't find a guy that will do that, that's like if you say to a cat, you know when you move a laser around on the ground with a cat, when a cat's in the room, you're moving around a laser? If you ask the cat, what do you want? What do you want me to do? What will the cat say? The cat's guys, how frantically does the cat chase a laser when you're moving it around? So if you ask the cat who's frantically chasing the laser that you're moving, what do you want? What's the cat say? Stop moving the laser. What happens the second you do? Goes from 10 out of 10 to 0 out of 10. That's why the cat and the laser, the cat and the string analogy is so powerful with dating and attraction. The cat will tell you, hey, stop moving the string, stop moving the laser. You do, it walks off. So for a guy like me, if you court a woman traditionally, is that moving the laser to make it chase, or is that stopping the laser? Stopping the laser, right? So as a man, I have a fetish for paying for women. I have a fetish for being really nice. I have a fetish for romance. I like romance. I like needy, slightly codependent love that in my generation was just called real love. Every single piece of content that you read now under the matriarchy is all about be able to do your own thing. Don't rely on someone else. Don't bond with someone. Don't be needy. They call being able to walk away as power. You need to be, look what they say. They say you've got to be a complete person before you have a relationship. Wait a minute, is that true? No. But you do now under the matriarchy, but under patriarchy you didn't. Your most fertile years are probably your early 20s or whatever the fuck it is. So boy, how many years of personal growth does it take to be completely independent? 20? So what, you're gonna wait till you're like 46 to have your first kid? Because you're finally able to be on your own? No, back in the day, they said, your wife is everything. Your husband's everything. They'd say, I die without my wife. I die without my husband. I would be half a person without my husband. They complete me. That wasn't bad, but they tell you that it's bad. But the truth is right now, unfortunately, it is bad. It is. Try that shit. Go out on Cap Hill tonight. Try it. See what happens. See how far it takes you. Doesn't work. So romantic love currently, for Anna, is a possibility. But for the majority of people who you meet, it's not. It's viewed as neediness. Once you see this, you can't unsee it. Say the word once you see it, you can't unsee it. Once you see how deranged the conditioning is, it's so fucked. They have reframed people that want to be in love and want a partner as fucking losers, as empty vessels, as a leech, as a black hole. Don't let them shame you for it. You're not a black hole. You're not a leech to want love and to want a family. There's nothing wrong with it. But unfortunately, under matriarchy, it doesn't work. Now, much like a cat, the cat will say, stop moving the laser. The same girl who says, no, I want that love. You're super beautiful. Thousands of men want to give you that love, but yet every man you date is a narcissist? What is that telling you? She's only willing to have that with a guy that gets her chasing. So unfortunately for a lot of you, if you want a partner, you're gonna have to get really good at meeting women. You're gonna have to get a lot of swagger. You're gonna have to get it where a lot of women like you, and then they're kind of asking you for the relationship. And I know that that pisses you off, and I know that you wanna be that really solid romantic guy, and I feel it too, but largely, when I do it the way I'm teaching it, it's so great. The girls are deeply in love, they chase, they're appreciative, they're sweet, and they're in your frame. And when you do it the older way, which I like doing, you can't. So if you like the older way, you could still do it, but you've got to have skills with women first. You've got to have swagger first. You've got to have abundance first. That's just where we're at. You've got to be able to be alone first. That's just where we're at. You can still live out that life. You're doing it now.
Yeah, can I just add this?
Sure.
All right. So my wife at the time, she bought. Okay, yeah. She bought my first meal. She bought our first meal, and she's the one that asked me out. I didn't ask her out.
Okay, I like that. That added. Thank you. Give me again. So, you guys see that though? Okay, so patriarchy triggers. Consistency, reliability, investment, devotion, paying for her, putting her first, building a nest. Try to show a girl now that you built a beautiful nest for her. She just calls that self-qualification, bragging, and insecure. Matriarchy triggers. Say the word matriarchy triggers. Popularity. So notice, patriarchy triggers is, say the word reliability. Matriarchy triggers is popularity. Right? And a chase dynamic for her. Next one is willingness to walk away. Say that. Following your emotions. Putting yourself first. Having fun parties. And money equals compensation. Or say the word overcompensation. So the best way to put it is this. The car of the patriarchy was like a Lambo, right? As like the ideal version, right? Like you and your girl. What's the ideal vehicle of the matriarchy? What's that? I don't know. Not even. It is a party bus. What are those called again? Say the word Sprinter van. Yeah, try a Lambo now. Oh, I'll take you out of my Lambo. They don't give a fuck. You know what they want? The Sprinter van. You know why? Because you just brought out 20 girls or 10 girls. Say the word Sprinter van. By the way, that is so deep what we just said here. That is so flies under the radar deep and such a gem. That's such a quotable. The ultimate version of the patriarchy, a Lambo, you and your girl, the powerful man, a powerful car. The ultimate vehicle of the matriarchy, Sprinter van. 15 girls in it dancing and pumping their state with one dude who has all the hypergamy. You see how that works? You got to switch it up, guys. You got to switch up the strategy under matriarchy. I don't think that's where we should land. I think that we should find a collaboration of both, but I'm just making the point that that's where we are. I promise you, you get a Lambo, not get anything out of it. Go get a Sprinter van, unlimited dating success. Okay? Patriarchy pros. Men have a stake in the country to defend it. Men have incentive to defend women from criminals. Children raised in a two-parent household. Is that pretty good? Less unplanned pregnancy. Less sexually transmitted disease. Couples grow old together. Do you know how bad that's going to be that couples aren't going to get to grow old together now? That's going to be fucking weird. It's going to be fucking weird, dude. You ever just see a cute couple out hiking around? They have history together, a shared history? We're not going to have that. Men can focus on building society instead of swagger. Half your damn life spent on building fucking swag. You can just build society rather than optimizing for hypergamy. Plays to common natural male-female strengths. But the thing is, some men are more feminine, some women are more masculine. They should have the freedom to be who they want to be. But the general style of the old days played more to our more natural strengths, even though there are exceptions. Children were also raised by their mothers, and so often had higher IQ, better emotional regulation, less crime, less psychiatric issues. We're gonna have all these broken households, and there's gonna be all these issues, guys. Patriarchy cons. Women have less rights. Women who were smarter and more capable than men had to be subservient to loser men. I think that's unfair. Women felt pressured to be with men who they didn't find attractive. I think that was unfair. It kind of did lead to overpopulation because everyone's having kids. That's a mixed bag because I want us to have children, but if everyone has like 6 kids, we could overpopulate. A lot of beta males still got a wife. Keeps the gene pool down a little bit. More derpers getting born. I think it was unethical. I think a lot of the patriarchy was highly unethical. I believe in freedom. Women lived in this weird cult of one in some box to be subservient to a man. They had to be subservient to a beta male rather than enjoying their lives the way they see fit. I don't like that. Changes in culture men need to understand. Women now sleep with the most popular guys in their 20s and often fleece naive guys who think we're still under a patriarchy. Got that, guys? Look, here's the thing. I think women of all ages are very attractive. I'm kind of a ladies' man myself, so look, I'll be real with you. I got 9-year-old women I slipped in the DMs. I'll slide a DM of a 9-year-old. You know why? Not to have sex. I just like to charm her. And you guys just like to charm everybody? I like to charm any woman. I don't care if she's conventionally beautiful or not. I think all women are beautiful. I really do. I like to charm. I'm a charmer. I like to charm. I like to be playful. I like to have fun. You know, I'll send a DM to a 9-year-old woman just to make her fucking day. Make her feel young again. I love it. So I believe in everybody's opinion having value, but I will say this. A woman's opinion of what she finds attractive in her 20s is based on raw attraction and non-negotiated attraction, okay? And that means she's not trying to get a buck out of it. She's not trying to get kids out of it. She's not trying to get stability out of it. She's going for who she actually likes, okay? By the time she gets older, her view of what's attractive is 50% fair, but 50% not fair. Here's what I mean. The 50% that's fair is that, would you guys agree that like as you get older and more mature, your tastes do evolve based on seeing mistakes? So I really do believe that a girl in her 30s or 40s may find a more beta guy attractive, like actually, to some extent, because her opinion, her taste has evolved, and she now realizes these guys are just kind of like all sizzle, no steak. So I believe it's partially true. Partially. But would you also agree that a lot of those same women will get a provider male husband and then go back and cheat on him with the fucking rapper later because they're not actually satisfied? Would you guys also agree that happens? So if that's the case, what I'd say to you is that if you're going off just pure raw attraction, you probably should focus largely on who women date in their early 20s. If a girl, was, hooking up with all the fun guys and eventually does a Christian rebrand at age 40, look, you know why I have issues with this? Because I have female friends, and I know who they're dating, and I damn well know who they're attracted to, because I'm 46. You think I haven't seen a lot of them do the Christian rebrand when they're 37? Think I haven't seen my female friends do that? I call them on the phone right now. They'd be like, they literally will be laughing at the guys there. They're like, they think I have a low body count. They think I'm a good Christian girl. I'm just getting a husband. I just wanted just a stable guy, right? So it's not fair. I don't like seeing Christian men getting run through like that. So that's what happens when you take this, when you use the fact that God is real, but you use that as a way to be passive. Well, God is real, therefore I don't learn about charm. God is real, therefore I don't learn how to be social. God is real, so I don't learn emotional intelligence. God is real, so I don't learn about hierarchy. Let me explain something to you. God built hypergamy. If you hate hypergamy, then you hate God. By the way, guys say, oh, that's unethical. Hypergamy is unethical. What the fuck are you talking about? It's unethical. That's how we reproduce more adaptive species. Hypergamy is your friend for 2 reasons. One, because it allowed you to be evolved. You like that you're not a fucking, 1-foot midget with like a brain that doesn't work. You can thank hypergamy for that. But also because of hypergamy, you can punch above your weight. Hypergamy is your friend because all the gifts you have are from hypergamy. You come by you know what your forefathers, I have my forefathers. You also have your foremothers. You ever think about that? You have your foremothers. Do you want your foremothers having sex with a guy they're not attracted to? What if the next version of you is a woman? You have a daughter in your lineage, right? Now watch this. Hypergamy is your friend because all the great qualities you have come from hypergamy, because it bred for adaptive qualities and better qualities. And hypergamy is your friend because if you're just fucking confident, you punch above your weight class. Do you remember I said earlier that the way that attraction works is that, let's say that you're a short guy, but you live in a society where you have to run under the trees to hunt, right? So when you run under the tree and you hunt, you're confident as fuck because of the fact that you have leverage and you're confident. Here's what you're not getting. If you can trick your own brain to have that level of confidence without needing to run under the tree, a short guy can get attraction, a guy in a wheelchair can get an attraction, anyone can get attraction, if and only if you have that ability to control your state and turn on your winner effect, even if you're not society's ideal. Do you guys catch that? Okay, so here's the thing. Is there anyone here where you're like, damn, I'm not society's ideal, and it kind of lowers your confidence a little bit? Don't be afraid to admit it. So here's what you basically have to do, okay? You've got to brainwash yourself that you're like the best looking, tallest, richest, most badass guy with a 13-inch dick. Okay, is the way that I carry myself like a Santa Claus, like a bald Santa Claus old man, or do I carry myself like I'm the baddest motherfucker in the world? That's the key to the whole thing. What I did, watch this, I disassociated my traits from my confidence. Real confidence is not, oh, well, if you accomplish something, only then should you be confident. No, look, I'm not confident that I can do open heart surgery. I'm not confident that I can fly a plane, but I can say the word socially confident. I can believe in myself. Say, I can believe in myself. I can feel attractive. I can hold frame. So don't hold frame. Don't think that because you can get girls that you can do open heart surgery or fly a F-18. But, guys will say, well, if you're not competent, you shouldn't feel confident. You ever feel that way? Like, well, if I'm not the man, I shouldn't feel like the man. You ever feel that way? Yeah. Well, if I'm not the man, I shouldn't feel like the man. Let me ask you a question. If you felt like the man all the time, could you go make more money? Yes. So the key to life is feel like the man. Don't go do open heart surgery or try to fly an F-18 and be dumb, but feel like the man. Then your brain will turn on and you might become a millionaire because your brain switched on. People who think that you shouldn't feel confident unless you've accomplished something are not accounting for the variable that you're not going to accomplish anything if your brain's turned off. So don't go do open heart surgery. Don't go fly an F-18. Don't try to hike people out of Alaska. It's like, I'm the man. But when it comes to social confidence, always feel like you have value, love yourself, feel good. Okay? Very important. By the way, under patriarchy, was it about self-love or loving your partner? Under matriarchy, what's the most common thing we talk about? Yeah, it's a difference, okay? But by the way, you know how in this day and age, if someone doesn't have self-love and they're needy and they love their partner with all their heart and all their soul, that's viewed as a loser, right? If you feel that way, you're not a loser. You're not a fucking loser if you felt that way about your girlfriend. You're not. You were just under the patriarchy. You thought that was helping. And you guys ever just love your girl so much because you thought it was helping? But did it help? When your girlfriend said, I'm thinking of breaking up with you, and you went, baby, I love you, I'd die without you, did that help? See, under the patriarchy, if your girlfriend says, I'm gonna leave, why was she probably leaving? Because you weren't consistent with her. She might have a baby. See, under the patriarchy, the way that you're courting, try to follow this. Under the patriarchy, the way that you're courting is you're simulating her being 8 months pregnant. Say the word simulating. Her being 8 months pregnant. Okay, so in other words, what's it mean when you get the door? What's that look like? It's like she's pregnant and you're getting the door for her, right? How come she can't? Why are you getting the car door? Because, yeah, if she was 8 months pregnant, you'd have to get the car door. Why do you get the chair? You're showing her what pregnancy would look like. So she wanted, back in the day, when if she fucked a lot of guys, she'd get body count shamed. It's not shamed. Back in the day, there was no birth control. Back in the day, you couldn't even get rid of some STDs. Back in the day, still the case now, but it was much worse back then. You got syphilis, you just died from it. So casual sex is a bad idea. Back in the day, you fucking got casual, you probably get pregnant, couldn't abort it. You guys see what I'm saying? So there was a clamp down on casual sex, and dating was meant to look like what the inevitable result of sex would be, which was pregnancy. That's what a date was. You see? You're simulating it. But now, what you're showing is just say the word popularity. So basically what you're doing, try to follow this, is that, look, we need to change this. Like, society's fucked right now, but it's too out of balance. It went from one out of balance to another out of balance. Here's basically here's what you gotta understand, okay? So, again, patriarchy attraction triggers, consistency, reliability, investment, devotion, paying, putting her first, building a nest. That was to prepare for pregnancy. Now that everyone gets abortions, you can get rid of most STDs, not all, you're fucking just for fun. It's more about popularity, which means they're chasing you and bragging that they got you. Being willing to walk away. Like in the matriarchy, if your girl says, I'm gonna dump you, what's the best thing to say to her? Cool. You go, babe, I love you dearly. I hope you don't do that. You sure? Yeah, okay. Now when you say that, okay, cool. Like Anna, you're more of a traditional mindset. What would be a reason that you would break up with a guy as a more traditional woman? He cheated? Yep. Or how about if he's unreliable? How about if he's inconsistent? So if a guy was being unreliable and inconsistent, and you said, hey, bud, like, I had to leave you, and he just goes, okay, would that be a turn off to you or a turn on? Like, you're like, you've been inconsistent. When you say you've been inconsistent, what are you hoping he'll do? You try to work on himself. So what would be it? So for a girl like yourself, would a good answer be, babe, I'm so sorry. I haven't been myself lately. I'm going to do better. I will be consistent. Would that be a step in the right direction? I will be more consistent. I will do whatever it takes to do better. Would that be a step in the right direction if you feel the guy's unreliable? When I was younger, say it was the 2000s, if I was inconsistent with a woman and she felt unloved and she asked me to do better, what do you think I would have done if this was 2005? Babe, oh my God, thank you for telling me. I will do better, okay? Nowadays, under matriarchy, what's the best answer if a girl threatens to break up with you? Why would a girl break up with you under patriarchy? She didn't trust that you'd be a good dad. Why does a girl break up with you under matriarchy? She doesn't trust that you're popular enough. I've had many girls go to break up with me, and I go, okay, baby. I don't think that's really what we should do, but if that's what you want, I respect it. Hey, good luck. What do you think happens within 3 days if not on the spot? Begging you back and more in your frame than ever. To be fair, in this day and age, you're not even in a relationship till you've proven that you can pass that test. Say the word pullback. Yeah, so under matriarchy, it's all about pullbacks. Women are going to do pullbacks. So in this day and age, a guy who believes we're under patriarchy, traditional women don't see it this way, but modern women see it as you're too dumb to know that we're under matriarchy. Makes you look socially unaware. And it's often viewed, not by everybody, but often as a target and a mark. Like there's those pink pill kind of like feministosphere, whatever, channels give advice on how to extract money from those guys. I had a girl that I was seeing recently who was saying to me, she told me the story about this guy that she was fleecing, and I had her traveling with me for like a weekend. We'd had sex a few times. I said, here, I'll invite you out. And she was like, yeah. And then I was like getting all this money out of him. And then when I wouldn't sleep with him, he wound up dating a different girl. I was so angry. I said, why the fuck would you be conning this guy out of his money? She goes, Owen, you know the deal. You're not stupid. A girl who's hot as me should have guys like that. You damn well know that. And part of me was like, yeah, I kind of do know that, so I feel like I shouldn't have reacted. I found it so sickening that I woke up the next morning and left before she even woke up. I just left her some money. I found it just so disgusting. Because it's like a con artist. Like you're admitting you're a scammer. It's sickening. I felt disgusted. But she was kind of telling the truth of how probably a lot of women feel right now, right? Is that a traditional guy, it's almost like getting revenge for the patriarchy. Oh, motherfucker, you thought you would manipulate me with this provider male shit so you could run my life? I'll fleece you dry. Meanwhile, for Drake, they're doing a threesome and treating him like a god. Okay? So, again, patriarchy, reliability. You've got to learn the language of women and show that you understand popularity and how a popular in-demand guy acts, which is predominantly related to, say the word, non-neediness. So it's more, say the word, self-love. Patriarchy was love of partner. Matriarchy is love of self. Okay, so here's what you folks want to repeat this out. Look, again, we will fix this shit eventually. The problem is, guys, is that there's not a will to fix it currently among the massive guys. Guys are too much in a cope. They've been given bread and circus. They've been given weed, alcohol, porn, etc. Look, I'm not even aggressively against those things. I personally think they're just dumb. But the way that a lot of guys use them, you've got 30% of the population without even a fucking job and they've completely given up. They don't care. You tell them to do better, they don't care. The average man doesn't care. How do I know? Because when I got attacked, nobody cared. They went, oh, too bad. Anyway, whatever. Not realizing, like, you ever heard the First They Came poem? First they came for so-and-so, and I didn't do anything. Then they came for so-and-so, I didn't do anything. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. That's where we are. So if it makes you mad that you have to learn about the language of women under a matriarchy, you are complicit in letting it get there. I'm just showing you where you are until men eventually wake the fuck up. But again, waking up doesn't mean to go back to a patriarchy. Waking up could just mean learning some couple skills, and I'm going to teach you those skills. So here they are. Let's actually teach them. Focus more on this. Repeat after me. Abundance. Non-neediness. Energy surplus. Cup runneth over. Now here's some important ones. Rhythm. Vibes. Flow. Being in state. Raising emotions always. Humor. Present to the moment. Storytelling. Social intelligence. Emotional awareness. Things happening naturally. No expectation ever. This I disagree with on a personal note, but you have to kind of play it up when meeting women now. Loyalty to what feels good. What feels good is God. Not literally, but you've got to ham that up when you're meeting them. Again, under matriarchy for a non-traditional girl. These are for modern women, not traditional women at all. Okay, traditional women is sickened by this, but a modern woman, this is the direction. And this is after I have the most split test of any human on earth. This is the most reliable data on earth. Think what you want of it. Don't care about your opinion. You didn't go out with me fucking every single damn weekend, coach in the field every single damn weekend. Your opinion means shit. I'm giving you the facts. Next one, focus on your own joy. Self-love. 10 out of 10 self-acceptance. Being comfortable in your own skin. Cultivating positive inner ecosystem. Yeah, it's a very deep topic. You can make a whole video about that. Cultivating your own positive inner ecosystem. Inner balance and joy. Being popular in real life. Being popular on social media. Having status within a group. Having fun things to do. Here's probably the biggest one. Getting, quote, paid to exist. Yeah, that's like their biggest one. Beautiful women are paid to exist. So if you look like you have a job, you look like a loser. If you look like you haven't tried in your entrepreneurship, you look like a loser. You should just be paid to exist. A cool style that is congruent. Jokes and expressions. Imitations that you like. Zero expectations because you have too many options and you're too busy to notice. Now, notice, by the way, that, and this is why I believe in synergy of the matriarchy and patriarchy, a lot of patriarchy was bad. Were a lot of those qualities I just said pretty good? I think they're super good. Being present, being in flow, finding rhythm. These are things that the matriarchy introduces. Now, I know you're a man. I know you're angry. I know you're pissed because you're like, I don't want to have to learn flow. I just want to be a robot and have a wife. What are some of the good things that the matriarchy brings? Look, the reality is the matriarchy is probably a bit better suited to where we're going than the patriarchy in some ways. Now, as far as national security threat, people not being bought in the system, it's bad. But, and as far as kids having both parents, it's bad. People being lonely when they're older, it's bad. But let me show you guys some complaints that women have about men. These are very real, okay? Women complain that men don't want to have fun with lots of people and they just want to be this robot who just goes to their middle class job, comes home, and just puts them in a little box in a cult of one and isolate them. Women like vibes. Women want to have fun. Most guys are just not that fucking fun. And they don't want to live like that anymore. And they're not going to. They're not fucking going to. Traditional women might, but most of them are not going to. That's why women will tell you they get out of their marriage, they felt like they're dying in their fucking marriage. Okay? So Do you think that it could be healthy for you to be more in flow, more in rhythm, to joke around more, to be more playful? See, what men do is men build the container, and then women, they say men build the house, women make it a home. Man builds the house, women put all the cool little fucking, paintings in it and the crystals and make it cute, right? But now, try to follow this. Men built society, right? We built it. It's built now. It's largely built. Men were dying in coal mines, dying building buildings. So we ran shit. But most of society's built, and in the future will be built by robots. All these things that men did, we don't need to do anymore. Now, maybe AI will kill all of us. Maybe AI will be fucked up. I don't know. But let's just imagine a world where AI worked properly. Let's just say if it did, which who the fuck knows? Don't know about that one. Well, will they probably get rid of STDs completely in the next 20 years if AI comes online? Potentially. So STDs will be gone. Will they find better, is the world overpopulated or underpopulated by way of looking at it? We're losing population, but I mean, if you go to China or India, is it overpopulated or underpopulated? Right? Look, I'm not pro depopulation, but I mean, they're pretty populated over there. So from there, in a world where we don't necessarily need a ton more people, in a world where maybe there's like better contraceptives, no STDs, we don't really need a lot more people, we don't need to build anything, what would be honest, what would be more relevant, matriarchy or patriarchy? Being a robot who goes to work and grinds all day to build a coal mine or a car? Or having fun? Here's where it even gets more fucked up. This is a fucked up question. What if, in a way, would you almost, if you knew that you could never get an STD, never get a pregnancy, and you could just have serial monogamy with 30 different girls over 30 years, but eventually still get 2 kids. Look, I'm not saying that that's what you are going for, but what would be more fun? I mean, look, anyone here been married? Anyone been married? Was it fun are you still married now? Okay, I won't ask then. Okay, so for a guy who's married, he may be bored of fucking his wife. So the truth is, depends how you look at it. Women's perspective is maybe they want some variety. Women often want variety more than men do, modern women. So I'm not saying it's good, but I'm trying to make it clear to you. Can anyone here say a single thing that they did to preserve the old system other than they voted for Trump and thought he would fix it all? So if that's the case, because you go, make America great again. They go, well, I voted for Trump. I'm done. I'm done now. He got shot at. He lost almost all his money. He would have been put in Rikers Island if he would have lost the election. But anyway, I voted. Not even sure if the election's rigged or not, but I voted. Just kidding. But look. Just kidding. But look. Guy, you didn't do anything. But do you guys see how it works? Why did women eventually put their foot down? Why? Say the word, because it got bad enough. But notice for thousands of years they didn't do anything, right? For men, it's just not bad enough. So because women became mobilized and men didn't, this is where we're going. Okay, we're going into this. You might personally dislike it, you might personally like it, you might have a mixed feeling about it, but this is where we're going. If you didn't, you can say I'm being a pick-me. No one did more than me on social media in the 2010s to try to help you. None of y'all stuck up for me. Some of you guys didn't know me back then, but those of you who knew me didn't do anything. I'm not trying to guilt trip you. I'm just trying to say, don't tell me I'm a pick-me. I'm telling you that you didn't do anything, so here's where you are. Okay? If I told you, hey, be careful when you put a seatbelt on when you drive. Okay, look, here's me. Put a seatbelt on when you drive. Put a seatbelt on when you drive. Hey, wear a seatbelt. Hey, things are getting fucked. Wear a seatbelt. Hey, wake up. Wear a seatbelt. If you don't wear it and you're bleeding on the ground, I'm going to come to you. I'm going to go, you're bleeding on the ground. Here's where you are. I tried to stop it. You didn't stop it. Here's where you are. And I'm going to try to find the positive. I'm like, look, wheelchair's not that bad. You're like, don't tell me a wheelchair is bad. I want to walk in. Well, you didn't put on your seatbelt, bro. That ship sailed. See, in America, we always think we can reset things. We can put it back. Wait, if you let it go away, we can put it back. Sometimes you can't. Okay? How come Iran right now can't, if the majority of the population doesn't like the Ayatollah, how come they can't stop the Ayatollah? What's the main reason why? Look, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's basically because they don't have a Second Amendment, right? Is that why? Isn't the population disarmed there, basically? Is the general population is disarmed, correct? Guys, is the general population of Iran disarmed? If we look it up on ChatGPT, what will it say? It's probably disarmed, right? So if you just go, I'll just let go of the Second Amendment, it's probably not that bad, and you don't put your foot down, and you slowly have your rights taken away from you, if the government becomes tyrannical, what's going to happen? You can't do anything. Okay, nothing can be done. That ship sailed. You could eventually fix it if like hundreds of millions are willing to die. Like which 100 million of you are willing to get shot first? China's under communism. Could the population reverse it even if the majority of the population want to reverse it, could they? There's cameras everywhere. Look, if a boa constrictor has you wrapped up and you're like this, and I tell you, hey, this is the kind of situation, does that make me a pick-me? Am I agreeing with the boa constrictor? I told you, don't let it choke you. Don't do this. You didn't listen. So now I'm just going to tell you where you are. Now, what I'm getting at is this is where you are. But I'll say this. So here's a positive spin. The reality is patriarchy was basically for beta males. Okay? It was women communism for beta males. So what the church did, follow me closely. What the church did and what society did was it held frame for the beta males. Repeat this after me. Society held frame for the beta males. That's what was happening. If a girl's being told you will get favor from God if you have a great relationship, that held frame. Do you guys see that? The church held frame so that a regular guy could focus on building the country. You guys it's a very powerful subtlety. Do you guys catch that powerful subtlety? Who can explain it back to me? Someone's got to explain it back to me. Want to take a crack? Sure. Okay, explain it back.
Well,
Stand up and yell.
when men individually didn't have frame, they created something like the church, which could hold frame for them. And that was the institution which kept them into their monogamous relationships.
Which also let them focus on work, say that.
Yes, also let them focus on work, building the country, all of the buildings, stuff that we like.
Yeah, that's what it did. Thank you. You guys catch that? Yeah. Society held frame for you. It held the frame for you. It told women, if he gets the door, if he's deeply in love with you, if he's needy, that's a good guy. Here's the thing, though. Try to look at the old framing under patriarchy. Look at what they would do. Watch the, okay. So you know how like, okay, you have bullshit matriarchy framing and you have bullshit patriarchy framing. Watch, I'll show you the bullshit matriarchy one, and then I'll show you the bullshit patriarchy one. Bullshit matriarchy framing would be like this. When I was younger and I dated popular guys who wouldn't commit to me, they were narcissists. But now I'm healed. I only dated narcissists because I wasn't healed. You guys see what I'm saying? But now that I healed my trauma, I stopped dating guys that traumatized me, and I date good guys. So don't worry, baby. I didn't really love that guy. I love you, Mr. Beta Male, that will support me in old age. Do you guys see that? That guy who wouldn't marry them, was that a narcissist with a psychological disorder? Or was that a guy who just had too many hoes who wouldn't commit? What was the truth? He had too many hoes. So what is the rebrand of a guy with too many hoes when the girl hits 35 and then goes for the beta male? He was a narcissist, and why'd she date him? Why'd she date him? Because she was unhealed. But now that she's healed, what is the beta male getting her at 35 getting? Say the word, the better version of her. The healed version of her. So the beta male is actually winning. Now that she's healed, she's going for a real man. See the bullshit there? No, it's a rebrand. It's a fucking rebrand. It's a silly fucking frame, okay? But look at men's frame too, right? If I get the door for you, if I pay for dinner, then if I get the chair for you, and I call you a lot, that means I'm an alpha male who you should have sex with. But how easy is it to do that stuff? How easy is it to do that stuff? Could a regular beta male do that no problem? So basically, men brainwash women that dumb shit a beta male could do effortlessly was alpha male. That was men's version of I was traumatized and you know that DJ I fucked? He was actually a narcissist. That DJ was a narcissist, and you're getting the better healed version of me. Okay? You know why it's dumb if a guy believes that? Girls often will become a bitch, and they call that boundaries, but it's just a bitch. Men do horrible stuff too. I'm just talking to the women's side. And they say, the reason why guys go for a younger girl is because he's a little boy who can't handle a girl who's smarter. You see how they say that? They say, you want to date a girl who's 25, not 35, because you can't handle a woman who's smarter. I know my worth now, and I have boundaries now. You're trying to date a girl who's 26 because she doesn't have boundaries, and you're too dumb to date a girl with boundaries. That's what they say. But the truth is, while that may be true in some cases, because nothing's black or white, in many instances, that is a cover-up for the fact that she basically, what's actually happening there is she's saying, like basically what she's doing is she's manipulating the guy and controlling him by being super mean. So she's basically whipping him into being able to control him and then saying, no, you're a real man because you could deal with this older version of me. But let me ask you, what makes more sense as a guy if you have options? To date a girl that's just being mean to you as a way to try to control you and who just chastises you about fucking everything? Or to date a girl who's 10 years younger who could build a bigger family with you, and then what happens is that she's nicer to you. They reframe niceness as naive. Oh, you want a girl who's nice? That's because you want someone to manipulate. No, I want a girl who's nice because I want a girl who's nice. Like, is there anyone in here who's like, I want a nice girl so I can manipulate them? Is there a single guy in here who would admit to like wanting a nice woman to manipulate her? Or do you want a nice girl because you also want to be nice as well? Is that why you guys want a nice girl so you can be nice as well? Yeah. Put your hand up if you like a nice girl who's nice to you so you can be nice as well. No, manipulator. You can't handle a real woman. Do you see the rebrand there? But men do that same shit, right? Men do the same shit. Oh, you fucked the guy you actually want to fuck? You're a slut. Okay, if women fucked the alpha for millions of years and they still want to do that, what does a beta male call that? A slut. You see the deal? Do you see how both sexes manipulate the fuck out of each other? And then they try to impose their frame. My thought is that a middle ground is that guys would learn about being present, about swagger, emotional intelligence, social intelligence, rhythm and flow. I think that asking a woman, look, the average guy that I'd bring up in this room of you guys, if I bring you to the front, most of you guys, unless you've been on multiple trains with me, are so fucking stiff and so logical that if I try to get you to be funny, you can't be funny. If I try to get you to hold frame, you can't hold frame. If I try to get you to approach, you have approach anxiety. The patriarchy masked that and covered it up. It handled it for you. But we're not there anymore. But if you're a woman, do you want to date a guy like that? No. So I fucking get it. And the thing is that the options that we're presented with are either this hardcore matriarchy thing where the sexes fucking hate each other, women call men trash and parasites, which is where they're taking it, by the way, largely, not entirely, or a beta male uprising. Do you guys understand that that's the binary choice we have right now? Because what's going to happen if you have 50% of the population with no kids? What's going to eventually happen? And when it does happen, how bad is it going to be? Super bad. That's where we're headed. I don't want that to happen. I think there's a middle ground. The middle ground is just learn to be present, learn to get in state, learn to have a bit of fun. If AI happens to work, which it might kill us all, but if it happens to work, you don't need to be so serious anyway. Like, shit will be handled. You can have fun. Look, I personally think it might kill all of us. But I'm just saying that if it doesn't, and you got robots building shit, you can actually have some fucking fun. Okay? So women are really, really good at being rhythmic, about flow, about enjoying things. Women make things fun. So why not learn to have a bit of fun with them? That's really what they're asking. But I'll tell you why you can't do it. This is probably the main point and probably the finale point I'll make. The reason why you can't do it is because you're in frame of society, because you believe in the social contract. So follow this. I've done extensive content about this, but I'll give the Coles notes here. The Coles notes of hours of content that I've already created is this, but I'm just threading it together. There's two different ways that we process reality. One is groupthink, and the other is seeing the world through your own eyes. The group thinkers right now, if they meet Anna, cannot attract her because they feel like shit about themselves, which shuts their brains down, which means they cannot have any kind of social intelligence or any emotional awareness, and they can't hold frame with her. Because if you're in the frame of society now, if you're say the word acting in good faith, you're fucked. You're fucked. If you're in good faith, you're like, no, all aligned to cultural values. Like if a man is a good man who's acting in good faith now, and he watches like a Gillette commercial or, watches like anything on TV, how's he gonna feel about himself? Fucking garbage. So you're no acting in good faith at this point where you're like, no, I trust the messaging. The messaging, which is from the establishment, BlackRock, et cetera, is depopulate. It's you're a chump, no more kids, depopulate. That's where you're at. Which means that millions of years of your genetic lineage, gone. And the women that are like, I'm going to Bali, have been tricked into genetic suicide. But it's more fun. Cool. You can still have fun being a mom, guys, and a dad. You can do both. You can walk and chew bubble gum at the same time. It's not that fucking hard. Now, here's the next thing they say. They try to blame this on men not being good enough providers. So I love, who's that older guy? He's like a Democrat, Scott something, who did a book about how men are falling behind. Scott Galloway, great guy. But Scott attacks the problem without having studied attraction extensively. And he says the main thing that women look for is a guy who can provide and a guy who's kind. But many of you in this room can provide and are kind, but still can't trigger attraction. So he's getting much like the red pill guys who thinks, oh, it's because you're not a famous celebrity with a Bugatti or who has plastic surgery, looks matches these days. Scott Galloway, again, has a partial handle on the problem, but he's not the top expert. I love what he's doing, so I'm not meaning to critique him. I really want to encourage him to keep going, actually. I think what he's doing is great. It's really necessary, and he can communicate. At the same time, he doesn't know the full picture because he didn't go out for fucking 5 hours a night for fucking 25 years, so he doesn't totally get it. So he's kind of like the red pill guys. He's going off common sense. But instead of saying like Bugatti, or looks maxing, he's saying be kind and be a better provider. So Scott is trying to attack the problem at the level of, well, men are making less than women. So, by the way, there's another book called Sextinction. Have you guys ever seen Sextinction? Sextinction. It's basically that we're going extinct, okay, because of all this shit. It's called Sextinction. Look it up. Who's the author? Can someone please look that up? I haven't read it yet, but I know the gist of it. Look up Sextinction, please. Look it up, please, for anyone who wants further reading. It's going to go deep on this. I've heard the summary of it. Who's the author? Deborah So, S-O-H. Deborah So, Sextinction, talks about it, okay? Anyone have the summary? I can read it. The Decline of Sex and the Future of Intimacy by Deborah So explores modern sex recession, analyzing why people are having less sex despite increase in sexualization. The book contributes to this factor like smartphones, social media, dating apps, AI, imbalanced dating market, examines how technology, cultural shifts impact intimacy, offering science-backed insights. Okay, so this is gonna become a big topic, guys. A very, 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 very big topic that we're talking about here, okay? This is gonna be one of the biggest topics. You guys are getting an ahead of the curve breakdown and a very accurate breakdown. Probably not bulletproof because I'm not bulletproof, but I have the most personal firsthand experience and I'm good at articulating it. I'm good at breaking it down. I mean, think about me trying to break down decades of experience here for a video and for you guys. It's not easy to do, okay? What I'm doing here is hard, but I'm trying to lay this out. I'm laying out do you guys see that I'm such a good fucking essay writer? I can lay out a fucking damn verbal essay. How many hours have I been going on this shit? Like 4 hours or something, okay? Now do you guys see how those fucking long videos get made I post? Funny, you're seeing it in real life, right? So, okay. Now, in effect, what's happening is this, okay? So we're moving into the sextinction era, basically to be replaced by AI and robots, okay? So you're talking at the intersection of like, say the word transhumanism, AI, robotics, universal basic income, Okay, we're moving into, say the word, a whole new world. Say that. Yeah. So basically, here's what I'd say to you. The people that don't get this, they're fucked. They're basically going to commit genetic suicide. I would say to you this. Even if it pisses you off that you have to learn a bit of swagger to meet a girl, I would honestly urge you to embrace it, especially given that you did nothing to stop it. You're complicit in where we are. So I would urge you to adapt, given that you're complicit in where we are and did nothing, and you're not going to do anything. So given that you're complicit in where we are, and given the fact that women made a lot of great points, and given the fact that you can choose to support women not being basically fucking brainwashed with bullshit. Because do you like being brainwashed with bullshit? Do you like to be oppressed? Do you like not having a job, rent, or get an apartment? Well, you think women, so do you guys support women in having equal rights? Okay, so I do too. So what I'd say is culturally, while I don't think that like saying, you know, a man is like a fucking, man is more dangerous than a bear, I don't think that's healthy. I don't think going back to taking away a woman's right to vote is healthy. I don't think any of this shit's healthy. Say the word divisive. And then say the word better to come together. Yeah, so I think we have to look for solutions to come together. I think guys should take feedback from women, but I think largely while we take feedback from women, the biggest thing is we have to exit groupthink. Because if you are in good faith and you tolerate the messaging about how you suck, you will never be able to hold frame, ever. And you'll be part of the extinction. So you have to learn how to hold frame. Remember what I said about holding frame. When you hold frame, remember I was talking to him and I'm holding frame and he's like, holy shit, like your thoughts are in my mind. Part of that is that you have to hold frame so that the girl builds a personality for you that connects to you. That agreeability that women have for the right guy is very beautiful. For the wrong guy, it hurts them. Do you guys see why women are pissed? Imagine if part of your sexual reproduction and the way you interact with the opposite sex was that you build a highly agreeable version of yourself, custom built for the guy, and he fucks you over. How do you feel? How do you feel? So a lot of women are fucking pissed. But the thing is, women are pissed for many reasons. One is because they did it for narcissists. So that if you're a fucking good dude, what would be the best thing that you could do to help women? Build frame. Build swagger. Get in abundance. Have the thing that fucking wacko guy has, but as a good guy who's pro-social. We can get back to being pro-social, but there's going to be a lot of pushing back and forth, okay? So in effect, the reason why Anna can't meet a guy that she likes yet, despite having all that going for her, is simply this. The good guys don't hold frame. Women will say this. The good guys who I'd like to marry, I don't feel attracted to. Why do I keep being attracted to bad guys? Did God really make women to only be attracted to bad guys? No, it's that the good guys are being brainwashed. Okay? You know who doesn't get brainwashed? Narcissists. Narcissists doesn't get brainwashed. But what does a narcissist have? Not the good side, not the horrible, toxic sides. But what are some good sides, things they do well? Say the word self-love. They believe in themselves. They don't give a fuck about your approval. You guys see that? It's done in a weird, freaky-ass way that you shouldn't really copy, but you see the point. So you've got to find that in yourself. So here's how you do it. We cultivate our knowledge base based on either firsthand experience or through the group think. Most of you in this room are built to process reality via group think. Here's the story that I promised you about how I got out of it. In 2005, Neil Strauss wrote a book about me, or it was about him and our friends, but he put me in it in the back half. And I'm the bad guy. Lied his ass off. Now, because of that, I walked around knowing that in the group think I was a bad guy. And for 3 years, that tortured my brain. Do you guys know about this? Yeah. Imagine being a young man in the group think who believes the mainstream media and reading that about yourself. Yeah. Tyler Durden. Imagine that. So what happened was any time that my brain was firing up the groupthink parts of my brain, I felt tortured. Like anytime that I would care at all what people thought, because I'm now walking down the street and I'm famous as fuck, and people recognize me as the bad guy. So if I would have been so sucked into groupthink, or actually when I I felt like the fucking bad guy. So imagine me being this fragile young boy, learning how to build a little bit of confidence. I get a bit of results. I try to help people out with it. But really, I just want love. That's really what I wanted. I wanted the admiration of people who I helped, as well as love from women, and just to build my confidence. I'm just trying the best I had, the resources I had. I'm in survival mode. Wasn't not even that famous yet myself. And now all of a sudden, I'm famous as a fucking piece of shit, scamming human garbage lump. So now I'm walking into rooms like this where everyone, rather than going, Owen, everyone fucking hates me, and I'm this weird circus freak. I walked into rooms as a circus freak for several years until the invention of a little thing that Neil never saw coming called YouTube. And then I said, I'll just post my content. Now here's what I did. I had a fun strategy with that. I said I will never defend myself for at least until I am more famous than Neil, okay? Because if I'm defending myself, that implies like I think I'd never be more famous. So what happened was I made a commitment that I would not get consumed in rebuttal, and I'm just gonna put out great content. So every time I feel mad about the way I was portrayed, I would just put out great content. Now, in hearing this now, because I'm diving into it, I'm showing my emotion that I'm pulling back up. Do you think I care at all today? Not even 1%. I don't give a fuck. I could care less because I'm out of the groupthink. But at the time, when my brain was still operating within groupthink, anytime that I would like look to the group to see if I was cool, I wouldn't get that validation. Neil gave me the greatest gift. Not only did he give me about $10 million plus in press, probably 30, I'm not sure what, in revenue to my business, but he also gave me another gift. Neil gave me a trial by fire that pulled me out of groupthink to the point that I don't give a fuck because I had to walk into rooms as that guy. I think it's really sick and twisted that that's how it came about, but it took me out of it. What that means is that I can walk into any room. I don't give a shit if I have the approval or not of a bunch of fucking dudes in that room. And my brain is unplugged from groupthink. What happened was like shooting a missile into Godzilla. What happens when you shoot the nuke into Godzilla? You think it's gonna blow up, it gets bigger. Here's what actually happened, okay? All these insights that you guys have seen, Blueprint Decoded, Hot Seat at Home, Blueprint Reloaded, all the YouTube videos, all the pioneering happened because when you get out of groupthink, your genius wakes up and you become a pioneer. You have all these independent thoughts. Why am I able to come up in front of an audience and just talk all day with independent thoughts? Because I unplugged from groupthink. All of you could do this if you did two simple things. Here's what they are. One is unplug from groupthink. The other is build your winner effect. So here's how this works. You go out, approach random people, socialize. Some of it goes amazing, and some of it goes very bad. Be super polite, and it has to be consensual. Hey, great meeting you. Don't bother anyone. Don't pester anyone. Just maybe give them a little bit of validation that you tried. Okay? Now, follow this. Repeat this after me. On nights when I do well, I will experience my winner effect. I will get in state. My brain will turn on. This will give me a context of what my brain is like when it is switched on. Then, guys, on nights that you go out and you do bad, repeat this after me. On nights that I do bad, I will feel like shit because I'm not getting validation from the groupthink. I will have a memory of how I felt on a good night, and I will become acutely aware of the gap. On other nights, I will go out, I will crush it. It's kind of random, but sometimes I'll just crush it. My brain will switch on. The more time I spend with my brain switch on, the more synaptic pathways will build to being switched on. The more my nervous system will become accustomed to receiving that much light. It will become normal to me to be in state. It will become normal for me for my brain to be switched on. From there, I'll have other bad nights. That will kick me out of the group think. And I'll be forced to learn how to think with my own self. That last one I kind of fucked up. You get the point. So, anyway, so point being, okay. So I was like, that ain't it. But anyway, so yeah, basically I will be forced to see the world through my own eyes. My objective opinion of myself will mean more to me than a bunch of validation. Okay, now watch this, guys. So here's how it works, okay? The way normal people, this is what happened to me. This is how I'm doing what you're seeing here. This is my transformation. This is my Peter Parker superpower transformation. Here's how it happened. Neil gave me inadvertently, not intentionally, but inadvertently, a gift because he just ripped me out of the group think. It'd be like if you're a plant and someone came and just ripped you the fuck out of it. And the plant's like, ah, for like 3 years. But eventually it healed and grew back under like a way better place. So the pain that you go through, like when you get rejected when you're out, is actually building you if you don't resist it, and you see how your brain shuts down. Then, via all the things I've taught over the years, and now I won't cover it all here, but like, belief systems, 1,000 out of 10, who the fuck out of the balls to do that? 6 steps, take so much action you shut down the thinking mind, meditation, fucking herbs you could take for fuck's sake, whatever, getting tapped in, working on the place that you're coming from, being a good person, all that stuff. All the stuff I've taught for years and years and years, getting in a flow, you will then learn, you'll be forced to go back to that again and again and again and again. And what'll happen is every time you get broken down and have a bad night out or day out, you'll see how bad it is, you'll disconnect further, and you'll learn how to bring yourself back into presence. And you'll learn how to get in a flow. And then the way that my brain is doing this, if you want to know, is you're in a half dream with me right now. So I know how to put my brain into a half dream state. I don't know if it's half, but in a partial dream state. And I'm actually dreaming the seminar. You guys see? That's kind of weird, right? I'm dreaming the seminar. Do you guys remember how when you're dreaming, your brain just makes an adventure? What I'm showing you here is how to be in flow, and it just creates a piece of art. It's moving through you. Rick Rubin talks about it. It's moving through you. You have a mandate to create something. And so you have to learn to get out of its way and let it move through you. That's something women are good at. Women are good at getting out of their way. That's why they dance well. That's why they sing well. That's why they're joyful in flow. They're not trying to control everything. The essence of getting out of being so uptight is, say the word, get out of control, get into release. So guys, as I'm doing the speech, am I trying to control everything, or am I just staying in a state of release for hours? Right? When you're in a state of release, later you have a great night out, maybe you make out with a girl, later you fuck, and the orgasm is the ultimate release. Men honestly are so damn uptight and so much in control that they need women. They need to orgasm and to fuck just to get release. But women get turned off by that because they're like, well, this little control freak who's boring as shit and rigid and not fun and not in state and not in flow, he wants to fuck me so that he can get a state of release. But I just want him to be in release with me now. They made a great movie about it called The Fountain. And the same director, I believe, created The Black Swan with Natalie Portman, okay? The Fountain, write that down. The Fountain with Hugh Jackman, The Black Swan with Natalie Portman. Those are the two best topics of that state, okay? So, the White Swan, Natalie Portman, she's perfect, but she's rigid. The Black Swan's able to let go. And that's what a speech like this is like, and that's what going out is like. And basically what happens is that you learn to exist from that state. So this may be also part of why I don't get sick, I'm not sure, because I'm in a state of non-resistance, so I'm not loaded with cortisol. That may be part of why. Also, why I can project my voice like this is I'm in a state of non-resistance. I'm not trying to control it, which would tighten it and blow it out. If I went into a state of control, how most guys do, my voice would short circuit like a circuit board. It would go and it would go out for a month. To be honest with you, if you want to hear something funny, I've done 5-day seminars before that are like 16 hours a day. And by the 4th and 5th day, I know that if I get uptight for even 1 millisecond and I tighten my voice, it's going to short circuit for the whole weekend, and I'll be running the rest of the seminar like this. It'll short circuit because I'm yelling to this big crowd for days and days and days. So you have to be so perfect with staying in release. So perfect. It's kind of fun. It's like high stakes gambling, but it's fun as hell. Scary, but fun. So it's a thrill. So the state of release, which allows you to flow, and by going out regularly, you'll get winner effect more. You'll get out of groupthink more because, guys, every time that you try to be in groupthink with girls, you get punished for it. Back in the day, you get punished for it because you'd be seeking their approval and they would reject you. Now, if you're in groupthink, you're told that you're garbage and you reject yourself. Right? Before, if you're in groupthink, they'd reject you. Now, if you're in groupthink, you're going to reject yourself. Do you guys catch that? That's super powerful. Super powerful. You see that? Back in the day, if you're in groupthink, you'd fail the shit test because you'd seek her approval. She'd shit test you. You'd fail the shit test. Now you're in groupthink, you'll reject yourself before you even approached. Because you'll be out of state, you'll be out of frame. So we have to learn how to rebuild our own frames. But look, super bragging here, but I want to make a point. A frequent response that I get from women having learned this is they go on, and this is a overt bragging, but I want to show you the result we're targeting here, okay? The result. So I'm not saying this to impress you, but to impress upon you the result. The common feedback I get from women who like me, not all of them like me, but those who do, they say, I never felt attraction for a man before meeting you because I thought I'd felt attraction, but I never knew what attraction was till I met you. And a lot of women will say to me, I'm just so tired. I hate this, but I've never met a man that I really felt at peace around, that I felt safe around. Guys are such fucking losers. I just hate them. But they cry to me that they hate men and that they don't want to hate men. Do you guys follow that? They're crying to me that they hate men, but that they don't want to hate men. They're like, I don't want to hate men, but I just fucking hate them. They're like fucking parasites. They're fucking weird. And just show them, please, just show them. Now, a lot of girls also don't like my stuff if they don't know me, but the girls who come and meet me and I show them and they're in the environment, they're like in tears of gratitude for what we're showing here. And basically they're like they'll say things like, I never knew what attraction was. I feel like guys are like trying to take value from me. It makes me uncomfortable. I feel unsafe. And around you, I feel so safe. And to be honest, and I'm not even saying that this is like my end goal, they offer to do you want threesomes? Do you want to have 5 wives? Like, what do you need? Please, just give me what you need to be with you. And it's like full-on addiction. And if we have a breakup, you ever heard the expression alpha widow? Alpha widow is like a girl who had the best guy and she'll never get over him. And that becomes the problem, is they can never get over you. So guys, look, if I was in as much as guys complain that the patriarchy's gone, if I'm in a fucking wheelchair, I'm fat, I look like I'm fucking Santa, and that's the reaction I'm getting, do you need to put a woman back in a burqa to be able to live your life? Or could you just learn a couple skills? And then if in the process of learning those skills, you became a super genius, perhaps you stop getting sick, I don't know, and you'd make all this money, you become an innovator, you become a pioneer, you'd laugh more, you'd be in rhythm more, you'd be in flow more, and everything would be better. Wouldn't that be a better middle ground? Well, you have that available to you. You actually have that available to you. The guys that have been on trainings will tell you that you have that available to you. They've learned. They have a lot more to learn, frankly. They should be on more of them, I'm being honest with you. But you should continue to train and continue to build it. So that's what I want to build. I actually want to call it the Human Awakening Project. And this area is one of many that I want to work on, which is gender relations, and I want to work on that, and helping men and women to come back together and not be in division, and I want to work on that. But I think there's also many other areas. I think that we've gotten away from core values society. Men don't know how to make money. I'm really good with money. I'm like fucking I'm better with money than even this. I just know a lot about making money, and I like to show guys that. And what I'm really good at is helping people to make money with what they're passionate about. So that you don't have to go to a fucking coal factory and work some shit job. You can do what you're passionate about, and you can actually grow and evolve through that passion of giving your gift and being your authentic self, but not the self of you that's suppressed and derped out, but the version of you that's switched on. The real version of yourself, the actually being yourself, the real one, not the fake one that gives an excuse to be a derper, right? So that's really my vision, and seeing a stopping of division. But I'm gonna tell you guys that, like Winston Churchill says, I can't promise the exact perfect scenario right now. I can promise this. What'd he say? What was the quote from Churchill? Yell it.
I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears, and sweat.
Yeah, and then what's the end of what he said, though? Well, look up the full version.
Oh, I don't know.
Help me out, guys. This is why women are getting turned off. Passive men turn women off. See what's happening? Why the girls are pissed? Help me out. See, I'm doing everything here? That's how the women feel right now, okay? Look at all y'all crossing your arms, doing nothing. That's what women feel. This is the perfect end of the speech. That's what women are feeling. Passive men, weak men, weed it out.
Nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears, and sweat. We have before us an ordeal of the most grievous kind. We have before us many, many long months of struggle and suffering to ask, what is our aim? I can answer it in one word. It is victory. Victory at all costs. Victory in spite of all terror. Victory however long and hard the road may be. For without victory, there is no survival.
Give a hand for that, guys. That's a great conclusion. That's what's going to happen. So, guys, we let it go to shit. Things are going to get a lot worse before they get better, okay? They're going to get a lot worse before we get better. But the kind of conversations that we have to have surrounding transhumanism, AI, robotics, social change, depopulation, all this stuff, We've got to start having these conversations. There's many areas of human awakening project that we have to cover. Gender relations being one of many. Guys learning how to make money properly and people learning how to make money and finding value in a changed society is going to be very, very important. But this is one of many of them. I hope that you guys are about togetherness, not division, having respect for women, but also not just being a little bitch. And that's what I'm trying to get you guys to think about here. So you're in the right place. This was a topic I swore I'd never cover again and didn't for half a decade. But there's been so much change and so much upheaval that I felt a moral obligation to cover this. It's not my favorite thing to cover, but it's important. And again, if you look at most guys, you could just see they're completely optimized for a map that no longer exists. The map's changed. They're not aware of it. They're getting clowned. They're getting punked. They're getting exploited. Be aware of the new map. We teach this to you. Again, me as a Santa Claus looking guy, I can go out to any social environment and totally crush it. You absolutely can too. So I'm going to do a bunch of exercises with you right now that are very, very, very powerful. But I want to thank you guys for being a part of this speech and for being my inspiration to create this, because I created this for you guys, and I love you guys very much. So I want to thank you guys very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Much appreciated, guys. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.